Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, AFSCME. It's a thrill to be here with you today. Thank you. My name is Steve Sisolak, and I am proud to serve as your governor of the great state of Nevada, the first Democratic governor in 20 years. I want to thank AFSCME and President Lee Saunders for hosting today's presidential forum here in Las Vegas. Nevada is important not only because we're the first in the West early primary state, but because Nevada reflects the growing diversity of the Democratic Party and the broader American electorate. So it comes as no surprise that in Nevada, we are bucking national trends. As the Trump administration refuses to acknowledge climate change, Nevada joined the U.S. Climate Alliance and increased our renewable portfolio standards to 50% by 2030, paving the way to be the nation's leader in clean energy jobs and a strong clean energy economy. As states around the country disenfranchise voters, we have expanded access to the ballot box. And furthermore, with the first female majority legislature in the United States, yes, as they limit a woman's right to choose, we increased access to family planning services. And as they try to dismantle protections for union workers, we passed, and get this, and I know you know this one, collective bargaining for state employees. The first state to do so in nearly 2 decades. That's why it's so important for those who want to be our next president to discuss their policies to create an economy that works for all Americans, and that starts with ensuring that labor has a seat at the table. In Nevada, nearly 14% of our workers are union members, making this forum even more crucial to each of the candidates running for president. Candidates must be able to lay out their plans to help average Nevada families succeed. And we know that doing well in Nevada is a testament to a campaign's viability in the general election. It's no secret that the result of Nevada's caucuses, the third in the nation's nominating process, will be a bellwether for the direction of this country and serves as a crucial test for campaigns. Our state has increasingly become key to Democrats' ability to win the Electoral College and Congress. Since 2008, we've proven the importance of having a Western state involved in the early nominating process in ensuring that our issues and interests are represented in the national discourse. And one more thing before I close. Our state has battled the federal efforts for decades to store nuclear waste at the Yucca Mountain Repository outside Las Vegas. Let me be clear, Nevada, and it's pronounced Nevada, does not want to be the nation's nuclear dumping ground. We don't want to have that here. Any candidate here today should take this opportunity to loudly and plainly state their opposition to storing nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain. Nevada will be listening, as will you and I. Thank you for your time. Have a great forum today. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the AFSCME Public Service Forum. AFSCME is a union of people who share a common commitment to public service. For AFSCME, serving the public is not just a job, it is a calling. AFSCME advocates for vital services that keep our families safe and make our communities strong. Sisters and brothers, are you ready? I said, are you ready? Then let me hear you. I said, let me hear you, please. Get up on your feet. That's right, get up on your feet and get ready for AFSCME President Lee Saunders.
All right. Morning. Morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome. It's an honor to join with HuffPost and the Nevada Independent to bring you the AFSCME 2020 Public Service Forum. All right. Thank you all for joining us, whether you're here at UNLV or watching on live stream across the country. And please join the conversation today on social media using the hashtag AFSCMEForum. Thank you, Governor Sisolak. Thank you for your leadership for making it a top priority to sign legislation giving 20,000 state employees the right to collective bargaining in this state. They deserve it. I also want to acknowledge all the Nevada state legislators in the room for passing that historic law this spring, for finally giving state workers a seat at the table. You know, AFSCME is a union of people who work in public service nationwide. We are social workers, corrections officers, and emergency medical technicians. We manage your parks and drive your school buses. We are librarians, bridge inspectors, and home care providers. We are the behavioral health professionals on the front lines of battling the opioid epidemic. We work in housing and health care, in sanitation, transportation, and also education, from pre-K and Head Start to our colleges and universities. And get this, we even have AFSCME members who work right here at UNLV. We touch every aspect of life in the places where we live and where we work. And nothing matters to us more than making our communities better, safer, and stronger. That is our North Star. For us, public service is more than a job. It's a calling. We make America happen, and we never, ever quit. This forum is hosted by a public service union, but the conversation today will cover issues that matter to all working families and communities across the country. Because our work affects everyone. Because our issues are America's issues, from health care to tax fairness to climate change to fixing the rigged economy. In recent years, wealthy corporate interests have done everything in their power to silence our voice, even enlisting the Supreme Court in their schemes. You know, many pundits have predicted the demise of the labor movement and of unions like ours in particular. But sometimes those pundits are wrong. No offense to our moderators or anyone else here today. AFSCME members have been defiant. We've been determined, showing courage and resilience. We have successfully defended our rights and freedoms at the negotiating table, in the organizing trenches, in state capitals across the country. That is who we are. Unions are now front and center in the political conversation, with our highest public approval ratings in more than 15 years. We have a full head of steam and a strong wind at our back. And now we're prepared to assert our role in the 2020 election. To do that, we need to hear from the candidates directly. We want to know who they are and what they care about. Even more importantly, we want to make sure they know who we are and what we care about. They need to understand the importance of our work and the importance of unions in keeping public services strong, in keeping America strong. So that is why we are here today. So once again, welcome, and let's get started. Thank you very much. People who work in public service will be heard in 2020. You can be sure of that. AFSCME members give everything we've got to make our community stronger, healthier, and safer. And we know how high the stakes are in this upcoming election. Anyone who wants our support had better be prepared to show his or her commitment to working people. That means a record of standing up for public service and the everyday heroes who provide public services. And it means a promise to use the power of the presidency to join us in the fight against the billionaires and corporate CEOs who are determined to rob working people of our voices. We demand more than promises. We demand bold ideas. But most of all, we demand action from those who choose to lead. Join us in putting public service first.
Please welcome the Public Service Forum moderators, HuffPost Washington Bureau Chief Amanda Turkle and editor of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston.
Hi there, everybody. I'm glad to see this room packed. I'm just curious, before we get started, how many of you came from out of town? Wow. For those watching on the live stream, welcome to you too. There's almost half the room, I think, came from out of town. I want to thank AFSCME for making this possible and for Huffington Post for asking me to co-moderate this in the most important state in the nation. I just want to let everybody know that Amanda and I have one goal today, and that is to illuminate issues about each of these candidates. We're going to hopefully just have conversation with them and talk to them about issues that everybody in this room and everybody watching cares about. Amanda's going to tell you a little bit about the format.
So thank you, AFSCME, and thank you, John. So we will be hearing from 19 candidates today, so it's going to be a long day, but we're very excited to have everyone here. Each candidate will get a minute for an opening and a closing statement, and in between, John and I will be asking them questions, but what we're most excited about is that they will be getting questions from AFSCME members. So those of you in the room, some of you will be asking questions, and then we'll be getting videos from people who couldn't make it here today. So we're looking forward to a great day, and please, feel free to cheer for the candidates, but let's keep heckling down.
Yeah, well, we're going to get started right now, but I just want to repeat what Amanda said. It's going to be hard for you to restrain yourselves from cheering for candidates, especially when they say things you want to hear. I have a feeling some of them might do that. So that's fine, but please, no heckling. Let's conduct this in a civil manner. And Amanda and I will try to be as civil as we can possibly be as well. So thanks again for everybody who's here and for watching on the live stream. Want to get started? Yeah. All right. Let's get started. Our first candidate out of the 19, Julian Castro is here, folks.
Hey, y'all. Hey.
Hi.
Good to be with you.
Thanks
Good
for
to be
coming.
with you.
1 minute.
Thank you. All right. Buenos dias. Good morning. First of all, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, John. Thank you to AFSCME. It is a pleasure to be with y'all here in Nevada because y'all matter, because I'm running for president because, like many of you, I know that we live in a wonderful nation, but that in the years to come that we can make it even better. I spent the last 6 months of this campaign talking about the leadership that we need in the years to come. I'm convinced that we need a president that understands that we need to move forward as one nation with one destiny. And I'm convinced that our destiny in the years to come is to be the smartest, the healthiest, the fairest, and the most prosperous nation on earth. And that has to include working people. So I look forward to that conversation today. Thank you.
So I wanted to start out by asking you about an issue that I think is on the top of the minds of a lot of AFSCME members here in Nevada, and that is that the governor recently signed a law allowing state public employees to have the right to collectively bargain. Do you think that there should be a federal law granting all state public employees across the nation this right?
I do. I believe that there should be that. I know that there is legislation that has been introduced in Congress that folks are working on the public sector to be able to provide that. I support that legislation. That's important. And, I was mayor of San Antonio and also Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. So I had the opportunity to work with many public sector workers. It's absolutely vital that they have the opportunity to collectively bargain for wages, for benefits, for those things that will make sure that all of the effort they put into improving the quality of life of people, whether at the local level, the state level, or at the federal level, that they're compensated well for that. So I do support that.
Okay, we started with the easy one, Mr. Singh. You ready? Let's talk a little bit about immigration, especially after what happened at the debate. You seem to think that President Obama made a mistake in all of the deportations, and you said that Vice President Biden seems not to have learned the lessons of the past. What are those lessons?
Well, I've said that the administration got better over time on immigration, right? I joined the administration in July of 2014. By that time and through the end of the administration, as you all know, what happened was that the number of deportations went down significantly, right? In 2012, the administration did DACA. In 2014, I think it was September of 2014, they did DAPA. And so I think that it made improvement over time, but there are lessons that we can learn, right? This is not about criticizing President Obama. This is about, okay, what does the next administration have to do in the face of a president, Trump, that is absolutely terrible? You know, there's no comparison between Obama and Trump, okay? President Obama was trying, and that administration made adjustments and improved on immigration. However, Trump has weaponized a certain section of the law to inflict cruelty on migrant children and their parents. And so there are lessons that we can learn from this. And I said, number one, if I were president, one lesson that I learned is, look, in 2009, 2010, there was a Democratic president, Democratic House, and 60 votes in the Senate, right? If we have that opportunity again, or even if we don't, even when we just have 50 votes in the Senate, we need to move forward with immigration reform, that we can't wait this time. We need to move forward. The second thing I would say is, look, it doesn't matter how many people you deport, how cruel you are, that is never going to get you anything at the negotiating table with Mitch McConnell. So we should not make the mistake of believing that the number of deportations equals currency at the negotiating table. It will not, right? And so I have said that I believe we need to put all undocumented immigrants, as long as they haven't committed a serious crime, on a pathway to citizenship. And then finally, the lesson that I've learned from Trump is that we need to take away this tool, this law that he has used to inflict cruelty on migrant parents and their children. And we can do that because this was a law that was never really enforced from 1929 until 2004. We don't need it, it's unnecessary, but it gives him the weapon that he needs to inflict cruelty. I want to take that away from future administrations.
So you would decriminalize border crossings and basically taking away the criminal penalties. So what penalties would someone who crosses the border illegally face?
All of the other penalties that they already face right now, right? Most folks don't realize that, for instance, that the asylum process and the deportation process are actually civil. That's a civil process. That is not a criminal process. Trump is taking this criminal element and he's using it specifically to inflict cruelty on migrant parents and their children. That is normally handled in a civil way, the deportation process. That's a civil action. That is not a criminal action. So, you know, I think part of what we're trying to do is to make sure that folks understand that. Let me just also address this issue very directly in terms of some people say, well, you know, it's scaring some people. Is this open borders? This is not open borders. We have 654 miles of fencing. We have thousands of personnel at the border. We have planes. We have helicopters. We have boats. We have security cameras. Only right-wingers call this thing open borders, and they're going to say open borders no matter what you do. The last thing I'll say is, look, if you elect me president, you are not electing me to follow. You are electing me to lead, and I will lead. I will lead, all right?
Let me just stop you because we have a limited amount of time. And I do think this is an important conversation, as I know you do, Mr. Secretary. Open borders is just a soundbite. It's just a way to label people. But decriminalizing the border, taking out that statute that you say hasn't been used for, aren't you inviting more illegal immigration? Yes, there's already walls up. There's drones. But you are inviting. You are saying to people, you know what? I'm going to take away the criminal penalties here. Come on in illegally.
Well, I mean, I don't see how that's the case, right? Because I think that, first of all, what's driving people coming over here is the desperation in the country that they're coming from. And so I have said that the smartest thing Like, the smartest thing that we can do, actually, is to do a 21st century Marshall Plan for Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and partner with those countries so that people can find safety and opportunity there instead of having to come here, right? So they can find that at home. The second thing is, look, there are two ways to think about this, okay? First of all, there are more people that are trying to come now than when Trump took office. So can't we say that being as cruel and trying to crack down, so to speak, as he has not deterred anybody? It hasn't worked. The second thing I would say is, think about what he said, that he wants to make America great again. So in other words, he wants to go backward. Well, choose a decade, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Whenever he wants to go back to, there wasn't a wall, and they weren't enforcing this as a criminal penalty. So they were actually doing it the way that I would like us to do it, not the way that he's suggesting that they do.
All right. Well, as I said, we have a limited amount of time, more time than you were given in any of the debates, though, so I know you're happy about that, too. But one of the reasons we're here is to have some questions from some members, and there's a couple of members who want to ask you some questions. So let's go to the first one. Do we have a member?
The first AFSCME member.
The first AFSCME member. There we go.
Hi, my name is Sonia Whitten, and I'm an investigator with Nevada Division of Insurance. And I work in public service because I've always wanted to make a difference in my community. But I see far too many people who are working multiple jobs and they still can't make ends meet. And when the wealthy and the most powerful make it difficult for us to organize, it just makes it harder on all of us. And so I'm wondering, what will you do to stop billionaires and big corporations from making it difficult and attacking our rights to organize on the job?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you for the question. I would do several things. Number one, as we discussed, I would seek to make it easier for public service sector workers to organize so that they can collectively bargain. I would do that on the public sector end, and on the private sector end, there's the PRO Act legislation that would also make it easier for workers in the private sector to organize. I support that as well. But what we need to do is that we need a tax code that rewards people who have to work, right? Y'all saw that Amazon, for instance, made over $11 billion, but they didn't pay in profit, but they didn't pay any federal tax. We need a tax code that actually expects more from wealthy corporations and people at the very top and rewards people who have to work. I'm committed to doing that by raising the top marginal tax rate, by repealing and replacing these Trump tax cuts with ones that actually benefit the working class, and ensuring that we also close loopholes that benefit a lot of special interests that are able to get their lobbyists to put this stuff in bills. Finally, I also believe that we need to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour so that people can provide for their family. And follow that up with a 21st century safety net, right, in housing, in universal health care, and those things that workers need to be able to live a good quality of life in the 21st century. That's what I support.
So I have a quick follow-up before we get to the next question. You talked about the tax code. Do you think that the tax code should be changed so that basically billionaires can't exist in this country? Do you think that any individual should be able to amass so much money that they're allowed to become a billionaire?
I don't, it's mind-boggling that somebody is worth $100 billion. So yeah, I think we need a different system. Would I say that it would be impossible for anybody else to ever reach that? No. But what I would say is that we need a tax code that actually invests more of our resources in people who are working and in the middle class and the poor. Because we often talk about the middle class, but we don't often talk about the poor anymore. I've been talking about people who are poor in this campaign. So yeah, I would just turn that on its head.
Real quickly, we're going to get to the next one, and even though you were never in the U.S. Senate, you may be an expert at filibustering, but we have to cut that off. What should the highest marginal tax rate be? You mentioned you would raise it. What should it be?
Yeah. Well, I think that would be something that we would negotiate in Congress. But look, when Ronald Reagan took office, I think that it was around 72%, right? It had been all the way up to something as high as 91% up through the 1960s. I don't know that we need to raise it that far up, but right now it's like 35%. So I would say something, well in between 35 and 72%, we would need to raise it up.
Okay. I think we have another question.
Hi, my name is Andrea Dudley, and I'm a home care provider. And I take care of my 12-year-old son. He is autistic. This is going to be a long-term commitment for me, and I have a question about long-term care. With baby boomers aging, the need for long-term care is reaching a crisis point. So who will care for all these people? That's one. And how can we recruit people to do this important work when the average pay is $11 per hour?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the work that you do. And you're right, we have baby boomers that are turning 65 in record numbers. We have more need for home health care workers and similar workers than ever before. So that means that we need to raise their wages, right? I support that. And we also need to make sure that they can effectively organize. So I think we need to focus our energy on both of those things, and also in our policy connect the dots between things like housing and healthcare. Right? When we transition to a universal healthcare system, also link that to housing so that people can age in place and get the help that they need where they are. Those are the kinds of things that I support.
Real quickly, because I want to give you a chance to do your closing statement, and I want to talk to everybody about this. How do you get this stuff done? Even if the Democrats were to take the Senate, how do you get this stuff? I mean, it's great to get the applause lines, but how are you going to get this stuff done?
Well, no, I mean, I think that on January 20th, 2021 at 12:01 p.m. that we're going to have a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate. However, yeah. But let me answer your question directly. If Mitch McConnell is still there, right, then we will do everything that we can to push those Republicans that are in swing districts or swing states, and of course negotiate with them, because you have to do that. We will also maximize executive authority as much as we can to get all of these, or as much of these things done as we possibly can.
Executive
I'm not going to
orders
be
are
bashful
good
about
for
doing that.
Democratic presidents, but not for Republican presidents?
What's that?
Executive orders are good for Democratic presidents, but
Well,
not
I think that executive orders that are legal are perfectly acceptable. You know?
Closing statement,
Probably
sir.
fine. All right, y'all. I have, in my 1 minute left, look, let me just say that if you're looking for a difference between me and my campaign and a lot of the other campaigns, and I know you are, because there are 24 people running, it's that I'm going to be bold and fearless. Whether it's talking about creating jobs and making sure that everybody can prosper, or taking on this issue of what we need to do to reform our immigration system and not backing up, not being bashful about that, or in ensuring that everybody can prosper and that we fight for the ability of people to organize. I served as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and as Mayor of San Antonio. I have strong executive experience and a track record of getting things done. And I hope that y'all will follow the campaign at juliancastro.com and check out the plans that I've put out, because we're going to keep working hard and doing what our families do, which is keeping our head down and just getting stronger and stronger and stronger in this race, and work toward an America that is healthier, that's smarter, that's fairer, and that's more prosperous. Gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thanks so much. Okay, that's what I thought, right?
Appreciate it, John.
They're good friends, all these candidates, but I don't think they want to drink out of the same cup. So we're going to switch that out. Our next candidate we're going to hear from is Elizabeth Warren.
It's so nice to see you. It's good to see you. Hello. So let me just say a word to get started. You know, I grew up out in Oklahoma. I'm the baby. I've got 3 much older brothers, and I'm still very close to my brothers, and they think their job is still to be teaching their little sister. So all 3, some of you know how that works, right? So all 3 of my brothers joined the military, and all 3 of them push me every time I talk to them. My oldest brother, Don Reed, was career military, and he reminds me every day that we honor our promises to our military and our veterans. That's who we are as Americans. My brother David, after he got out of the military, he started his own little business. When that one didn't work out, he started another one. When that one didn't work out, he started another one. Today, he is retired, and he reminds me every day of the importance of protecting Social Security and Medicare. My third brother, John, when he got out of the military, he joined a union. And today, he has a pension because of that union. He reminds me every day, unions built America's middle class, and unions will rebuild America's middle class. That's why I'm here. So let me join you.
So, Senator, Amanda and I want to start out by getting everybody on the record on this issue of collective bargaining for state employees. Nevada, AFSCME is very proud, helped pass this law here. The question is whether that should be a federal mandate, whether there should be a federal law, and if so, why should it take federal action as opposed to leaving it to the states?
Well, you don't leave it to the states when you really believe in supporting workers all across this country. And I believe in collective bargaining for all of our workers. It's a part of basic rights for them. So I strongly support it at the federal level. Yep.
So a hallmark of your campaign are these big policy ideas, Medicare for all, relieving student debt. So I wanted to ask you, though, can you talk us through a little bit more about how you think you will get these through Congress? Say that you become president, the House remains in Democratic control, and Senate becomes Democratic as well. In the Senate, the road to this legislation still runs through people like Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Kristen Sinema in Arizona, people who do not support these things. So how do you get them passed?
So let me start by saying I think we're going to have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House and a Democratic White House. I'm out there working for it every day. And it's part of the reason that I think this is about not just one person running, but building a movement all across this country. But look, start with the wealth tax. I think it's time for America to put in place a wealth tax. That's a 2-cent tax on the top 1/10 of 1% of the people in this country. The greatest fortunes in this country. Your first $50 million free and clear. I know that helps you relax. But your 50 millionth and first dollar, you got to pitch in 2 cents. And 2 cents on every dollar after that. Now here's the deal. That's not only supported by an overwhelming majority of Democrats, it's not only supported by independents, a majority of Republicans support that. So that's a good place to start from, to say that even the richest in this country ought to pay a fair share. We're glad for people to make it big in this country. All we're saying is when you make it to the very tippy top, put in 2 cents so everybody else in this country gets a chance to make it.
I get Senator.
And here's the thing. What can you do with 2 cents? Let me just tell you what you can do with 2 cents. You can do universal child care for every one of our babies aged 0 to 5. You can do universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in this country. We can raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in this country to the professional levels they deserve. We can provide universal tuition-free college for every kid who wants to go to school. We can put $50 billion directly into historically black colleges and universities and minority-serving institutions. And we can cancel student loan debt for 95% of the kids who've got it and start to close the black-white wealth gap in America.
I have to cut you off. You are a senator, so you do know about filibustering.
No, I'm talking about content here.
I know that. And all of these folks here love everything that you're saying. But Amanda asked a legitimate question. You're in the Senate. You know everyone's going to get up here and say there's going to be a Democratic White House, Democratic House, and Democratic Senate. You know the Senate is not a normal place. It's not where majorities rule. That if Mitch McConnell's still going to be the leader, they can block this. There's no way you're going to get the Republicans to support this. Or is there a way? Or is there a middle ground?
Excuse me, I just started with the fact that the data show already that Republicans across this country...
That's in polling. That doesn't affect how they vote in the Senate. You know that.
Really? Were you there when they repealed health care, the Affordable Care Act?
You're making my point, not your point. They went against polling
That is the whole point. I was there. I saw what happened when the House repealed health care for tens of millions of Americans and high-fived each other afterwards. What kind of human beings high-five each other after taking away health care for millions of Americans? But I'll tell you this, when it came to the Senate, I was on the floor when we picked up enough Republican votes to protect health care for people across this country. Mitch McConnell worked against us every inch of the way. And how did we get it done? We did it because people across this country got organized, got mobilized, made their voices heard. I believe that we can make democracy work.
So you mentioned your student loan plan. You said that your student loan plan has a cap, though. I believe the most that someone could have forgiven is $50,000. So why, Senator Sanders put out a similar plan, except that he would forgive all student loan debt. So why didn't you go that far?
So look, I think all of this is about opportunity. I'm a kid who had a dream. My 3 brothers went to the military. Me, I wanted to be a public school teacher. By the time I graduated from high school, we didn't have the money for a college application, much less to send me off to 4 years of college. My big opportunity was a commuter college. That's what it was back then. The University of Houston, it cost $50 a semester. And a price I could pay for on a part-time waitressing job. I got to finish my 4-year diploma, become a special needs teacher. I've lived my dream job. I loved that work. But here's the deal. That opportunity is not out there for our kids today. So what I'm proposing is student loan debt cancellation, 95% of the kids who've got it, and doing it in a way. America's had an issue for a long time about moving in and widening the black-white wealth gap, the gap between whites and everybody else. I have picked deliberately the numbers that are going to help shrink that wealth gap and maximize opportunity for all of our kids.
So forgiving all student debt, you think would actually not lower that gap?
So the weight of the economic evidence is that when you make this work on all of the numbers, you actually expand the gap. And that's not what I want to do. I think this is about opportunity. I think the fundamental question in 2020 is who government works for. And we need to have a government that makes the wealthy and the well-connected pay their fair share and then make it work for all of our kids. That's what it's about for me.
Can I just jump back to healthcare?
Sure.
I know you don't like talking about healthcare.
No, I like
I'm
talking
kidding.
about
I'm kidding. So
Yeah.
I think every person in this room, maybe every person watching on the live stream, Senator, is worried about healthcare in some way or another. And there is this debate, and it's quite a lively debate going on in this presidential primary about Medicare for all versus keeping private insurance companies involved and how you do that. One of the criticisms of Medicare for All, and you've heard this, and I even heard from a public employee, a friend of mine who's worried about this. He's got a great plan now. If you transition to something else, am I going to lose my plan? How do you answer that?
So actually, let me just start. When we talk about the great debate right now on health care, it's not Democrats versus Democrats. It's Democrats versus Republicans. Republicans want to take away health care from tens of millions of people across this country, and they're actively still trying to do it. They can't get the votes for it in Congress, but they sure as heck are still pursuing it in the courts, and they're still doing it through the agencies.
But these folks have to choose between the Democrats, so they want to know the difference.
And that's fine, and I'm glad to talk about it, but I just want to remind everyone, before we get into that, that's where the big
What does the
divide
transition
in
look
America
like, Senator,
is.
from private plans that people have and like to Medicare for All?
So the first part of the transition, as I see it, is the unions are at the table. Nobody does anything without working people well represented. You know, there are a lot of folks, you bet, who are in a lot of different positions in terms of healthcare plans. And what matters most is we get everybody at the table to figure out how everybody gets fully compensated for what they've negotiated for. This is a matter of both respect and a matter of economics. But beyond that, we all have to be realistic about this system. We cannot have private health insurance companies, for-profit companies, that are sucking literally billions of dollars out of the system year after year after year. Think about it this way. What's the basic business model for a private insurance company? It's take in as much money as you can in premiums and then say no as often as you can on health care coverage. That's not working for America. The private insurers sucked out $23 billion in profits last year. That doesn't even count the millions they paid to their executives and so on. All those forms that every hospital, every doctor, every nurse has to fill out. You know what those forms are for? They're to give the insurance companies more opportunities to say no. That has to come to an end. We need a healthcare system designed to deliver healthcare to the people who need it.
All right, Senator, I know you want to hear from the members.
I do.
And they have some questions as well, so let's have the first one.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tim Provost, and I work helping place kids with adoptive families. Offices like mine are often understaffed, and it's tough to find good people to do jobs like mine when public service work has faced so many attacks.
Yep.
What will you do to make sure people who choose public service careers get the respect we deserve for the important work we do?
Oh, thank you, Tim. And let me start by saying thank you for the work you do every day. It matters in the lives of families all across this country. Thank you. So here's how I see it. For decades now, we've had an America that's worked better and better for giant corporations, better and better for billionaires, and frankly, worse and worse for everyone else. What's been the heart of how to make that happen? It's had two parts. One is undercut the power of the unions, undercut the power of the workers. So there's nobody there to push back when the corporation says, we're moving those jobs to Mexico. Corporation says, we want a bigger slice of the pie. We want tax breaks. And what's been the second part? It's been to attack government. It's been to say, oh, government. Remember Ronald Reagan's famous line? I think this is one of the most poisonous lines that's been uttered in the last 40 years. His line about what are the 9 worst words in the English language? I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. That is an attack on our government and on everybody who works for our government. And it is wrong, and it needs to stop right now. Our government needs to be on our side. And in a democracy in 2020, we've got a chance to make that happen. But I promise you this from the White House, I will be somebody who stands up for public service, who stands up for the best of what we see in government workers and how government, when it's on the side of the people, makes the strongest possible America. So I'm with you on this one, Tim. Thank you.
So I wanted to follow up on that. The Trump administration has filled its upper ranks with corporate leaders.
Yes.
So if you become president, would you put union leaders at the top ranks of your administration?
You bet. You know, this is the part that always just astonishes me, that Donald Trump ran on draining the swamp, and then what did he turn around and do? He brought in the biggest swamp rats and put them in charge. You know, can I just tell the story of Gary Cohn? This one just knocks me over. The guy makes $1 bazillion working at Goldman Sachs. And then Donald Trump says, would you like to come and design the tax policy that will affect Goldman Sachs and the other Wall Street big boys? Do you know what Goldman Sachs did on the way out the door? They give Gary Cohn a pre-bribe of several millions of dollars, nearly $250 million, as he walks out the door, so he will remember his friends at Goldman Sachs well. He then goes, writes the tax policy that saves Goldman Sachs just about the same amount of money that he walked out the door with in the very first year. You know, this is the kind of revolving door. No, this is the kind of corruption. We should call it out for what it is. This is the kind of corruption that has made this the White House that is the most corrupt in living memory. 2020, we got to throw those guys out
And one
and
quick
put some
question
people who are going to work
before we go
for
to the next
people.
video question. Would you consider a union leader as your labor secretary?
You bet I would. You know, I've already said I want to do both parts of this because I think it's really important. Department of Education is another one where you've watched this. I've already committed. I will not have a Secretary of Education who has not been a public school teacher.
So we're going to...
I think we need a... Yeah.
No, I can't let you run out the clock, Senator. That's our job. So just real quickly, we're going to go to another question
Sure.
in just a second. But let me just push a little bit more on what Amanda asked you. Will you pledge right here and now, here's your chance, that I will have a labor leader as my labor secretary?
That's what I want.
Okay,
It's
all
not
right.
hard.
You heard it. All right, we have another question on video. I think it's going to show up right here, Senator, for you.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Sam. I'm from Local 3037 in Tallahassee, Florida.
Hi, Sam.
I am wondering if your program entails a total forgiveness of student loans, or after a certain period in time, if the balance that is owed on the student loans is frozen in an account that doesn't accrue any interest. We need a little bit of clarification on that after the last debate. The second part of the question is for individuals who have paid off their student loans early. Would they get a credit back from the government, seeing as how they took it upon themselves to pay off early? So I just wanted some clarification on that. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, that guy should be up here asking questions. He's asking questions.
That's right. So this is about student loan debt cancellation. Once the debt's canceled, it's canceled. Gone. Finished. That's the end of it when it's canceled. It's also, I should say, if you just want to expand on it a little bit, go to elizabethwarren.com/debt, and you can do the student loan debt calculator. You can see exactly the dollars and how it would affect you. I'll add one more piece on this, and that's for-profit colleges. For-profit colleges prey on students of color. They prey on our young military members as they come out of the service. They prey on moms working 3 jobs who are trying to pull it together and give their kids more opportunities. What I have in this proposal says the for-profit colleges that cheat people, that trick people, that trap people, that charge them a lot of money, the only way they're in business is because they're getting federal loan dollars. If those colleges are not delivering for our students, and most of them aren't, then the answer is they're going to be cut off from access to student loan money going forward.
We have about a minute left before
Sure.
your closing statement. I want to ask you the same question that Amanda and I talked to Secretary Castro about.
Sure.
The highest marginal tax rate in this country.
Yeah.
What should it be?
You know, look, I think the place we need to start is with a wealth tax. We've had this argument over and over and over on income taxes. And it's not just about the marginal rate. It's about all of the exceptions and loopholes. Has anybody seen the Internal Revenue Code and how many exceptions there are to it now? Right now, we talk about the highest marginal rate for corporations. And the answer is the corporations aren't paying it anyway. Look at Amazon last year. Amazon got out and publicly announced that it made $10 billion in profits. Profits. And you know how much it paid in taxes? Zero. Zero. So I'm using another approach to taxes. I've done the wealth tax for the wealthiest families. That's the top 0.1%. And then on the giant corporations, the ones that make public announcements of more than $100 million in profits, the answer is a flat 7% off the top. Make those corporations at least pay something, no matter how convoluted the rest of the tax system is. Do you know what kind of money that would raise? And by the way, they make these public announcements because that's what corporate CEOs' salaries are based on, their salaries and bonuses. That's what distributions to shareholders are based on. That's what stock prices are influenced by. So they have a reason to report these. They have SEC rules for reporting them. If we made a 7% across the board, just said, you guys want to make that public report, whatever else you're doing with your marginal tax rates and loopholes, you're going to pay 7%, that would produce $1 trillion over the next 10 years that we could invest in American jobs, in American infrastructure, in American businesses, in American workers right here.
All right, well, I don't think Amazon's going to fare too well on this stage in this discussion.
Gee, that's too bad.
So far. Senator Warren has actually magically made all of our clocks up here freeze, but it is time for your closing statement. I know we accomplished something by even getting you to sit down for as long as we did. She's like the Sundance Kid. She likes to move, so go ahead.
I do. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. Look, the big question in 2020 is who government works for. You've been out there day after day after day trying to make it work for the people, but the game is rigged. And it is rigged to help the wealthy and the well-connected. They understand that. They use the influence of money in order to make every rule, every piece, every decision just tilt a little more in their direction. But here's the deal. There's a whole lot more of us than there is of them. We get out there in 2020 and we build the kind of grassroots movement that pulls in everybody to vote. We have plans that are real plans that would touch people's lives. Things like universal child care, so every mama can finish her education so that she can get a good job. Things like canceling student loan debts so kids who try to get an education are not penalized for doing so. The things that touch people's lives. We can build an America of our best values. For me, this is all about opportunity. My daddy ended up as a janitor, but his baby daughter got the opportunity to be a public school teacher, the opportunity to be a college professor, the opportunity to be a United States Senator, and the opportunity to be a candidate for President of the United States. I want to dream big, fight hard, and win. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Gonna do this. Thank you.
How are we doing so far? Our next candidate is Seth Moulton. Come on up.
Hey, how are you?
Thanks for coming.
It's good to be here. Well, thank you all very much for having me. You know, I was speaking last year at an advanced manufacturing facility in Massachusetts that made some of the gear that we used in the Marines. And I was very proud to know that it was made right here at home. And so I gave a speech to everybody and said, thank you so much for being a part of advanced manufacturing right here at home in America. Thank you for participating, for contributing to our national security. And then I said, does anyone have any questions? And just like this, there was silence. And I said, look, you can ask tough questions. This is my job as a politician. And there was still silence. And then finally, a woman way in the back raised her hand and she said, who are you? And so I learned my lesson about introducing myself first. And so here goes. I'm Seth Moulton. I'm a 4-tour combat veteran of the Marine Corps. Thank you. Leading troops on the ground in Iraq, a war I spoke out against. Thank you. I'm running for president to bring this country together and fight for our values. And I have been proud as a member of Congress to stand with AFSCME every single day where I have a 100% AFSCME voting record. Because I believe in public service, and that's what you do every single day. So thank you very much for having me here this morning.
So I wanted to start out with the question that we're asking every candidate, which is, would you support a federal law allowing state public employees to have collective bargaining rights around the country as they do here in Nevada?
Yes, not only do I support that because I think collective bargaining is a fundamental right. My sister is in a teachers union, but I am announcing right here that there is a bill that I have been supportive of in Congress that when I go back to Washington, I'm going to formally co-sponsor it and proudly support getting that through our Congress.
So, Congressman, you mentioned your combat service, and thank you for your service. Your main argument seems to be using that service essentially. I've seen much worse than this. I've been in combat. I'm the only one who can take on Donald Trump, and I'm willing to do it. But isn't that kind of sophistry? There are people who have much more experience than you do running. So how do you make the case? And is it directly transferable that you were in wartime and that you can come back here? You're the best person to take on Trump.
Look,
How is that
I don't
apples
think
to
I'm
apples?
the only person who can take on Trump, but I just think that the experience that I had, which is unique in this race, of leading troops on the ground, which fundamentally meant that my job as the United States Marine Corps infantry platoon commander was to bring together Americans from all over this country, from different backgrounds, with different beliefs, different religious beliefs, different political beliefs, and get them united behind a common mission to serve America. That is what we need to build the winning coalition that's going to be required to defeat this president. Because we need a coalition that includes everybody in the Democratic Party, and we can't leave anybody out, plus independent, those Obama-Trump voters, and even some disaffected Republicans. I've brought together coalitions like that in some of the most divisive circumstances imaginable, in the middle of a war that half of us disagreed with. And so I just think that that particular leadership experience is relevant to the task before us in winning this election.
So let's go to healthcare, which is something where you really will have to bring a lot of people together.
Yes,
so you say that you still see a role for employer-sponsored care and sort of private insurance. Why is that?
Because if you're in a union and you've fought hard for years to get a private healthcare plan that you like, I don't think that we should come in and just take it away. Now, I'm not opposed to Medicare for All as a bad idea. I just think that President Obama's plan was better. President Obama's plan, which I support, was to have a public option that competes against private health care and that lowers costs for everybody. And I say that as the only candidate in this race who actually gets single-payer health care today, because I made a commitment to continue going to the VA even as a member of Congress. I said that if my fellow vets, the Marines I served with, are going to the VA and that system is not up to snuff, then I'm going to see it firsthand myself. And thank you. And I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of a single-payer system like that. The good is that the VA actually negotiates prescription drug prices, which Medicare does not, which is why I don't think Medicare should be the model for a public option. I think we can do better than a plan designed in 1963. The second thing, though, is I also have seen when the VA has failed. I got surgery there a few years ago, and to make a long story short, they sent me home with the wrong medications. Now look, luckily they sent me home with Advil when they were supposed to give me a serious painkiller. But, I mean, I had abdominal surgery, which I've sometimes pointed out, like I thought this was a really serious surgery until my daughter was born and my wife had a C-section, and I realized, okay, this wasn't such a big deal. But it hurt a lot at the time. But you know, thank God they didn't send me home with a more serious addictive pain medicine than what I was prescribed. We've also heard the stories of veterans literally dying on VA waiting lists. A good friend of mine called because he said for the first time in his life after coming back from Iraq, he felt suicidal. He called the VA, it took him 48 hours to get a call back, and they offered him an appointment in 3 months. That's not the plan I want to force everybody to have. So don't get me wrong. Every Democrat believes that health care is a human right, that everybody in America deserves good, affordable health care. We just have a debate about how to get there, and I think competition in the system, which will bring down prices for everybody, is the right way to go.
So you think right now the government isn't able to offer good quality health care?
No, I just think it would be better if the VA actually, the VA doesn't have any competition for my business. They would be thrilled if I left. They'd be thrilled if I left. It would just be a little bit less cost for them. I want a system where healthcare plans, including the public option, actually compete for your business. The same way that FedEx and UPS compete against the Postal Service, right? The Postal Service exists to provide service for things like first-class mail that the private sector doesn't have. But I don't think if the next president came in and said, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to get rid of UPS and FedEx. We're going to put them out of business so you have fewer choices for delivering your packages. I don't think that's the way that American innovation works. And just like you have choices for delivering packages, I think you should have choices for something much more important, like delivering health care.
You've gone even further, though. Before, I know you want to hear from members, and we will in a second. But you've called it an empty promise. You've accused some of your fellow Democrats of making empty promises that it's never going to pass. Why should
No. I believe my plan will pass.
I'm talking about Medicare for all.
We can get this passed. But I do have a little bit of a difference. I was watching the great Senator Warren from my state of Massachusetts, who I'm so proud to serve with in Congress. And we do have a little bit of a difference in terms of how we would deal with the Senate. Because there's no one in this race who fought harder to win back the House of Representatives. So the 40 seats that we flipped, half of them were candidates that I directly supported, campaigned for on the ground. Many of them I actually recruited to run through my Serve America initiative. If I'm the next president, I will take that model and run it from the White House to make sure that if we do not win the Senate in 2020, we will win it back in 2022. Because there are some Republicans that you can work with, and there are some Republicans you just have to beat. And by the way, one of those candidates I supported is Amy McGrath, who is taking on Mitch McConnell right now in Kentucky to win the Senate back.
All right, we want to go to some of the member questions, Congressman. So we're going to have a live one right here. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Christina Kahn, and I work with families who have very young children with disabilities. And one of the challenges that many of them face is finding affordable housing. And I don't think that this issue is getting enough attention. What would be your plan to ensure that all families have access to affordable housing?
Well, thank you so much for your question. I have a 9-month-old daughter at home, and I also have an uncle who was born with Down syndrome. And when my uncle came home from the hospital, the doctors told my grandparents that he should go straight to an institution. And they refused. And they took care of him. My mother and her brothers and sisters took care of Uncle Andy. And when he died a few years ago, 300 people came to his funeral. That is the impact that he had on the lives of people in our community. And so I think that your daughter?
I work with families.
You work with families. Yeah. I think that those kids are going to have a great future. And we do need to do more to support them. So affordable housing is, you're right, an issue that we're not talking about enough. One of the things that we need to do is we need to get rid of these restrictive zoning laws that were actually founded with racist intentions back in the 1920s and make sure that communities can develop more dense housing, that you can live close to where you work. And these segregated communities that we have because of these zoning laws across the country become integrated communities in the future. The second thing, thank you. The second thing we need to do is we need to improve access to transportation. I live in Boston, all right, or I live outside of Boston, I should say. But Boston has a major, thank you, a little Red Sox fan there in the audience. Boston has a major affordable housing problem. And there's just not enough land in downtown Boston to build a lot more housing. But there's great housing in cities like Lynn, which I represent, which is only a 20-minute train ride from Boston. But the problem is there's only one train every hour. So we need to improve access to transportation so people can access the jobs that they want to have and the housing that they can afford. I was asked to speak out in San Francisco not too long ago as a member of Congress. And I'm one of the only members of Congress with a degree in science. I think that would be helpful if more members of Congress believed in science. And I'm also one of the youngest members of Congress. So I figured these folks in San Francisco, which is actually a tech group, wanted me to talk about technology. And so I asked them, what sort of tech do you want me to talk about? Do you want me to talk about social media, regulation? Do you want to talk about the next kind of phase of innovation? Do you want to talk about how we're protecting innovation from being stolen by China? And they said, no. We want to talk about affordable housing, because that's the crisis in San Francisco today. So thank you for standing up. Thank you for caring about this issue. And thanks for holding us accountable on the campaign trail to have a plan.
Thank you.
So, Congressman, I am going to spare you the difficult task of explaining what's wrong with the Red Sox this year. and we are going to...
You got to give everyone else a chance every once in a while.
There you go. I mean, we're going to move on to another question from a member, and this one's on video right there.
My name is Chuck Paris. I I'm a police officer in Richport, Connecticut, and president of AFSCME Local 1159. Over the last 3 years, more public safety officers and first responders took their own lives and were killed in the line of duty. Many of these tragic events were connected to PTSD and other mental health-related injuries. In Connecticut, we worked through our union, AFSCME Council 4, to pass a historic law that provides up to 1 year of workers' compensation for those diagnosed with PTSD. Some are now describing the law as a potential national standard. My question is, what would you do as president to ensure that all public safety officers and first responders have access to mental health support? And what would you do to help end the stigma which prevents so many from seeking the care they need?
That's a very personal question for me. And it's something I care deeply about. And the simple answer is I will do everything I can to end the stigma and to make sure that everybody in America gets the mental health care that they need. I decided a few months ago that if I'm applying for the top leadership position in the country, I should lead by example. And so as much as I've been an advocate for mental health care in Congress, especially for veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress, as many of my friends have, I didn't speak about it personally. And so I decided to tell my own story of dealing with and surmounting the challenge of post-traumatic stress when I came back from Iraq. And in doing so, I didn't realize this, but I apparently became the first presidential candidate in American history to tell his or her own story about mental health. And since then, I mean, I didn't know if, look, frankly, the reason why I hadn't shared it before is because I was worried about the political consequences. But since sharing that story, I can't tell you how many veterans have come up to me, how many non-veterans. A guy whose daughter died in a car crash not too long ago and said that because of hearing you tell your story, I'm going to therapy for the first time. Vietnam veterans who said, I haven't told these stories for 50 years, but now I'm talking about it and getting help. And I have the most ambitious mental health care proposal of any candidate in this race. It'll do 3 things. First, it will use veterans and active duty service members as an example and make sure that everybody gets annual mental health screenings, whether they're sick or not, just like you get an annual physical. And that will set an example for the entire country. Second, I will extend that to every high schooler in America. There are so many high schoolers right now who are dealing with mental health issues because of gun violence, because of the effects of social media, and I want to make it just totally routine. Just like you go to get a physical, just like you go to get your teeth cleaned, you should get an annual mental health screening. And you know what? If you don't have an issue, they'll just talk to you about how to be mentally stronger, like how to practice meditation, which I did for 10 minutes this morning before I came here, because that makes you stronger. And third, I would establish a nationwide 511 hotline so that everybody in America knows you can dial that line and get immediate access to a mental health professional. So you don't have to wait 48 hours or 3 months like my Marine buddy that I described earlier. So that's what we need to do to make mental health care routine, to end the stigma in America. And I've been proud to share my own story to lead this fight.
Congressman, thank you. It's time for your closing statement.
Well, thank you all so much for having me here today. You know, this past week in the debate, you saw an awful lot of candidates get up and tear each other apart, tear down the Obama legacy to try to have a viral moment to qualify for the next debate. Well, that's not the campaign that I'm running. I'm running a campaign based on the ground, listening to people like you, because you're the people who ultimately should decide who our nominee is and who the next president of the United States is. And I believe you set a great example for how we are going to bring this country together, not only to win this election, but to accomplish our vision in 2021. Because America has always met its greatest challenges through service. That's how we pulled ourselves out of the Great Depression and won World War II. That's how we sent a man to the moon and tackled civil rights, through Americans stepping up to serve their country. And that's what you do every single day. So I'm so proud to stand with you in this fight. We can reclaim patriotism. We can take patriotism back from a president who thinks that hugging the flag is what it's about, when fighting for patriotism means standing up for our values every single day. I believe in America. I believe in America, and I want everybody to believe in America so that everybody will be a part of standing up and serving our country, winning this election, and accomplishing the Democratic vision for the future. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
3 down, 16 to go, I think it is. Next up is Steve Bullock.
Hey, man, Steve.
How are you? Thanks for coming.
Good seeing you, John.
You can
Oh!
stand. You can give,
I get to actually talk at this
you can
stuff.
actually, no, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, hey, thanks so much for having me today. I come from a state where a lot of people voted for Donald Trump. Let's not kid ourselves, he will be hard to beat. Yet often in those debates, it sounds like folks are more concerned about scoring points or outdoing one another with wish list economics than making sure that Americans know we hear their voices and will help their lives. Talk is talk. I'm a former union-side labor lawyer. I'm a pro-choice, pro-union, populist Democrat that won 3 elections in a red state, not by compromising our values, but by getting stuff done. That's how we win back the places we lost. Showing up, listening, focusing on the challenges of everyday Americans. For that farmer getting hit by Trump's trade wars, or that AFSCME worker working a second job just to afford her insulin, they can't wait for revolution. The problems are in the here and now. I'm a progressive, emphasis on progress, running for president to actually get stuff done for all those folks that Washington's left behind. So great to be here with all of you today.
So, Governor, we're going to start off every one of these conversations by talking about collective bargaining, which is a big issue for everyone in this room and a lot of people watching. Some people think it should be left to the states. Nevada just did it, as you know. Should there be a federal mandate? Should Congress pass a federal bill on collective bargaining?
Yeah, and as I noted, John, former union-side labor lawyer, I represented teachers and public employees and Teamsters and IBEW. The right to organize and collectively bargain for better wages, better working conditions, I think is essential for the country. As you note, Nevada just passed it. Imagine taking that long. And Montana is one of the few states throughout the West where we're not right to work for less. Why? Because I've stopped every single attempt for that to happen. And union membership's half of what it was in the 1980s because there's been a collective attack on the right to organize and collectively bargain. And I think that there should be greater protections at the federal level. But what we've been seeing over the last 4 decades, essentially, is more corrupting money gets into our system. Imagine that there are independent contractors, twice as many now as union members. And why? Because Washington, D.C. has been following that outside money, and it's been not being able to build up what we can do in the union movement, but it's been attacked.
So that's a yes.
That would be an emphatic yes.
Okay.
But it's also more than that, too. I mean, things like card checks, sectoral bargaining, figuring out the ways to make it easier to organize and collectively bargain, not make it a lot harder.
So AFSCME represents about 85,000 corrections officers and employees. Montana currently has for-profit prisons operating in the state. What's your position on for-profit private prisons?
No, look, it is one of these where, and I started my first State of the State address when I got elected governor. I said, my name's Steve, I work for the state. Just like thousands of others, I'm getting up each day as public servants. And there is a continuing effort to privatize public services. And we know that at the end of the day, those public employees can serve better because it's also not about a profit mode at the end.
So I think that the move in Montana and other states to privatize prisons, to try to make money off of locking folks up, certainly started long before I got into office. I think in an ideal world, all of these essential public services that people rely on would be provided by public servants, not corporations most concerned about the bottom line.
So do you think that they should be banned?
Should private prisons be banned? Look, I would love to see every individual state, and as a governor, I think this is a difference too. You know, I think the Washington, it's easy just about to talk about things. As a governor, you got to actually get stuff done. I don't know that you could ban it in every state because a governor has to compete with, at times, Republican legislatures, making sure that you're having folks that actually can get stuff done to safely house people. I would love to see a world where there were no private prisons in our states or on the border, for sure. And if we could get that through, that would make a lot of sense.
So in 2018, you extended a contract for a private for-profit prison in the state. Can you tell us a little bit more about why you did that?
Yeah. And another thing that I think that that some of the realities are along the way, I work with a legislature that's 60% Republican. I have to actually get things done. And that private prison was going to be there with or without me. So what I did is said, all right, we will only extend it for 1 year, year and a half, and I expect more things out of that prison. Then let the next governor deal with actually kicking it out. But there's no way that I didn't even have the authority to terminate that
And a lot of
contract.
Republicans were upset with you, saying you were sort of a crazy liberal for making it shorter.
Yeah, this fuzzy thinking liberal that actually wants public employees to be running our prisons, not for-profit companies.
All right, let's talk about something you've said, and you said it again in your opening statement, Governor, and that is that you've essentially said many of the other folks running in this Democratic primary are practicing what you call wish list economics. Do you mean they're just saying what people want to hear, that they can't get this stuff passed, or they're just saying what, you know, a bunch of AFSCME members want to hear?
Well, I think all of the above in some respects. Look, you know, I think often Washington, D.C. really has become a place where talking about things is a substitute for doing things, where plans are written for press releases without actually recognizing how you could ever get this done. But for me, it's also policy differences, right? What I try to do is find what I believe is the best policy and then fight like hell to get it done. And it's interesting as we go through this whole discussion, like the differences in healthcare. Nobody's talking about the fact that in the last 6 weeks, Donald Trump was in federal court trying to rip health care away from everyone. Nobody's talking about the fact that actually Obamacare was the most significant step we probably took since Medicare. So build on this, make sure we can take steps, but let's not, from my perspective, and I'm only one guy running for president, but let's not turn around and say, all right, we're going to completely junk the whole system, increase taxes on everyone. Let's actually address the challenges that we have that are impacting folks here and now, not saying, all right, we're going to start all over on everything, or we're going to make plans that I do think are often just for press releases.
What needs to be fixed in Obamacare then if you want to keep it?
Access and affordability, we got to make sure, right? So we got about 25 million people that have zero coverage right now. As again, I think my legislature was about 2/3 Republican when we expanded Medicaid. We've got 18 states that haven't expanded Medicaid, in part because we don't have enough Democrats in those states, but that would cover about 15 million of the folks right there, 12 million of them. The other 12 million that don't have either additional subsidies on the exchange or automatically enrolling. What I would do is we ought to all agree that health care should be accessible and affordable. I'd start with a public option, making sure that you could buy in, and that adds competition. Look, we pay more for prescription drugs than any country in the world. We have nothing to show for it. And the biggest purchaser of prescription drugs, the federal government can't negotiate prices. I'd negotiate the prices down. Indian surprise medical billing, out-of-network charges are things that you could do to build on this. But I don't think that the best way to go forward to make sure that everybody has affordable, accessible health insurance is to disrupt about 165 million people, throw out all employer-sponsored insurance, and start all over.
All right, Governor, I know you want to hear from some of the members, and they sure want to talk to you. So let's start with the first member question.
Hi, my name is Malika Gervin-Lawson. I work for the Department of Health and Human Services. You pretty much answered the question because my question was about health care. So my question to you is, what is your plan to make quality health care right and equally available to everyone?
Yeah. Don't use the same words you used before.
If I could ever repeat the same thing. I'm not good enough at talking points, Malika, but thank you for the question, because that is, like, literally when you meet folks that are saying, I'm having to take that second job just to pay for insulin. Like, think about the fact when the VA finally got to create its own formulary, meaning they got to negotiate drug prices, saved $650 million in the first year. Like, the fight of my career has also been on corrupting influence of money in our elections, right? Before Citizens United, about 2% of all spending was by groups that don't disclose their donors. Now it's over half. You see the rules being written for who makes the most money. When Lindsey Graham literally says, we have to get this tax cut through to make our donors happy, when 44% of Americans wouldn't have $400 in the pocket, this system is rigged. Why can't we negotiate prescription drug prices? Because of the influence of money in our system. So that's one of the things that I would first fight. But we do have to look at ways to make sure, because look, we're the only industrialized country in the world where healthcare is a privilege. And we can build off of where we are with competition, a public option. When I got Medicaid expansion through, we went from 20% uninsured to 7% in Montana today. With saying, where are the real challenges that people face? And it's often the access and affordability, but you don't have to start all over to get there. And you don't have to make promises that I think are pretty darn hard to keep. You remember when Barack Obama finally got this through and he said, if you like your health plan, you can keep it. Well, when that didn't happen for some folks, you'd think the world completely fell apart. So let's actually celebrate the gains we've made, Malika, and let's build on that, and let's make sure that, because healthcare is so darn important for everybody, and it's personal to people. We all have our personal stories. I mentioned I have a 12-year-old son. He had a heart attack within 24 hours of his being born, and spent his whole first life flighted out to Salt Lake. We spent his whole first month at Primary Children's Hospital. But you know what? Because I had quality insurance, that 12-year-old son is now making me exhausted. So I don't want to begin with any premise of if people have quality insurance or health care, taking it away from them and starting all over. Let's actually build on what we have. Thanks for the question, Malika.
All right. Governor, we have another question from a member, and this one is on video.
Hi, my name is Jade Monroe, and I'm an environmental specialist with the state of Washington. From fires to floods, public service workers are on the front lines of combating the climate crisis that's already here. What will you do to make sure workers like me have the resources they need to fight the effects of climate change today? And what will you do to stop climate change from getting worse?
Yeah, and thanks for the question, Jade. Jadra? Jade from Washington State, because we in the West know it too, that like our fire seasons are 78 days longer than they were 40 years ago, right? This is one where we need to take immediate and durable steps to address climate. And from my perspective, steps that you could, scientists say we've got to be carbon neutral, net zero by 2050. I think we could do it by 2040 or even before. Rejoining the Paris Accords, because we can't do this alone. Not even the auto industry wanted to get rid of these fuel efficiency standards, right? We can take steps there, invest at the federal level in technology. But there are two things I think that Republicans, or Democrats at least, aren't talking about. One, the first George H.W. Bush, that first one, he said when he was president, we'll address the greenhouse effect with the White House effect. Meaning Republicans were saying you'd lead from the top in addressing climate. Republicans can no longer even acknowledge climate change is real because the Koch brothers, the oil companies, and everything else. So we got to limit their influence. And second, like in Montana, we doubled our wind, we quadrupled our solar. As we transition to this clean energy economy, we got to recognize that there are folks that have spent their whole life powering this country. And far too often, Democrats sound like they're part of the problem. So as we make this transition, we also have to make sure we're not leaving communities behind with worker training, with creating opportunities for better lives. We have to address this. We cannot wait another 30 or 40 years. We can take action. We need to make it in a way that it's an opportunity for our future, not just a problem.
Thank you, Governor. It's now time for your closing statement.
That quickly?
Right.
Dang! Well, hey, thanks again for having me. Look, I believe in America where everybody has a fair shot. But we got to recognize for far too many people in this country, that shot no longer exists. And for far too many communities, and often communities of color, that shot never has. So I'm running to both make sure that we can beat Donald Trump and get this economy and this democracy working for all of us. I'll go to those places where Trump won. And I'm the only one in this field that actually won a Trump state. We've got to both bring out our base and win back some of those places we lost. I'll go to those places and remind them of his empty promises. Places like where we were just in Michigan. He said, you know what? He'd have your back. Whoever cleans up this place tonight will pay more in taxes than 60 Fortune 500 companies. Because instead of having their back, he actually gave tax cuts to the wealthy and the corporations. I'll go to those places everywhere throughout, from Michigan to Montana to Iowa, and say, you know what, farmers? He said you'd be doing better. And instead, his Twitter Trump trade wars by tariffs are making life that much harder for folks. Or places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania where he lost, or we lost, where he promised them a better health care system. And you know what? He spent the last 2.5 years trying to rip health care away from each and every one of you and the rest of the folks in this country. This is going to be a tough election. We've got to be able to beat Donald Trump, win back the places we lost, but also give people a reason to vote for us, not just against him. The belief that we can make both the economy and the political system work better for you, because we're all equal, at least one day, every 2 years, and that's on election day. And as AFSCME members, as everyone else, your vote is your voice, and it's stronger than any corporation in the country. So I ask you to exercise that vote, and I'm running for president to get stuff done for all those Americans Washington has left behind. I so appreciate you having me today.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
Go the other way, but
This way? Whoa, that way.
all right, folks, our next candidate is Cory Booker.
Hello, everybody. Amanda, good to see you. John, how are you?
Hey, sir.
All right, you're still not shaving your head?
You did advise me to do that.
I did advise you to do that. Hey, everybody, I've got a minute, and I'm really looking forward to getting to your questions about policy and ideas. But can we just take a moment, first and foremost, to do two things. One is to thank AFSCME. This is what we are about. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. And we must be about organizing, which brings me to the second point. This is a test we are in right now. It's not a test about what we're against. It's a test about what we are for. It is not about who he is. The referendum in this election, the one that's going to determine whether we win or lose, is the referendum on who we are for each other, who we are to each other. How much can we stand together and let folks know that in a democracy, this is not a spectator sport. And folks sitting on the sideline, we know from past elections with turnout that that's the challenge we have. And so I tell folks all the time, this is a moral moment. Are we going to be a nation torn down by hate, or are we going to be a nation that is going to bring the light and the heat and the love and focus on each other and the values and the issues that have helped our nation overcome demagogues and hate mongers and fear mongers for so long, for so many generations? This is the time that we, the people, the organizers, have to fight to put more indivisible back into this one nation under God. Thank you. Thank you. I thought you were extending another handshake there.
We sat down. We want to start, Senator, with how we're going to start with all the candidates, and that is talk about this big AFSCME victory here in Nevada. They got collective bargaining for state employees passed, but there is some talk that this should be a federal mandate, and there is a bill that you know about, Public Service Freedom to Negotiate Act. Why is that a good idea?
So first of all, I don't know about the bill. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. And why is it important?
I fell into that one, didn't I?
Yeah, like people here who are descendants of Irish immigrants and Eastern European immigrants, and for me, African Americans, I would not be sitting here in this seat if it wasn't for the right to organize. My grandfather was a UAW worker and actually helped in the early days as secretary for that union. His organizing helped my family break out of poverty, get better wages and benefits, and get into the middle class. You know, my grandmother comes from Buxton, Iowa. That's where her family comes from, as mine workers. If it wasn't for those folks being able to organize and fight for better wages, I wouldn't be here right now. And this is the problem we have in America, is a lot of folks who came up a ladder when it had all the rungs there and all the supports there suddenly want to pull that ladder up and begin to erode the very ideals of our nation. Corporate power is growing in this country, and we have seen in states, half of our states, so many Republicans trying to undermine the ability for people to have the collective right to organize. This is a sacred ideal in our country that is under assault. If I am president of the United States, I will make sure that workers are empowered, that Janus decision from the Supreme Court, that we fight and overcome it, that the assault on unions will stop, and union power under my leadership will expand.
So as mayor of Newark, you supported charter schools, and now we have teachers in states like West Virginia fighting charter school expansions because they're afraid that they will take money or resources away from underfunded public schools. So what would you say to a public school teacher who might be leery of voting for you because of some of what you stood for in Newark?
Well, first of all, as a guy who got endorsed by my state's largest teachers union twice, folks understand that we in this nation are seeing an assault on public education that is outrageous and unacceptable. I flew out of Detroit last night. In Michigan, Republicans have written these charter schools laws in a way that I would oppose dramatically, because they're designed in a way that has no accountability, allow charters not to operate on the same level as district schools, but really are an assault on public education as we know it. What I, as a guy, and folks need to understand who I am, I'm the only person in the United States Senate that lives in a low-income inner city community. The median income in my neighborhood, where I've lived for the last 20 years, is about $14,000 per household, according to the last census. And I lived in some high-rise projects for about 10 years. And you had people there that were desperate for a good education. Our school system was under state takeover, and we just said, you know, time out. We have to have a great education for every one of our children. So when I became mayor, I had no formal authority over the schools, but I took responsibility for the problem, and I fought for my kids. I shut down bad charter schools that weren't supporting my kids, and I expanded every school that was, from magnet schools to you name it. Newark, New Jersey is now the #1 school system in all of America for beat the odds schools, high poverty to high performance. If you're a black kid in Newark, which is the majority of our kids, your chances of going to a school that beats the wealthy suburb went up almost 400%. I'm a guy that just believes that the greatest natural resource any nation has in a global knowledge-based society is not oil, gas, or coal. It's the genius of our children. And the same way that I fought for every single kid in Newark, as if they were my own, I will fight for every single kid in America to have a great public school. And let me tell you how we started in Newark. When I took over, the first thing we did, the money that we spent, and I raised even privately, the biggest amount of that money, you know where it went to? Raising teacher salary. Because we have to be a nation that doesn't drive teachers into poverty wages, but elevates that profession to where it should be. If I am president of the United States, it's the first thing I'm going to do. If hedge fund workers pay a smaller percentage of their salary in taxes then teachers, we have perverted the values of this nation. And I will make sure that teachers get a tax break and get effectively higher salaries under my
So you
leadership.
see a role maybe for charter schools, but they have to operate on a level playing
Look,
field?
I do not see a role, as coming out of Michigan, where you have these Republican schemes to privatize education, to kill the public schools. Charters right now are only 3% of our nation's schools. The next president, and I plan on being that person, must focus on empowering public education through very common sense things, raising teacher salary, fully funding special education in America, because that's one of the ways that low-income areas do. So my focus and my priorities will be public education, stopping the Republican schemes to attack education, elevating the teaching profession, and dealing with why the Department of Education on the federal level was created. Issues of equity, whether it's stopping the school-to-prison pipeline, whether it's helping to LGBTQ kids who right now 30% report missing school because of fear. We have a lot to do to make our public schools work for every one of our children, and that's my focus as President of the United States.
But Senator, charter schools are public schools, and they represent, and I know you must feel sympathy for a lot of parents across this country who are frustrated with the public education system and see charters as a way to give their kids a better education.
Oh, please don't get me wrong. If anybody wants to come after the schools in my city that are serving low-income inner-city children, they have to come through me. Because right now we have schools that are working. We have a one-in-common enrollment system. We said no school could cream. We've invited colleges in to teach, to run some of our schools, not under the charter, under the district system. I just got a text from my superintendent telling me, superintendent of the public schools, saying we have created this incredible network, constellation of high-performing schools. We've set a model in many ways for how this should work. So I'm not saying to folks who, inner city kids, I know here in Las Vegas, some people love their schools that are serving the genius of their children. What I'm saying is we need to be a country committed that parents aren't put in that anguished position where if they fight for a great public school, every neighborhood should have a great public school to serve the genius of their children. And as a president of the United States, I have the plan to make sure that happens. And it's the same way I fought for the kids that are too often left out of the equation. And we see this in rural America to urban America. You can understand, as a guy who has one of the few people in this race who's actually done something about the education problem, driven up achievement, 30% increase in graduation rates since the time I was mayor. We know how to get this done, and you need to first and foremost have a president that is focused on public education. And by the way, when I am president, we are going to make sure that the Secretary of Education has actually been someone who is taught in a public school and believes in public education.
All right, I know you want to hear from some of the members, Senator, so we have some questions for the members. We have a live one first.
Good morning. Thank you for your time, Senator. My name is Ken Edmonds, and I work in a care facility for people with developmental disabilities here in Las Vegas. I love the work that I do and the clients that I serve, but sometimes management doesn't listen to us. They don't take into account what we deal with on a daily basis when they make their decisions. As president, how will you make sure that people like us who work on the front lines are able to organize so that we can advocate for our patients?
And Ken, tell me, just describe where you work again for me one more time.
I work at a facility with individuals who have developmental and mental disabilities, and we care for them 24/7.
So let me first and foremost tell you, thank you for the work that you do. There is we don't do enough to fund overall the operations that you're doing. And you know that there are times in America where you're a parent with a special needs kids and you have these schools, and when they turn 18, all the services seem to drop off. And now that parent is stuck in this terrible situation where do they keep working their job, or they're gonna have to find a way to stop working and try to take care of that kid. What you do right now is, to me, points to what we need to do by expanding. When I talk about values like empathy, we need to have a nation that is funding the ideal of helping and empowering people with special needs and disabilities through their entire life, and making sure that if you are home, this is the insanity we have in this nation. For those people who are home right now taking care of people with special needs, like my mom lives right here in Nevada. She was taking care of my father with Parkinson's dementia. We don't value that as work in America. And under my leadership as president, I put forward a plan that says if you're staying home taking care of someone with special needs, you should qualify for the earned income tax credit that I will virtually double and get money back. So I'm sorry to pivot off your question, because I get very upset living in an inner city where I see so many folks who don't have the resources when their kids age out of a lot of the facilities. That we've got to have a nation of, look, you judge the greatness of a nation by how they treat children, how they treat elderly, how they treat people with special needs. And you want to know the truth about a nation? I know there's a lot of correctional officers. Go to prisons and look there as well. And so I want you to know, not only will I be making your job a lot better by providing a lot more of a commitment to the populations that you serve every day with love, but God bless America, man. You will have the power to organize. You will have the power to collective bargain. You will have the power to make sure that the folks closest to the problems, this is the same thing with nurses and healthcare workers. What we're doing in terms of staffing levels and other things is endangering patients in this country. So enough is enough. I will be the president that returns the power to the people so that they can not only represent what's best for living wages, retirement security, work with dignity, but the work that you're doing, the love you're giving every day, I will be focused on empowering those people too. Thank you, man.
You can't put a seatbelt on Cory Booker. He's going to get up if he wants to.
I played football in the Pac-10. I still have this post-traumatic stress where I think if I stand still, some linebacker from USC will hit me.
Exactly right. We have another question for you, but in the interest of time, you're going to have to be a little shorter in your answer.
Okay.
You promise?
As a guy who's 6'3", I can still go short.
Right. Let's listen to that question.
Good evening. I'm Susan Sheehan, and I live in Fort Edward, New York. I'm a divorced woman in my 50s, going to retire in about 6 years, paying off my son's student loans, and scraping by just barely to make ends meet. Have a great job, get paid wonderfully. I'm a laboratory operator for a nearby municipality. I'm a member of CSEA Local 1000 here in New York State, and so proud to be a union member. Will always pay my union dues and encourage everyone who has the opportunity to do the same. I'm a union activist. My question to the candidate tonight is, how is this going to get easier for me? 6 years away from retirement, and I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I've given my children a good life. I have a good life. I have a lovely home. But I'd like a nest egg. I'd like to feel like I'm getting somewhere. What's your plan to make that happen for me? Thank you.
All right, real quick, 4 things, short. Number one of the things I'm going to do for workers like that is take away these toxic Trump tax cuts, give a massive increase in the earned income tax credit, which will give 150 million Americans a pay increase, redefine work like we've already discussed. Number 2, what I'm going to do for you is make sure we have debt-free college and loan forgiveness so that you are not suffering and struggling as you are. Number 3, it's all about retirement security. All about retirement security. And I have a larger retirement plan, but one thing I want you to know is we are going to expand Social Security and make it secure by lifting the cap because it's a regressive tax. There's no reason why someone who's making $70,000 a year should be paying more of a percentage of their income in Social Security taxes than that person making $1 million a year. That's just not fair. We're changing that. And the final thing I want to say to give her more strength and security in retirement is I want her to know that as she gets in her older years, she's in her 50s, my mom now is almost 80, we have this terrible system that says if you want to retire at home or even qualify to go into a nursing home, you have to deplete your entire life savings before you go on Medicaid. That is cruel and heartless. And so as your president, I'm going to change that. I'm going to lift the income cap and the savings cap so that you don't have to put yourself in poverty just so you can live in a nursing home or retire with that kind of dignity.
Senator, thank you. It's time for you to address the members of your
closing
closing statement.
I just want to take you all to where I live. I want to say thank you, but I live in the Central Ward of Newark, New Jersey. I say I got my BA from Stanford, but I got my PhD on the streets of Newark. And Miss Virginia Jones, tenant leader in the projects I mentioned that I lived in, I still remember I'm a Yale law student, knock on her door, I'm like, hey ma'am, I'm here to help. And she looks at me like, boy, you need some help. And I'll never forget her taking me to Martin Luther King Boulevard and saying, what do you see here? And I go, what do I see? And I described the neighborhood. We had a crack house, projects, a lot of challenges. And the more I talked, the more upset she looked. And when I finished, she goes, boy, you can't help me. And she starts walking away. And I'm like confused. So I run after her and grab her from behind very respectfully and say, what are you talking about? And she goes, boy, you need to know something. The world you see outside of you is a reflection of what you have inside of you. If you only see problems in my neighborhood, that's all there's ever going to be. But if you're one of those stubborn people who every time you open your eyes, you see hope, you see opportunity, you see love, you see the face of God, then you can help me. The focus in this election is not the problem we have in the White House. The focus is us, the love we have for each other, how we can inspire and engage our true potential. He will lose this election. We will beat him, defeat him, and unseat him if we as a people recognize who we are and show love for each other, because patriotism is love of country, and you cannot love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. And that is not a sentiment. Love is sacrifice. Love is struggle. Love is organizing. Love is strength. And that is what I'm about. That's how we beat slumlords in Newark. That's how we turned around a city, not because of one leader, but because of the power of the people. If I am your leader, I'm not solving all our problems. We are, with a vision for this country that is a vision that's always about the well-being of our fellow Americans. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, after that, we have no more time for the forum. Thanks for coming. I'm kidding. Up next, everybody, the former Vice President, Joe Biden.
How are you? Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Can you give your opening statement first?
Folks, let me begin by thanking you for having me back. I spoke to you here when I was Vice President, number one. Number two, you guys are the ones that brought me to the dance when I was a county councilman. I just want to make something clear. The fact of the matter is that without AFSCME, without public employees, nothing functions. We could get rid of, I heard Corey talk about hedge fund folks. We get rid of every hedge fund manager in America and nothing would change. We get rid of public employees, we're in trouble. Everything that happens in the community depends on you. Whether it's turning on the street lights, getting someone to the hospital when 911 is dialed, making sure that there are everyone from orderlies to nurses to teachers, it all depends on you. And so I think it's time we stop apologizing to anybody for public employees. Public employees are our neighbors. You live in our neighborhoods, you take care of us. Whenever there's a crisis, you're the ones that take care of it. And day to day, you change everything for us. So it's time you have are able to organize in every single state, nationally. It's all about you being able to have your voice heard, and I'm happy to talk about these things with you.
So we wanted to start out with a question that every candidate is getting. Here in Nevada, state public employees now have the right to collectively bargain. Do you think there should be a federal law saying that every public employee around the country and the states should have that right?
Yes, I do. I've always supported collective bargaining for AFSCME and for public employees, and it's really basic. Why would you not have that right to collectively bargain? What is it that keeps that from happening? And so I think the governor did a great job here. The legislature, by the way, a majority female legislature, and they got it done. I think it should be that nationally.
Impressed with the Nevada knowledge there, Mr. Vice President, as always. So let's move on to something else.
I hear a lot.
Yeah, I remember. So let's talk a little bit about something that came up in the debates. And you said after the last one that you were surprised that some of your colleagues were going after Barack Obama more than they were Donald Trump. On the other hand, it seems to me, sir, that you want to cherry pick what you talk about that you did in the Obama administration and what you didn't. For instance, you just absolutely refused to answer when you're asked about the deportations. Talk about that.
Well, look, I think we learned a lot in the process. You know, when the president got elected, everything landed on his desk but locusts. We were about to go into a depression. No, I'm not kidding. Think about it, folks. My mother used to have an expression. She said, you know, Joey, the greatest gift God gave mankind was the ability to forget. Otherwise, women would only have one child. And that was her expression. But the point of the matter is we've forgotten just how bad things were. It took an enormous amount of time and energy just to get the Recovery Act passed. which the president asked me to manage. That was $89 billion spent in 18 months without any waste or fraud. We also found ourselves in a position where everything was falling apart internationally as well. And so the fact was that I think that what happened was the president thought, we thought at the beginning, we'd be able to get some more rational approach to the way we dealt, for example, with immigration. By the middle of the term, it was clear that wasn't going to happen, and things changed. So what did he do? He came along with the Dreamers program. He introduced a piece of legislation to provide access for the 11 million undocumented. He went on a number of other things. So I'm not cherry-picking anything. As someone once said before, I'll take all the blame if I get half the credit.
I guess what I'm wondering about with the deportations is the conversations that you had during that time. Was it agonizing if you were doing, people, there is an argument, Mr. Vice President, that people should be deported for certain reasons, which I think is what the president argued at the time, the ones who were criminals, et cetera, and whether it went too far. Did you say, hey, Barack, I think we're deporting too many people?
Look, the president, for me to go into private conversations that I had with the president.
You can paraphrase.
Well, I'll paraphrase. The paraphrase is the focus was on deporting felons. The focus was on deporting people who had committed a felony. That was the focus. It was not locking up people and separating them from their children. Matter of fact, by the time the campaign got underway, our administration got underway, we found that people coming here for asylum deserve an opportunity to be heard. They didn't have to be locked up or put anywhere. They were able to be said, here's the date you show up, and they showed up. They did not flee. The fact was that the idea that somehow we did this, comparing to what he did with what Trump did, is just, I think, absolutely off the wall. It's just not true. But there was an awful lot of discussion about immigration with the entire administration, all the cabinet members. And so, and it was moving, dealing with the issue as it moved. For example, when all those unaccompanied children were appearing at the border, well, what happened was I was in Europe trying to work on another issue for the president, and I got a call that said, Joe, come home and do something about this. Take it over. And I came home and I met with the presidents of the 3 countries that were the main sources of the immigration coming from, and we put together a $750 million plan to deal with those folks, requiring them specifically to change the circumstances in their country, whether related to policing, gangs, education, business opportunities, et cetera, and they had to get X number of dollars, you had to do a specific thing. Things began to slow down. We began to move it in a direction where the immigration slowed up. And along comes Trump, and he talks about not being able to fund it. Everybody talks about we have to have a Marshall Plan. There was a Marshall Plan, $750 million additional dollars. I would reinstate that. But my generic point was it was a movement that as we went forward, we began to make more progress. And then the administration ended.
So we've heard from some candidates who support decriminalizing unauthorized border crossings, and my understanding is that you don't support that.
I do not.
And so can you talk a little bit about why? Because we've heard that there are already these civil penalties that we'll face. Why add criminal penalties on top of that?
Well, look, it will be an invitation to come. One of the things we're trying to do is keep parents in difficult circumstances from giving their children to a coyote to take them across, whether it's 200 miles or 2,000 miles or 1,000 miles to get them to the border, because you get there, you're going to be able to get in. There's no problem. And look, I'm going to be speaking later to the Asian and Pacific Islanders folks. They have a serious dilemma they want access as well, and they should have access. But everybody has to sort of get in line. If you're coming here for the purpose of seeking asylum, you should be able to come, have your case heard in the United States, not have to be moved away like this president is trying to do. But what we should be focusing on is what are we doing about the millions of dreamers out there? What are we doing about those undocumented that are here now? What are we doing about dealing with asylum claims? What are we doing about who are we sending back and under what circumstances? So I don't think that eliminating that provision in the law that says that it's a crime to cross without authorization unless you're seeking asylum should be changed, because there's a lot of people around the world. I travel the world, whether I'm in Asia, or I'm in Africa, or in Europe, or I'm in Afghanistan. People want to say, why not me? Can I get in line? What we should be doing, and Barack and I tried to get it done, is we tried to up the total amount of immigration that was able to come to the United States of America, what legally is able to come to the United States of America. We can absorb a lot more people, but there has to be an orderly process to do it, and not one that is going to just invite people to move ahead of the line unless they're seeking asylum.
So I wanted to turn to labor. During the Obama administration, rates of unionization went down, and the big legislative priority for labor, the Employee Free Choice Act, didn't pass. I was hoping you could talk a little bit about why, and if there are any things that you think, any lessons that you learned in sort of protecting labor unions.
Well, as this outfit can tell you, I've been in labor my whole career. I have close to a perfect voting record with organized labor, and it's not labor, it's unions. You know, I can say the word union. We don't say it often enough. And but here's the deal.
Yeah, do you think Democrats have been too hesitant to talk and be pro-union?
Well, I'm not sure of that, but I am sure we lost the House of Representatives, and we lost the House of Representatives. We got it back now. Our ability to make fundamental change. This is not your father's Republican Party. This is a different deal. These guys are not traditional Republicans. These guys are right-wing folks who've taken on the mantle of the far right. And they don't represent even the Republican Party. But it used to be there was a basic bargain in the country, and it was shared by Republicans and Democrats. If, in fact, you were in a situation where you contributed to the well-being of the operation you work with, you got to share in the benefits. And when you went bad, everybody shared in the loss. But when it did well, everybody shared in the benefits. But what happened is these guys have adopted sort of a Milton Friedman notion that if, in fact, the only people who are entitled to do well are the stockholders, no one else. You notice they don't reinvest in employees. They don't reinvest in plant and equipment. They don't reinvest in job training. They went back and bought $1 trillion worth of their own stock to feather their own nest, raising about 85% of all salaries for CEOs today in the Fortune 500 come from stock options. And in fact, what's happened is that the workers are left out. And that's become the whole, and by the way, it's not just with unions. Look what's happening here. You have a situation which we dealt with our Secretary of Labor to make sure that you couldn't automatically reclassify people and deny them overtime. The reason why, by the way, you're getting more help unions from people who aren't members of unions, they're already figuring out they'd have no 40-hour week, they'd have no minimum wage, they'd have no overtime pay without unions. That was the only reason it occurred. And so what's happened? I passed on the way in here at Jimmy John's. Until I started talking about it, Jimmy John's would make you sign a non-compete agreement that you could not go to the other side of town, and these are hourly workers. Non-union, hourly workers. You could not go across town to see if you get 10 cents more working for McDonald's. It's all about suppressing wages. Last year, over $1.4 billion in overtime pay was denied 4 million workers, hourly workers, because the person who brings out the cans of spaghetti sauce to put on the shelf is able to control the person running the forklift. And now they're a manager, and they're denied overtime. It's wrong. This has been an all-out war on suppressing wages in order to increase profits for for corporations.
So was enough done to press for the Employee Free Choice Act?
Yes. Well, let me put it this way: there wasn't. We pressed and pressed. The fact of the matter is that there were other things happening as well. In my administration, look, everybody knows in our administration that I'm a labor guy. And I've been outspoken about labor. And I've been outspoken about the need to deal with it. But there are other things that were happening as well at the same time. And we did not have a Republican Congress. We didn't have a Democratic Congress to be able to get it done.
So we're going to take
but
questions.
I would.
We're going to take questions from members in a second. But a lot of people watching this now, maybe some people in this room, it's almost 10 years now, can you believe it, after Obamacare passed. And there are a lot of people, Mr. Vice President, who still don't have health care or don't have the health care that they want. That's the appeal that I think that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and others are playing into with Medicare for All. Do you still, after all these years, think Obamacare was a BFD?
I do think it was a big deal because, look, 7 presidents tried to get it done. Look how hard it was to get it done. We got it done without a single Republican vote. And by the way, we should be building on Obamacare. We should not scrap Obamacare because it's the quickest way to get to full coverage. We should make sure that we should add a Medicare option for anybody who wants to buy in. You should be able to keep your employer-based insurance if you want it. You don't have to keep it. If you don't want it, you can buy in. You can get a gold plan where you have $1,000 deductible, lower payments. We're going to increase the subsidies to be able for people to get into the plan. That's the way to build on where we are now, not to go out and try to pass quickly or even pass a $30 trillion plan. My plan costs a lot of money. It costs an additional $750 billion. But it's not $30 trillion, and we can get it done. And I'll point out one other thing. You know, when people didn't even know what Obamacare was until they started taking it away. They didn't know. I went into 24 states, campaigned for 69 candidates on health care, and guess what? I did, and I think you wrote about it. I said we're going to win back over 40 seats in the House. We did, and we took it right to the Republicans. So there's two things you do. One of the things that's changed, folks, is we're in a situation now where the American public goes, oh my God, I didn't know that's how we got this. The one thing that the President and I did disagree on, I kept saying, you got to take a victory lap, Mr. President. Let people know what we've done. We don't have time to take a victory lap. We have so many other things to do. But it wasn't until they started to take it away. Guess what? How many want to give up the fact that you're able to be in a position where there's over 100 million people with pre-existing conditions that are covered now? Kids can stay in your policy to 26 years old. 20 million more people. With a public option, anybody who qualifies for Medicaid will automatically be enrolled without any cost. Anybody who wants to buy into the plan because they don't like their employer plan or they don't like their private plan can buy in, and they can buy into a gold plan. And so, folks, this is the way to go quickly and thoroughly, and we'll get everyone covered.
I got you going, huh?
It does get me going because I tell you what, I'm against any Republican who wants to get rid of Obamacare, and I'm against any Democrat who wants to get rid of Obamacare.
Did you stop at Jimmy John's and get a cup of coffee or something?
No, I tell you what, man. I don't go to Jimmy John's.
See, that was what I was looking for. Let's hear from some members, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, you're right. I do get a little excited about this one.
Yeah. We have a live question right here.
Good morning, and thank you for all the years of service that you've given to our country.
I'm standing up so I can see you. The light's mine.
My name is Lydia Lujan Sasaki, and I'm a business manager right here at UNLV. Just like at any university, we see students every day who are worried about being saddled with debt. What is your plan to make sure students can get a college education without piling up giant student debts?
Two things. One, right off the bat, right now, the president asked me to do a study. He used to love at the State of the Union saying, Joe will do the following, And he never tell me. He thought it was really funny to give me the assignment in front of everybody, so I'd be surprised. Do a study on what the jobs of the future are. Right now, 65 out of every 100 jobs in America require something beyond a high school degree. Right now, this moment. Anybody think 12 years of education is enough to compete in the 21st century in the United States of America? So I do three things. Number one, I equip children to be able to get to the place where they are qualified. For example, I tripled the amount of my money for Title I schools and fund fully the Americans with Disabilities Act and make sure that everybody is able to have a shot. So that requires 3, 4, and 5 years old automatically have preschool education. That increases exponentially the likelihood that they'll succeed through school. In those schools, those Title I schools, I'd also make sure that they're challenged. What I really resent is the notion that because you come from a poor family, regardless of your color, you can't do as well as someone who comes from a wealthy family. Not true. Given the opportunity early to have real education, it shows that you have at least 45% of those students stay out of the drug problems, stay out of all these problems, stay out of jail, they stay in school. But when they're in school, I want to make sure these public schools, they're challenged. There's advanced placement courses in those schools. They also have everybody who wants to go on to a trade school and or a certificate and or a community college would be free, cutting in half the cost of all college education. In addition to that, if you go into public service, your debt would be, in fact, reduced. If you would not have to pay back. If you do this public service 10 years, your debt would be forgiven. And so there's a lot of ways in which we can make sure that parents don't end up, or children don't end up, with significant debt, because it's the single biggest thing holding back the millennial generation. They're not going into business. They're not buying those homes. They're not going out and buying the new automobiles because they have this student debt. And so we have, and the last thing I would do is make sure that right now, if you in fact are engaged in having to pay back your debt, if you get out of school and you have a debt and you make less than $25,000, you pay nothing with no interest until your salary increases beyond that. If and when it does increase beyond that, you're in a situation where right now you have to pay 10% of your disposable income. I cut that to 5% of your disposable income. It doesn't eliminate all debt, but it makes it significantly more manageable unless you're in public service and you wouldn't pay any of it back.
Mr. Vice President, I have a quick follow-up. You talked about the millennial generation. In January, you gave an interview, and you talked about how that you've heard from some people in the younger generation about how tough things are, and you said, I have no empathy for it. Give me a break. I was hoping you could explain that comment, and do you think that younger people today have the same opportunities that people in your generation do, or are there structural barriers where it's actually harder
Well, let me
for them?
tell you what I meant by that. I was at a university. I taught at University of Pennsylvania, University of Delaware. And I was being told things are tough, we're not going to be involved. When I did a commencement speech 3 years ago, I was told at that particular speech that just before that, the university had just done a study. And only 17%, they're the most, how can I say it, the most progressive generation, the best educated generation in American history, the most open generation, the most generous, but only 17% said they'd be willing to run for public office. And the kids raised their hand and said, I don't want to run because it's so bad. I said, give me a break. I graduated in 1968 from law school. The only two political heroes I had, Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King, were killed that semester. I come from very modest means. We lived in a three-bedroom, I wasn't poor, no up by my bootstraps, but my dad, we lived in a three-bedroom house with 4 kids, a split-level home, in a decent neighborhood with a grandpop living with us. And so we were fine, but we were technically lower middle class in terms of income. I didn't know, I'm the first senator I ever knew. I walked across that stage determined I was going to do 2 things. Number one, I was going to end that damn war in Vietnam, which was a problem. I was going to work for environmental movement, and if you go back and look, I introduced the first serious proposal for global warming back in the 80s. My point is that we got up, our generation. Prior to that, my generation, just prior to it, said, go to Haight-Ashbury, drop out, don't be involved, don't get engaged. We said, we've had enough. We have an obligation to get engaged. And y'all have an obligation to get engaged. So I make no apology. Get engaged. Be involved. Don't tell me how bad it is. Change it. Change it. Change it. My generation did. We got the Civil Rights Act passed. We moved in the women's, the whole across the board. So I just don't want to hear people telling me on a college campus, woe is me, I have all this, but I'm not going to get involved because it's bad. Come on.
Mr. Vice President, we're going over time, but Lee Saunders of AFSCME is going to kill me if I don't take another question. So I'm going to take another question, but you need to curb your penchant for volubility just for the answer to this question.
My pension? I watched your last 2 speakers, man. I'm a lower volume. Give me a break, man. Come on. Volubility. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned, man. Come on. All right, what's the question?
All right. Thank you for your service. My name is Mike Brothers, and I help citizens with disabilities enter the workforce. My question is, the current nominee to be Secretary of Labor, Eugene Scalia, seems to have a record of assisting big corporations instead of working people and retirees. When you're president, what will you look for as a nominee in the Labor Secretary?
By the way, if I were still a senator, I would not vote for him. He should not be there, number one. Number two, what I look for in a labor secretary is someone with a heart and a head and knowledge. And that means I would go into the labor movement, and I really have, not a joke. If any of you know me, I've been involved with the labor movement my entire life. And here, I'm not, I would go to people who know what it's like, what is at stake, what is needed, and whether or not it's a labor leader or a labor lawyer or a professor who has written extensively about the need for organized labor to be involved, look, everybody out there understands that we don't need another corporate stooge holding up, I shouldn't say it that way. We don't need another corporate crony who is out there dealing with the kinds of things that affect people's lives. You guys get it. You get it. And I really mean it. And one thing I'd like to say to you all in closing and to this question. You know, we have become a society where, I know I've been saying it ever since Charlottesville, we have to restore the soul of the country, man. We really do. My dad used to say, a job, Joey, is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. We don't do that anymore. The moral fabric of this country is being ripped. I mean, it really is. Societal values are being trashed. And we have an obligation to change it. You all are the ones that are out there touching people, taking care of people. You know, when someone gets in, I remember when they put me in the ambulance, it was somebody there holding my hand. I remember when my kids were, trapped in a car after their mother and daughter were killed. My daughter was killed, and the jaws of life. People spent 3 hours getting them out. But I remember the orderlies at the hospital who came in and touched them, kissed them. They were 4 and 5 years old. I told them it's going to be okay. I remember, I watched my son, and many of you have gone through this without the help I've had. Watch my son come home from Iraq after being a decorated hero with stage 4 glioblastoma, given only months to live. And I watched how the docs would come in and say, you got to do this, and the nurse would say, no, not now, doctor. I'm serious, I'm deadly earnest. Not now. If there are any angels in heaven, they're all male and female nurses. The single most underrated profession in America. And so, but here's the deal. Think about it. We all have these cell phones, all right? I think what's happened is we've sort of become less communicative. How many of you, when you left the hotel you stayed tonight, did what I did, walk down and found the woman who's cleaning, or the man who's cleaning the room and say thanks? Go out of your way. How many people walk behind the counter, and when you go in a restaurant and you're walking out and you stick your head and say to the chef, thanks? How many, we don't do it enough. We don't let people know. Look, everybody wants to know what they do is understood and appreciated. They're not looking for a great pat in the back. They just want to have some idea. And so, folks, we all have to reach out a little bit, because we got to bring it back together. It matters. It matters, it matters. And that teacher who convinces a kid to read the first book, it's all, and this moderator is going to throw me off the stage any second now. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
But thanks for what you do. Thank you all for what you do.
Thanks for coming.
We have to cut your clothing. We're getting yelled at. Thank you.
Thanks. Folks, look. Remember who you are. Folks, as bad as things are, we are better positioned to own the 21st century than any time in our history. I've never been more optimistic. We just got to pick our heads up. Remember who in the hell we are. This is the United States of America. There's never been a single solitary thing we've set our mind to that we haven't been able to do if we've done it together. So get up and remember who we are. This is the United States of America. We can do anything. Don't be depressed. We can do this. Anyway, I'm out of here.
Thank you.
You have defeated Cory Booker in speaking time.
Pardon me?
You have defeated Cory Booker in speaking time.
All right.
You can leave. I have to tell everybody real quickly just something for this room. This is my dream when I was on TV. My IFB, the thing in my ear, is not working, so I can't hear them yelling at me to get to the next candidate.
But I can.
So I apologize for letting that go a little bit long. But we do want to bring up our next candidate. Marianne Williamson is here.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Me too.
Thank for coming.
Nice to meet
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
You can do 1 minute.
I grew up at a time when labor was seen? Nothing not on? How about now? Maybe they forgot to turn.
See, the establishment is out to get her. What do you know?
There you go.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, AFSCME. Thank you very much. Thank you. I grew up at a time when labor was seen very differently in this country. It was not seen as just one more competing interest. It was seen as the pillar of the United States economy. I grew up in a home where if you crossed a picket line, don't even think about coming home. I grew up in a home where the word scab was just a little bit, I don't know, was it better or was it worse than a bank robber? But I see an America today in which you see picket lines, and you might say to somebody, well, we can't go there, that's a picket line. And people almost glaze over like they go, like, yeah. We have to talk about this, ladies and gentlemen, because a doctor cannot adequately prescribe the medicine unless and until the doctor adequately understands the disease. We have to understand why labor is under attack. We have to understand what happened 40 years ago. We have to understand that before what happened 40 years ago, the American corporation was expected to care. If somebody had worked for the corporation for decades, the corporation was expected to care whether or not they have a dignified retirement. But 40 years ago, this country adopted a virulent form, a virulent strain of capitalism. A capitalism which requires cheap labor in order to thrive. And so as much as we might talk about all the things that other candidates are talking about, with which I agree, having to do with healthcare, having to do with pensions, etc., we have to understand there is a war on the poor in America. We have accepted, we have acquiesced to, and we have unfortunately become almost tyrannized economically by a form of capitalism which does not proactively wish for labor to thrive, and there is a reason for that. There is an attack on the rights of labor because we have transitioned into what is basically an aristocratic, oligarchic corporatocracy in which great economic opportunity is deemed to belong only to a few people. Until we as Democrats name that and see it for the war that it is, we will always be fighting for you. Oh, pretty please, Mr. Corporate Leader, pretty please, could we have pension? Pretty please, could we have health care? Pretty please, could we have $15 an hour? No, we need to say, this is America. We all get to thrive here.
Wait, we'd love to
And for that, you need labor. For that, you need the dignity of labor. You need to see more than it is an assault on labor. It is an assault on dignity. It is an assault on the right of people to thrive. And that is what the American dream is, that all of us get to thrive here. And so because I see this within the larger context of what's really going on in America, you can trust I'll have your back in a way that few people would. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we wanted to ask you a question that we've been asking every candidate,
Yes.
which is, here in Nevada, public employees have collective bargaining rights. Should there be a federal law ensuring that right for everyone, no matter what state they're in?
Absolutely there should be, and this is a perfect example. One of the ways the corporatist agenda effectuates its plans is by leaving things to the state, so that in every state we're fighting. This state has to fight, this state has to fight. It's a way that you weaken the movement. So of course there should be a federal law, a federal mandate. Anyone should be able to collectively bargain. When people cannot collectively bargain, they are disempowered. That's what all of this is about, ladies and gentlemen. It's about power. And we must assume our power and refuse to give one more inch away.
So let me pivot off of that. And if you talk about what the corporatists want, and they want you to have to fight state by state, where do you draw the line on that? I mean, if you think collective bargaining should be mandated from the federal level, should there be nothing left to the states then?
No, Alexander Hamilton said states are the laboratories of reform. There are aspects and places in which things being left to the states and the power of decentralization is an extremely important American principle. We are the United States of America. No, I think that there are places and situations even in terms of something like the environment. Environmentalists in California know more about what's happening with the fires in California than an environmentalist necessarily at the EPA does. Same with people who are close to the ground, who understand the flood situation in Iowa and so forth. No, there are many situations in which, that balance, that yin and yang, as it were, is extremely important, and I respect it, but not when it comes to collective bargaining.
It's interesting. One of the things you've talked about, as Elizabeth Warren has talked about plans and others have talked about plans, is you don't want to talk about plans. Well, you can correct me in a second. That's fine. But I guess people are looking for more specifics from what a Marianne Williamson administration would look like. We understand the overall concepts, and you just articulated them there in your very long opening statement. By the way, we're penalizing you for that.
I apologize.
So can you give us some specifics of what some of your plans might be once the Williamson administration starts?
Well, first of all, please, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I'm sorry that I took too long. Obviously, you have to have plans. Obviously, a country must have plans and policies, and anybody who looks at my website, marianne2020.com, and this was true from the very, very beginning of my announcing my campaign, which was very early, I'm filled with policies and filled with plans. My conversation at the debates, which is what I assume you're referring to, has had to do with what I believe it will take to defeat President Trump. That if all we do is talk about plans, because the part of the brain that intellectually analyzes an issue is literally not the same part of the brain that decides who to vote for. So there are so many issues, and labor would be an example, where America is actually a fairly progressive country. Poll after poll after poll on the issues, we tend left. And yet too many times the votes have come down in a way that empowered plans and policies that went against those. That's all that I'm talking about. I'm a progressive Democrat. I'm a left-wing Democrat. So many of the things that I've heard my fellow candidates talking about here today. I want the rise in the $15 an hour minimum to a $15 an hour minimum wage. I want to repeal the 2017 tax cut that gave 83 cents of every dollar to the very richest among us. I want to put back in the middle class tax cut. I want to close the corporate subsidies. Why did we give $26 billion alone in subsidies to the fossil fuel companies last year, when we have millions of American children who go to schools every day, in schools that do not even have the adequate school supplies with which to teach a child to read? And if a child cannot learn to read by the age of 8, the chances of high school graduation are drastically diminished, and the chances of incarceration are drastically increased. We have about 13 million hungry, food insecure children alone in this country. We have elementary school children in this country who go to school asking the teacher, "Do you have any food that I could eat?" And yet we have an economic system now bolstered by such a corrupted political system that our policies do more to advocate for short-term profits for these huge multinational corporate entities than it does to advocate for us. I have plenty of plans. I get what's happening. It was bad public policy that created all that, and good public policy will dismantle all that.
So you mentioned that you support a lot of the progressive policies that the other candidates do. So why should voters believe, though, that supporting policies is one thing, but getting them turned into reality is another thing? So why should voters believe that you would be more able to turn these into a reality? You don't have experience working with Congress and understanding the ins and outs there and what it takes to get some of these lawmakers on board. So why should voters think that you would be better able to do this?
There's a Wizard of Oz element here, that there's something going on behind the curtain. And we can't possibly understand all the magic of what.
I don't think that's true, but you still need 60 votes in the Senate to get things through the Senate.
Pardon?
You still need, for a lot of things, 60 votes in the Senate.
Of course you do, ma'am. All I'm saying is that there is a suggestion that only those who have been in office can do that technical work. My main partner is the American people. That is one of the reasons why I can get this done. Because I speak from people hear you on the level that you speak from. I'm old enough and discerning enough, and if I may say so, I believe articulate enough, that I can lay it down for people what has happened in this country in a way that makes them wake up, because until the American people wake up, none of this will fundamentally change.
And you think that'll be enough to convince lawmakers to get on board, even though there are a lot of things the public now supports that still can't get through Congress?
Well, listen, any Democrat who wins, if Mitch McConnell is still the place he's in now, is going to be tough for any Democrat. But you know what? Part of the power that we need in this country is letting the cat out of the bag. What we need is for enough people to understand what has occurred. Now, if I'm president, if you elect me president of the United States, clearly I would wish for my vice president, for instance, to be someone who was very well adept at the actual workings of Washington. I think people would expect that and want that, and I would want that. However, Franklin Roosevelt, if ever there was a friend of labor, a friend of the working man or woman, well, he wasn't so much a friend of the working woman at the time, but he was certainly a friend of the worker. He said that the administrative aspect of the presidency is secondary. He said the primary role of the presidency is moral leadership. And that is what I feel I bring. We need a political vision right now, even more than we need a political technocrat.
So it's Williamson Biden? Is that what you're saying? That's the kind of person?
I
I'm kidding.
have some ideas in my head.
So we're gonna go
and
to
also
some...
Secretary of Labor, which someone mentioned, Mr. Scalia, is a proactive enemy of labor.
Okay, let's talk to some friends of labor here. We have a live question from a member.
Hello, Ms. Williamson. My name is Richard Zemke, and first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for bringing humanism to a national stage. Thank you very much. Thanks. I got rid of my question, so I just want to speak frank with you. So I'm a welfare eligibility worker, and I work outside of an office. I actually go into the areas that you would probably have the most interest in: mental health crisis units, prisons, health departments, hospitals, and find where these other community partners coordinate with us to actually make a difference in eligibility in terms of making sure that they can have and receive Medicaid if they're based on their eligibility. So my question is for you today is, I've been with AFSCME for a long time, and we have benefits with health insurance and so on and so forth. But my question is that my family and families of many others, if our family have struggles with, let's say they need to see a specialist, we have to pay a certain amount of that. But the problem is that the wages and benefits that we do have put us into a debt cycle. In other words, a $75 copay every week can be burdensome to us. So what would you do in your administration to help public service employees that might not have that coverage to where that $75 is paid out of pocket? What would you do?
The reason we need a Medicare for All plan, the reason we need universal basic income, the reason we need the $15 an hour minimum wage, the reason we need all of these changes is because you are an American citizen, and you should not live in such an emotionally and psychologically debilitated state, which is a consequence of the fact that you are so economically squeezed, which is a consequence of the fact that for 40 years we have been effectuating a transfer of wealth, which where I come from is called theft of the major resources of the U.S. Treasury into the hands of a very few people. So I could tell you, oh, we're going to have these mental health, all these different policy things. We're going to have the mental health available, and we're going to have the universal health, and you're going to have, it's more than that. Because if that's all we do, then let's say we win. Those same forces will be back in 22, and they'll rip it from you, or they'll be back in 24. That's why I'm saying, first of all, we need to awaken. You were talking about mental health. I'll tell you the mental health crisis that the American people are putting up with this. That is the mental health crisis. And until we fundamentally get that, even if we elect a president who wants to make it better for you, we will not have the political force to understand why. I want to make it better for you because you have dreams. Because on the other side of all this worry that you have about how will I get it and what will I do with the copay, and I can't afford the copay, and I'm at a subsistence, that debilitates people. It psychologically and emotionally has put millions and millions of American people like this. The American people should be like that. We should be soaring. We should be happy at work. You shouldn't just be working. You should be at a job you like. You should be happy to go to work. You should be an employer that's happy and an employee that's happy. In other words, all public policy should help people thrive. And so it's not just yours, and it's not just healthcare, and it's not just mental health or any other particular symptom. It's watering the roots of this situation and returning public policy to advocacy for the people of the United States of America.
So we'd like to now go to a video question, and we don't have a lot of time, so we'll try to get to it. Please keep
I'm
your
sorry,
answer short.
It's all right.
My question is for Mary Ann Williamson. My name is Charlotte Giving, and I'm an LPN at Anoka Metro Treatment Center in Minnesota. There's been confusion on your position on vaccines. That's not something people should be confused about. As a nurse, I can tell you that even taking a position like I think vaccines work, but it should be an individual choice, might sound politically popular, but it is dangerous. It can lead to outbreaks and deaths in our community. So once and for all, from a nurse, what is your position on vaccines?
Thank you. I actually never said vaccines work, but it should be an individual choice. That is not what I have said. Vaccines work. That has never been my issue. We also, however, have an opioid addiction problem in this country. And right now, attorney generals all over this country are indicting pharmaceutical company executives for the role that we now know they played in the opioid crisis. And the role they played was the over-manufacture, over-sale, over-marketing of painkillers. Of course we need painkillers, but what Big Pharma has done is put
Do you
their...
think vaccines are the equivalent of the opioid crisis?
What I am saying is that I do believe it is ridiculous for any of us, or at least naive, to believe that Big Pharma, which on one hand has proven that they have put money before people in one area, I believe that we should have in all areas that Big Pharma are part of, legitimate and responsible regulatory oversight by the U.S.
So something
government.
like the measles vaccine, do you think that's problematic?
Measles, anytime there is a medical intervention, there is both risk and benefit. And of course, the government policy must come down on the side of the public health in something like that.
They should mandate them then, right? It's okay that school districts and other governments mandate vaccines.
In something like a public health crisis such as measles. But overall, I want more. Right now, Big Pharma pays for 75% of drug review. And I want the United States government, through the FDA, to have complete independent oversight of all drug review. Rather, in 1986, when we passed the vaccine immunity law, since then, sir, there has been $4 billion paid in vaccine injury claims. I just want, it's not that I'm anti-vaccine, I am pro-vaccine.
I mean, measles wasn't a public health crisis until people started opting out of the vaccine.
That's absolutely not true, because if you look at the rise in chronic illness, there are all kinds of questions about all kinds of policies. So that's not necessary.
So we do have to wrap up, I'm sorry, but
Yes, sir.
just a simple yes or no question. Do you think that school districts should be able to say to parents, you need to get your kid vaccinated or you can't come to school?
I am fine with that. And when I am President of the United States, we will have far more independent research having to do with the amount of vaccines, having to do with the bundling, and none of that research will be paid for by Big Pharma.
Okay, you're ready for your closing statement. You can give a 1 minute closing statement.
Okay, I only have 1 minute. I believe that the labor movement in the United States is a pillar not only of a democratic ideal, it is a pillar of all that is the evolutionary impulse moving forward for the United States of America. And that is that we realize that labor, and not only people who work, mothers labor, all of us labor, that which makes us wake up in the morning and not only know who we are, but what we are here to do. The idea that we could go to sleep at night knowing I did something that contributed, I did something that was good, and the society did good on you. None of us should wake up in the morning, labor in some way, and feel that the U.S. government was actually thwarting us, or that our employees or the management were capping our dreams. I want an economy in which every American is able to feel like spreading your wings and becoming everything that you are and becoming as strong as possible so that you can go home and your kids look at you and they have respect, and your spouse looks at you and they have respect, and your community has respect, and most importantly, you look in the mirror and you have respect, and your employees have respect and your employers have respect. That is how we will create peace. That is how we will create prosperity. I believe in an economic system in which you help people thrive. They will create, they will produce, they will be happier at work, and everybody will have more money. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank
Our
you
pleasure
so
meeting
much.
you. Go out
Thank
this-
you.
You go out this way. Or not. All right, folks, it's almost lunchtime. A couple more candidates. Coming next, Beto O'Rourke.
Hey.
Hi.
Morning.
Pleasure.
Morning.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for
coming.
having me out. Buenos dias. I've got to share something with you that I just learned on my way out here to see you. In my hometown of El Paso, Texas, there is right now an active shooter or shooters at the Cielo Vista Mall. And we've heard some initial reports of very high number of people who have been injured right now. And so I just, I'm thinking about El Paso. I want you to be thinking about El Paso as well. And just as I got the news, I called my wife, Amy, to talk to her. She's driving with my daughter, Molly, and to talk to her. Just a real reminder of what's most important at the end of the day for all of us. And just that, any illusion that we had that progress is inevitable or the change that we need is going to come of its own accord, shattered in moments like these. And that it is upon every single one of us. There is no luxury in this democracy of sitting this one out. Whether it is gun violence, whether it is many of the issues that we discussed today about economic inclusion and the right to organize, whether it's the ability to see a healthcare provider, whether it's confronting the fact that we've got kids in cages on the US-Mexico border. In a democracy, this is not the decision of one person, no matter how much power he may have. It is on every single one of us to make this right. And so I just wanted to tell you, I'm grateful to be here with you, grateful to be in this work with you. And to the people of El Paso, any of you who are here today or who are out there right now, we are thinking about you, and we want to make this better going forward. Thank you all for having us out. Yeah.
Congressman, I'm sorry to hear that. It's terrible news, and I want to give you a chance in a second to talk about maybe gun safety and what you can do as president, what we should be doing. But I first just want to get out of the way the question we've been asking all the candidates, which is about Nevada having just passed this law to allow state workers to collectively bargain. Should that be a federal mandate? Should there be a law passed through Congress?
Yes, and I think we also have to talk about how we got here. In the wake of the Janus decision, we could have submitted to that, accepted our future, our fate, our fortune, decided by the Supreme Court and reinforced by this administration every day. But Lee Saunders and AFSCME got after it, got out there, listened to members and non-members alike, and in the wake of Janus, increased membership. In the wake of Janus, Nevada, through Governor Sisolak and the extraordinary Assembly and Senate here, was able to increase the bargaining power of 20,000 state employees. This is a great example, not just for AFSCME, not just for Nevada, but for the United States of America. And that will serve as my inspiration for making sure that we extend this to all public service workers across this country.
So I wanted to ask you a little bit more about gun violence now, obviously. You served in Congress, you understand how hard it is to get things through. But, right now the local reports are that more than a dozen people have been shot. We thought after Sandy Hook that the government would finally take action. So, what is it going to take, and how, as president, would you prioritize this, and what would you do to finally make something happen?
We have to find some reason for optimism and hope, or else we consign ourselves to a future where nearly 40,000 people a year will lose their lives to gun violence, and I cannot accept that. My cause for optimism comes from young people like those in Florida who, in the wake of the Parkland shootings, helped to actually change the laws in that state. We're not where we want to be yet, but we've made progress owing to them. Those students who have led the marches for all of our lives, those moms who demand action all over the country, they're meeting this challenge with the urgency that it demands, and it really is owing to them that you had the House of Representatives pass universal background checks, close many, if not all, of those loopholes, and it will be that public pressure that forms the political will that will ultimately force the Senate to do the right thing. In my reading of American history, any significant change, we just celebrated the 55th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. I'm a Texan, so I'm grateful to Lyndon Baines Johnson and the members of the House and Senate who voted for it, but it was those kids in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963 who faced fire hoses, more than 1,200 of them arrested on the first day of that children's crusade, who galvanized the public conscience and forced this country finally to act. I think it's that same kind of direct action and urgency and nonviolent, in some cases civil disobedience, that is going to force this country to do the right thing. Universal background checks, a stop to all sales of weapons of wars. Some initial reports was that it was a military-style weapon used or weapons used at Cielo Vista Mall. Keep that shit on the battlefield. Do not bring it into our communities. I don't want to see it in our malls or in our schools or in our churches or in our synagogues. And you know, I believe in this country. I believe at the end of the day, we're going to be able to get this done. But it's going to be because of those people who force it to get done. And right now, it's those young people, it's those moms, it's the folks who just will not take it anymore.
As you know, Congressman, just a few miles away from here was the biggest mass shooting event in the history of this country. And while a lot of people might say there's reason for, you have to have optimism, and you can't just give up on an issue like that. I don't know how you would have stopped that guy from getting the gun. Maybe the outlying bump stocks, which they did here.
Right.
I think the real question is, you hear everyone say, "Oh, I respect the Second Amendment, but," right, and that sets off the alarm bells. Where do you draw the lines? You say weapons of war. Some people are going to disagree even on what weapons of war are.
Yeah.
So that's it. The details matter in this debate, don't they?
Yeah, the details matter. You could say, I respect the Second Amendment, and you don't have to say but, you could say and. I also think that we should be able to guarantee the life, the well-being, the safety and security of our fellow Americans. And I don't think that those two things are mutually exclusive. And I also don't think this has to be defined based on geography or partisanship or who you voted for president last year. And I know that because we traveled every single one of the 254 counties of Texas, and in that very proud gun-owning and gun-using and Second Amendment defending state, I heard Republicans and gun owners alike talk about these issues as well from a common sense perspective. Town Hall in Brownwood, Texas, this woman stands up and she says, "I'm an independent." And my mom, who is a lifelong Republican, said, "That's code for Republican." She says, I was born on a ranch just outside of Brownwood, and I was born with a .22 in my hands. But what I want to know, Beto, is whether you are going to stand up for my grandkids or you're going to stand up for the NRA. She understands that the gun lobby has purchased not just influence, not just access, but outcomes. The complicity of members of Congress who literally stopped the Centers for Disease Control from even studying gun violence in the first place, lest they find the answers to the questions that have been posed. So I think the political will is actually there. We just need people in positions of public trust in leadership to listen to human beings, not corporations or special interests or political action committees. That's why I do not take PAC money or help from lobbyists or corporations, and have not taken PAC money for more than 5 years.
And also, mass shootings get quite a bit of attention, but in rural areas, there's an epidemic of suicide by gunshots. And I was just wondering, obviously mental health access in rural areas is an issue, but it seems that people who also commit suicide have more access to guns because they own them. It tends to be men. I mean, is there an issue of just simply having too much access to guns, even if they can be obtained legally?
The short answer is yes. It's why I also support red flag laws. If somebody is displaying a tendency towards harming themselves or harming somebody in their life or in your life, I want there to be a legal due process to be able to stop them before it is too late. How many teachers have we listened to after one of these school shootings who said, I knew there was a problem with this person, but my hands were tied. There was nothing I could do. Or very often that person was reported to law enforcement locally and sometimes even to the Federal Bureau of Investigation with no ability to stop that person before they harm or kill someone else or hurt themselves. So that's the first step. Second is, let's ensure that mental health care is available to everyone, not as a matter of fate or luck or circumstance, but a human right. In Texas, check this out, state of 28 million people, #1 provider of mental health care services is the county jail system. Largest inpatient provider of mental health care services, the Harris County Jail in Houston, Texas. People getting locked up on purpose to treat their schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or clinical depression. I think universal, guaranteed, high-quality health care, no copay to see a psychiatrist, psychologist, social worker, therapist is a big part of the solution to this challenge.
So we didn't plan on talking about this, obviously, but it is such an important issue. I'm sorry for the reason that we had to talk about, but I'm sure everybody out here cares about it as much as they care about any other issue. And we want to find out a little bit more about what they care about, Congressman. So let's hear from our first member question.
Morning.
Good morning.
God bless the people of El Paso.
Thank you.
I'm Gordon Milden. I'm parole and probation specialist with the Department of Public Safety, and to talk about a less serious subject, we just recently got collective bargaining within the past couple of months for state workers, and because of that, I'll have an opportunity to have a say in the working conditions where I work at. But I keep hearing a lot of people who I work with saying that unions are quaint, old-fashioned, not really applicable to today's society. I was wondering, what do you think about that?
Gordon, thanks for the question and thanks for your work and your advocacy. I think the answer to that is to ensure that we don't just deliver this message here at AFSCME or before SEIU or any labor union in the country. The case really has to be made to every American who does not belong to a union to ensure that they understand that the benefits accrue not just to unions or their members, but to this country. How did we create the largest middle class at the time in the world? How did we pull the United States out of the greatest depression that we had ever seen to make this the greatest power the world has ever known? Unions were central to that, and that benefited not just the members of those unions, but everybody else. Joe Tejas, who is the president of the firefighters in El Paso, Texas, when I was on the city council, he made the case to me that what we are arguing for right now in terms of pay and benefits and safety in the stations, out on the engines, and at those fires that we were fighting, or those people to whom we are delivering life-saving medical help, that's good not just for us, it's great for this country. Your insurance rates are down because our response times are up. We're saving more lives in this community. A stronger public safety unit here in El Paso is great for the 1 million people that we want to serve in this community. When I was on the House Veterans Affairs Committee, making the case that those AFGE members were doing well, not just for themselves, but delivering better care for veterans. And I could point to specific examples, ensuring that we did a better job on substance abuse treatment, and then coordinating that with mental health care provision was saving lives at the VA. Ultimate beneficiary, not the AFGE member, but the veteran. So as president, let's make that case not just to members of unions, but to everyone in this country, 320 million strong. Thank you, Gordon. Appreciate it.
All right, we're short on time here, Congressman, so not that I'm saying anything about how long your next answer should be, but I am.
Gotcha.
So let's look at that next question.
Hello, I'm Susan Rowe, and I'm a registered nurse for the state of Iowa. 2 years ago in my state, anti-worker legislators passed a law that essentially took away almost all of my rights as a public employee, and as a union member. As president, would you support the Public Employee Freedom to Negotiate Act?
So you
we
already
already-
answered that for us. So
Thank you, Susan.
we preempted Susan's question. So, I guess, in the minute we have remaining, do you think that Democrats have shied away too much from being pro-union and talking about unions, and would you do something differently as president?
Yes, in short, and following up on Gordon's question, I think it's just so critical that we make the case to the country about why this is great for the country. I'll give you an example. I was recently in Iowa and listening to public educators and school teachers there. In 2017, that state passed a law signed by their governor that removed their right to organize and collectively bargain. And what has happened is an exodus of school teachers from Iowa to Minnesota, which has enjoyed a bumper crop of physics teachers and kindergarten teachers, paid for in part by the taxpayers of Iowa. And so what we're hearing is Democrats, independents, and Republicans who are coming to the realization that the ability to organize and collectively bargain was good, not just for those school teachers, but for the kids in their classroom. Unless we have a president who can compellingly make that case to the country, we will continue to see the diminishment of unions in America, and by extension, the diminishment of America at large.
So go ahead, Congressman. You have 1 minute to wrap up. You can deliver a closing statement if you'd like.
Thank you so much. AFSCME, President Saunders, to our hosts here today, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to join you, to be able to speak to you, and most importantly, to be able to answer your questions. I want you to know that last year and the year before that, I traveled to each one of the 254 counties of Texas, a state that was written off as too red to be competitive for a Democrat, a state that had ranked 50th in voter turnout, not by accident, but by design. And in that state, by going everywhere, showing up with the courage of our convictions, a bold, progressive message, including everyone in the solution, saying, no me importa your party affiliation, your geography, or any difference. We won more votes than any Democrat had in the history of the state. We won independence for the first time in decades, and we won nearly 500,000 Republicans. That kind of movement that brings everyone in is what it's going to take to defeat Donald Trump and what it's going to take to bring this very divided country back together again. I would love to have your help in order to do it. Thank you for having us out here today. Gracias. Y las agradezco. Nos vemos. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
You can go off this
Yeah.
way.
Bye-bye.
And next we have Tom Steyer joining us on stage.
Hey guys. Amanda, let me just start.
Yep, 1 minute.
So my name's Tom Steyer, and I want to give you some history on my relationship with labor. 10 years ago, for the last 10 years, I've been organizing coalitions of ordinary American citizens against unchecked corporate power. And my first and best partner has always been organized labor. 10 years ago, we took on oil companies in California. People said we could never beat them. We got 70% of the vote and beat them. In 2012, there were two propositions. There was Prop 32, which was an attempt to take away the rights of working people to organize politically. And I was running a proposition to close a $1 billion corporate tax loophole and give the money to fix up schools. We ran the two propositions together. I gave $500,000 personally to defeat Prop 32. We won both of them. And that was one more step forward together. In 2016, I was recruited by labor to co-chair a proposition in California to have a $2 a pack tax put on cigarettes and give the money to Medi-Cal. The tobacco companies had won 17 times in a row. We got 60% of the vote and won again. In addition, For Our Future, which is an organization of national labor unions to go door to door in the swing states, has one partner that's not a union, and it's my organization, Next Gen America. Lee Saunders, in particular, has been a leader in that. And if you look at what happened, we knocked on 15 million doors together in 7 swing states in 2016. We knocked on 10 million doors together in 2018. Nevada, the state we're in, has been one of the focuses. When we started in 2016, it had a Republican legislature and a Republican governor. In 2018, we flipped both of those things. And in 2019, what you've seen is a change in the minimum wage from $7.50 to $12. You've seen the passage of legislation to protect equal earning rights for women in the same jobs. And you've seen the right of state workers to organize in the state of Nevada as a result of those wins in 2018. My first and best partner in organizing around the United States in direct democracy and door-to-door has always been organized labor. It will always be organized labor, and that will never change. Thank you.
So you are going to get the same question we have been asking every other candidate first. Do you believe that state public employees nationwide should have the rights that Nevada employees do, which is collective bargaining rights?
Absolutely. Unequivocally, yes.
Great.
So, by the way, Mr. Steyer, I did not know until that moment that you were taking credit for all of the Democratic victories here in 20.
Well,
I'm kidding.
So John is an old friend. And actually, in Nevada in 2018, we went door to door with For Our Future. We organized on our own in 10 campuses to turn out young people under 30 to more than double the turnout of that population. And we ran a pro-clean energy proposition on the ballot with the support of the AFL-CIO that also won. We were all over Nevada, as John Ralston knows, in 2018.
I should have realized that if I would give you a little ribbing like that, you'd take it even further. All right. Let's go to the serious topic here. You're an outsider by any definition of compared to most of the people who are running. But a lot of these people, and Amanda and I have talked to some of the others about this, they have experience in getting things done in Washington. The last time that a guy ran saying we need to elect an outsider, a business guy, how'd that turn out?
Well, he's a terrible guy. And in fact, if you'll notice, I've collected more than 8 million signatures to impeach and throw him out of office as fast as possible. So let me say this. But that awful guy was making a point that's true, which is this government is broken. There's been a hostile corporate takeover of our federal government. And until we break that stranglehold on our government and get back to of, by, and for the people, we're not going to get any of the policies that we want. And my argument is to do that, we need grassroots energy. And an outsider like me, who's been doing it together with the people in this room, beating corporations for 10 years directly to go into Washington and make that change. I ask you, do you really think it's going to be a Washington insider who's been there for decades, or is it going to be grassroots energy and the people of the United States insisting on a change?
But let me just ask you a quick follow-up on that,
Yes.
Mr. Steyer. Why should the union folks in this room and watching on the live stream trust a hedge fund guy to look out for their interests?
Look, for 10 years, if you look around the United States and see who's been leading directly in this fight, honestly, we have beat these people consistently. It's not just the oil companies who we've beat. We beat them in Nevada. We beat them in California. We have beaten the drug companies. We've beaten the tobacco companies. We have taken these people on. I know these people. Look, I worked as an investor for a long time. I gave up that job. I gave up my business. I took the giving pledge to give my money to good causes. And I've been organizing coalitions of Americans because this is the job. The job is to take back the government. If we take back the government, we'll get health care for all. We'll get quality public education, pre-K through college, with skills training ongoing for your life. We'll get a living wage. We'll get clean air and clean water. But if we don't take back the government, All those promises, all those theories are just that. They're just ideas. You can look and see. We haven't gotten them in the past. There's a reason. And this isn't a policy discussion right now. This is a question of how are you going to get it done? My argument, John, is I've been getting it done with the people in this room for 10 years successfully.
So you've been very generous in donating your money over the years to liberal causes. But do you believe that the tax system should be set up in a way that allows you to have made all that money in the first place? Or do you think that it should be changed so that billionaires aren't basically allowed to exist in this country?
Well, that's two questions. So let me say this. I have said for a long time, the tax system in this country is remarkably unfair. They have the proof that the corporations have taken over this government is the tax system. Because if you look since 1980, all of the increase in income in this country has gone to the corporations and the richest people in the country, and working people have not gotten a real raise in 2 generations. That's proof that they're running. Look, the first person in this race to have proposed a wealth tax is me. Look, I look at this tax system, including that ridiculous, awful tax bill that Mr. Trump pushed through, and it is proof that working people are getting screwed. So of course, I think there should be a change in taxes. I think that what's been going on for 40 years, and look, I'm looking at union people. You know why they love to take on unions? It's a twofer. They destroy the arms and legs of the Democratic Party, and they keep all the money for themselves. So when we look at what we have to change, we have 40 years to undo since Ronald Reagan came in and went after organized labor specifically for political and economic reasons.
And so in your ideal economic system then, should you not have been allowed to have made as much money as you did?
I shouldn't have been allowed to keep as much money as I did. It's not a question about, look, there are 2 things going on. There is the tax system, and then there's how much people make. So let's talk about why we have unions. We have a 3.7% unemployment rate in this country. That's really low. That's lower than people think is normal at full employment. The problem we have is not we don't have any jobs. People can't afford to live on the jobs that exist in this society. People have to take 2 jobs or 3 jobs. That's what's going on. And the second thing that's going on is people talk about the healthcare crisis. We have a healthcare cost crisis. The cost of healthcare has escalated so much that it eats up everybody's raises. And that's a big part of the reason why people have not gotten more take-home pay for 40 years. So when we're talking about redoing this system, it's broad-based. There's a bunch of things we need to do. But the number one thing to make any of this happen is take back the democracy. If we don't take back the government for ourselves and beat these corporations, they will continue to beat up on organized labor, beat up on working people, and keep all the money. That's what they're trying to do, and they're doing it, by the way.
All right. This is not a democracy, so I'm going to tell you what happens next. We're going to have a question from a member.
Hello, my name is
Can
Sherry
I just come over so I can see you?
You bet. I'm Sherry Cassabaum. I'm a correctional sergeant. I'm very, very proud to be a part of the fight that recently won collective bargaining here in the state of Nevada. Now, yes, thank you. Yes. We're now organizing thousands of state employees. What would you say to a state employee who's on the fence about joining the union?
Look, in this world, you need to have the ability to negotiate from strength. If we're going to have working people being treated fairly, they need to be joined together so that their voices are taken together and so they're strong. I always say to people, go into Walmart and negotiate your wages. Go ahead, see how that works for you. We need organizations, unions specifically, to organize the power and the voice of working people so they can get a fair break. Without that, you do not have a chance to beat a corporation with 100,000 lawyers and the ability to hang out and beat on you. So from my point of view, it's absolutely essential in a negotiation to come in with some strength and to come in together. So you've got to join the union, for God's sakes. Otherwise, you're a free rider trying to let everybody else do the fight, and you take the money. I know that.
Real quickly before I play a video question, just at the risk of asking the impossible, a simple yes or no answer, Mr.
John, you
Stockton.
know that's impossible. No, cut.
Based on who just asked that question, do you think private prisons should be banned in America?
Prisons?
Private prisons.
Let me say this. I think there's some things that you shouldn't make money from. And I'll give you an example of something you shouldn't make money from. You shouldn't make money from teaching little kids in primary school. It's like, if you save some money, give it back to them. Like, give them a better education. There's no profit margin in teaching little kids. There shouldn't be a profit margin in schools. I faced this as an investor, and I thought, no, we should not do this. We should not be making money from this function. And can I, John, can I go a little further on this?
I could try to stop you, and I know you're going to be responsible for not hearing from another member, and you want to tell these folks that you don't want.
There's no such thing as a free market. People talk about it as if it's like God. There's no such thing. There's always rules. And so whenever you see one supplier serving one customer, which is every government function, it's not a free market. There's no efficiency. That's a dream that the Republican Party has tried to foist off on the American people. So no, there shouldn't be private prisons.
There shouldn't be private prisons. Okay. No. I knew he'd get to it eventually.
So unfortunately, we don't have time for the next video question. So we are going to give you a minute now for your closing remarks.
2 minutes and 20 seconds?
But your opening went longer, so yeah.
Okay.
Your opening was 10 minutes.
So let me say this. You can tell from what I've said, I believe that what is in front of us is a question of retaking this democracy. I believe that the corporations have bought it, that the job starting on January 21, 2021 is to retake it, and it's going to be a fight all the way. And the people in this room should believe as much as anybody in the world that I can do that, because in fact, we've done it together for over a decade. In fact, we've taken on these corporations and beaten them consistently at the state level. We can do that in Washington, D.C. But to do it, we're going to have to name it. We're going to have to say, this is the issue. We're going to have to win this election really big. And by the way, I know you guys are going to be going door to door. My organization is going to be going door to door. We're going to be doing all the work to get a huge victory. If we name it and we get that victory, we are going to change structurally. I'm going to push for term limits in Congress. I'm going to push for a national referendum. I'm going to make sure it's easy to vote. And we're going to go after the idea that corporations are people. Corporations ain't people. And we're going to have to change that forever, because that is the lie on which they hang their control of this government, and that's preventing us from getting the things that make working Americans safe and secure. Thank you very much. Amanda, thank you very much.
All right, folks, guess what it's time for? Lunch. Yes, everyone's excited. So we'll be back in a bit. Bernie Sanders is coming right after lunch.
Okay. Guess we go off this way. Let me grab my...
Welcome back to the AFSCME Public Service Forum. People who work in public service will be heard in 2020. You can be sure of that. AFSCME members give everything we've got to make our community stronger, healthier, and safer. And we know how high the stakes are in this upcoming election. Anyone who wants our support had better be prepared to show his or her commitment to working people. That means a record of standing up for public service and the everyday heroes who provide public services. And it means a promise to use the power of the presidency to join us in the fight against the billionaires and corporate CEOs who are determined to rob working people of our voices. We demand more than promises. We demand bold ideas. But most of all, we demand action from those who choose to lead. Join us in putting public service first.
Welcome back, everybody. Believe it or not, we have more candidates in the second half than we had in the first. And I think, who knows, people might announce during this and we're going to let them come up at the end. But seriously, thanks for listening to us and not heckling. Cheering is fine, but you've all been great, and the questions from the members have been phenomenal. So without further ado, Amanda, let's bring up our first candidate of the afternoon. Bernie Sanders is here.
Let me, brothers and sisters, let me begin by congratulating you and AFSCME for the extraordinary work you are doing in standing up for the working class of this country. When I look around America today, frankly, I am sick and tired that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. And I know about that because I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. Meanwhile, 49% of all new income goes to the top 1%. I am tired of going around to city after city, including Las Vegas, and seeing nationally 500,000 people who are homeless. And millions more who are paying 40, 50, 55% of their limited income in housing. I am tired of seeing 87 million Americans having no health insurance or are being underinsured, with the United States being the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all. And I want to thank AFSCME for supporting the idea of a Medicare for all single-payer program. And I am tired at a time of living in a competitive global economy of seeing hundreds of thousands of bright young people not being able to afford to go to college, and 45 million people who are dealing with outrageous levels of student debt. And that is why I am proud to have helped lead the effort to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and cancel all student debt in America. And I'm tired of seeing so many of our fellow Americans working for starvation wages, $8, $9, $10 an hour. And I've been very proud to work with AFSCME, SEIU, and other unions to move that federal minimum wage to $15 an hour and make it easier for workers to join unions. At the end of the day, and I say this not because I'm here today in front of AFSCME, I say this all the time. If we are going to take on the greed and the power and the corruption of the corporate elite of Wall Street and the insurance companies and the drug companies and the fossil fuel industry and the prison industrial complex, if we are going to take them on, we need an unprecedented grassroots movement to aid defeat the most dangerous president in the history of our country. And second of all, to create an economy and a government that works for all of the people and not just wealthy campaign contributors. So brothers and sisters, we have got to grow the trade union movement. I have legislation to do that. And when we talk about an unprecedented grassroots movement of millions and millions of Americans, the trade union movement has got to be in the middle of that movement. And as president, we're not going to be an administration which says, well, on one hand, you got the unions, on the other hand, you got corporate America. My administration, and I say this as somebody who has a lifetime 100% voting record with the AFL-CIO, who has not only voted, but has marched on more picket lines than I can remember, who worked with the workers at Amazon and Disney to get them a $15 an hour minimum wage. Our job is to create a government that works for the working class of this country and not just the 1%. Thank you all very much.
Sorry, Senator, that's all the time we have. No, I'm kidding. I want to start with a question we've been asking every candidate, and just to get on the record here today. And after Nevada just recently passed collective bargaining for state employees, should that come from the federal government? Should every state have to have collective bargaining for state employees?
Of course they should. And the legislation that I have introduced, called the Workplace Democracy Act, will be, when implemented, the most sweeping labor law legislation since the 1930s. What it will do is provide card check so that 50% of the workers in a unit plus one, when they sign that card, they will have a union. And that legislation, John, does away with so-called right-to-work legislation as part of Taft-Hartley.
So the Trump administration has stacked its upper ranks with corporate leaders.
Yes.
In your administration, would you appoint union leaders and people in the labor movement, and not only in top roles, but even as labor secretary?
Hey guys, you got to start asking me hard questions. No, I will appoint multi-billionaires whose job it is to take jobs in America and move them to China. I'll appoint an EPA director who doesn't believe in environmental protection. I'll appoint the Secretary of the Energy who doesn't believe in climate change. Look, what I just said, and I know, our campaign is a little bit different. Our campaign is a little bit different. It is going to be a government of workers, by workers, and for workers.
So just to be clear and not get another accusation of asking a softball, Senator, would you pledge right here today to appoint a union leader as labor secretary?
I will either appoint a union leader or the strongest person that I know who is going to stand up for the working class of this country. All right? But there will be, let me be very clear, I don't like answering those questions because it depends on who's out there. But there is no question, I know, I think on my feet, I don't think on my backside here. All right. This I do promise you, that there will be no labor secretary stronger in the defense of the working class and trade unions than the one that I will appoint.
Okay, so let's move on to your favorite topic, and that is Medicare for All.
Yes.
And there is a robust debate going on, I think you'd agree now, within this primary about whether Medicare for All is the best policy. I mentioned earlier, I had a good friend who's a public employee text me just yesterday saying he has a great plan. He just became a public employee. It's a wonderful plan. You have the Culinary Union, which you know about here in town, Senator.
Yeah.
They have negotiated for a Cadillac plan
Good.
for their employees. There are people who are worried that in Medicare for All that they are going to be able to lose plans that they really, really like. How can you guarantee that they won't?
I wrote the damn bill. No. All right, forget it. All right, first of all, there is a debate. But a lot of the energy and the money from that debate comes from the health insurance industry. And when you see the ads on television demonizing Bernie Sanders, understand that those ads are paid for by an industry, that's the drug companies, the insurance companies, and others, that last year made $100 billion in profits, pay their CEOs exorbitant compensation packages, while at the same time, 87 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. So that's the dynamic.
You know I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, I know that, all right. So in terms of the union workers, let me say this. Medicare for All provides comprehensive health care to every union worker and every American. Covers all health care needs, including hearing aids, eyeglasses, dental care. And unlike the current system where your employer, and I was a mayor and I had to deal with this stuff, all of you know that city governments every year are looking around, how can I get a better deal? I'm going to move from Blue Cross to United, to this one, to that one. On the Medicare, and by the way, some 50 million people every single year lose their private insurance. Under Medicare for All, you're going to have stability. All we are trying to do is take a very good program, Medicare, expand its benefits, and over a 4-year period, go from 65 to 55 to 45 to 35, and then cover everybody. So to answer your question, John, the advantage for union workers is that right now, every time you guys sit down and negotiate, what your employer says or what the city or the town says, okay, we're going to give you 3%, but by the way, you're going to have to pay a higher deductible or a higher copayment. Is that right? All right. That is in the midst of every labor negotiation, public sector, private sector. We will do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee all of you health care is a right so you can sit down and negotiate decent wage increases. And if an employer, as will be the case, ends up saving money, they're going to pay less in taxes than they now do in premiums and benefits for you, that difference, that savings, will go to the workers under our legislation.
So I'm going to let Amanda jump in here in a second, but just one really, so, and this is a yes or no question, although all of you people do never answer yes or no.
No. Yes, I don't. What
Can you guarantee to these workers here and to a culinary worker in Las Vegas that if Medicare for All becomes the law of the land, that the plan they get under the Sanders Medicare for All will be at least as good, if not better? Can you really guarantee that?
Absolutely. Absolutely, we can. Look, John, here's what because we do away with all deductibles. One of the disingenuous aspects of the healthcare debate is people say, well, you're insured, you're insured. Well, you may be insured, but you may have a $7,000 deductible. All right, you may have a significant copayment, and you may not be able to go to the doctor when you're sick. And by the way, let us not forget, 500,000 people in this country this year will go bankrupt after they leave the hospital. That will not happen under Medicare for All. I don't know how many of you know this, and we got to fight hard to get through a lot of the media blackout on this. You go to Canada, you have open heart surgery. You have cancer treatment. You're in the hospital for a month. Anybody know what the bill is when you come out of the hospital? Zero. You go to any doctor you want, any hospital that you want. So the issue is not just insurance. You know, Trump believes in insurance. It's junk insurance that covers nothing. We're talking about comprehensive health insurance without any deductibles, without any co-payments, and with very, very comprehensive coverage.
So, Senator, I wanted to ask you about student debt. Student debt.
Yeah.
We talked to Senator Warren earlier, who also has an ambitious student debt relief plan. Hers would forgive about 95% of debt, and yours would do 100%. And she said part of the reason that she chose that number was because she looked at the numbers, and doing 100% could widen the racial wealth gap. What's your response to that?
No, I don't think so. I think, as I understand it, I don't have all the, the facts in my head now. I think our plan will reduce the racial wealth gap from 12 to 1 for younger people to 5 to 1. That's pretty significant. And one of the reasons we have decided to do what we have done in terms of canceling all student debt, and by the way, just to be clear, we pay for this expensive bill. It's a $2.2 trillion legislation over 10 years, which includes making public colleges and universities tuition-free. We do that with a tax, a modest tax on Wall Street speculation. All right? We bailed out Wall Street. It's Wall Street's time to help the middle class. But Amanda, one of the reasons we did what we did and cancel all student debt, and it also has to do with health care and a number of other programs. I think the American people are sick and tired of filling out forms. The complexity. You know, it's in healthcare, you got to fill out 1 million forms, you get rejected by the insurance company, you got to argue with them. If you're talking about cancellation of student debt, what happens if your income goes up? What happens if your income goes down? You got to fill out another form. I think we have a generation, a millennial generation now, for the first time in the modern history of this country, will have a lower standard of living than their parents. All right? They were told, go to college, take all this debt, no worry, you're going to get out, you got a great paying job, you'll pay it off. Not the case. For African Americans, unbelievable, I just learned this recently. Listen to this. For African American young people, 12 years after they took out that debt, they are more in debt than they were when they took it out in the first place because of interest rates. All right? And that is really crushing an entire generation. So I say, let's get rid of that debt entirely. We will pay for it by a tax on Wall Street speculation. And when all of those young people have money in their pockets, you're going to see, I believe, a huge increase in job creation and entrepreneurship because people now have the money to do what they would like to do.
Senator, I know you want to hear from the members, and they have some questions for you. So let's start with the first live question right now.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Calvin Chong. I'm a correctional officer. I was recently injured by the inmates. And I'm hoping with the collective bargaining that we can help to make our job more safer. We know the negotiation with a union means the CO like me are better trained and safer. My question is, private prison with poorly trained CO put the people at risk, which is why we will ban them in Nevada. As a president, will you ban the private prison from the state, from the federal system, and encourage more states to do the same?
Very important question. In 2016, 3 years ago, I believe I was one of the very first national candidates to say that we must ban private prisons and detention centers. And for a couple of reasons. From a moral perspective, at a time when we have a major crisis in criminal justice, a broken system, I don't believe that large corporations should be making millions of dollars by locking up fellow Americans. And I think their priorities are different than the priorities of the American people. We want fewer people in jail, not more people in jail. And we want, when people to get out of jail, we want them to be educated and be able to readjust to society and not come back into jail again. So to answer your question, absolutely and positively, we will ban private prisons in the federal government, and I will do everything I can at the state level as well.
Is the private sector good for anything, Senator?
Yeah, it is. Good question. The private sector is the sector of society which creates most of the wealth in America, and I want them to continue to do that. And by the way, when we talk about Medicare for all, and people do not have to stay in the job they're in just because they have good health insurance, you're going to see millions of people leave those jobs and go out and start businesses and create new products and new industries. But here is the other half of that equation. While, of course, the private sector creates the bulk of the wealth in America, what we also have to understand is the function of the private sector is to make as much money as it possibly can. That's what they do. What we need is a vibrant public sector which says, how are we going to have the best child care system in the world? And make it affordable for all of the families in America. Private sector's not interested in that. They can't make money from low-income and working-class people. How do we rebuild our crumbling infrastructure? How do we address climate change? Right now, one of the scandals that we have is not only the wealth of the corporate elite, and I'm talking about Wall Street and the insurance companies and the drug companies, but we're talking about the corruption of all of these entities. All right? If you look at Wall Street, that caused the economic collapse of 11 years ago. If you're looking at the insurance companies where price fixing is rampant, where you're looking at the prison industrial complex, etc. So what we need to do is take a hard look at the needs of the American people. That is addressing homelessness and the crisis in affordable housing. It means guaranteeing health care to all people as a right. It means making sure that all of our kids, regardless of their income, can get a college education and that we cancel student debt. It means addressing the crisis of climate change. The fossil fuel industry lies to us every day. And in doing that, they are endangering not only this country, but the planet. So to answer your question, obviously the private sector plays an enormously important role in creating wealth. But the function of the public sector is to address the needs, and they are many, of the working class and low-income people of this country.
All right. We have another question from a member. It's on the video screen right here, Senator.
My name is Monica De Leon, and I'm a member of AFSCME 3299, and I'm a unit secretary at the University of California in Irvine, where we have been fighting outsourcing and income inequality. As president, what would you do to protect women and people of color from the disparaging employment practice like outsourcing? Additionally, will you commit to have women and people of color represented in your administration's highest ranks?
Well, it's funny that she mentions, but I was at a rally in California, I think it was in Los Angeles, speaking with many of those workers. So number one, and very importantly, at a time when we have a president who is a racist, a sexist, a homophobe, a xenophobe, a religious bigot, and on it goes. I think the American people understand that we need an administration that really reflects who America is. And we are black and white and Latino, Asian American, Native American, we are gay and we are straight, we are native born, we are immigrant. That's who we are as a people. That's what my cabinet and my administration will be. It will reflect what America is. And secondly, I would say to the question, look, I've spent years in opposition to disastrous trade agreements in which the greed of corporate America is such that they are shutting down profitable enterprises here in America and moving abroad in order to capture the cheap labor that exists in other countries. And I will tell those companies that are outsourcing in America that if they want federal contracts, they'd better be good corporate citizens. And that means not have a situation where CEOs make 300 times more than their workers, not where they're cutting back on the benefits that their workers receive. So we can use the federal government in many, many ways to make sure that corporations treat their workers with the respect and dignity that they deserve.
Thank you, Senator. Now it's time for your closing statement, which I have a name for, by the way. 1 minute for all.
Okay. Many of the ideas that I've talked about this afternoon and I've talked about for years, the media characterizes as radical and extreme. They're not. They really are not. To say that workers in America should earn a living wage and not live in poverty is not radical. To say that women should not be earning 80 cents on the dollar compared to men, that's not radical. To say that we should grow the trade union movement, that's not radical. To do what every other major country on earth does and guarantee health care to all people is not radical. To suggest that when we face the existential crisis of climate change, that we are aggressive in taking on the fossil fuel industry and transforming our energy system to save the planet for our kids and our grandchildren, that's not radical. That's common sense, all right? To make sure that all of our kids, from childcare to graduate school, can get the education they need in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, that is not radical. But here's what I think distinguishes our campaign from the others. And that is, I am telling you today point blankly that Bernie Sanders alone can't do it. No president can. We are taking on incredibly powerful people who have unlimited sums of money, and they want it all. Their greed and their corruption has destroyed for 45 years the middle class of this country. So what I am asking of you today is, yeah, I want your help for me to win the Democratic primary. I want your help for me to defeat Donald Trump. But I want your help for something else, and the help of the entire trade union movement. And that is to bring millions of people together to transform our economy, to do the things that many other countries are already doing, so that we have a nation that works well for all of our people and not just the 1%. Thank you all very much.
Senator. Thank you. Amanda and I are waiting for the Amanda and John chants, but you can save those for later. Okay, thank you. All right, our next candidate is Bill de Blasio. Welcome.
How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you again. Everybody, first of all, I hope you approve of my neckwear choice this afternoon. Okay? This is the latest in high fashion. I want to say, before I say anything about this presidential campaign, I want to give a thank you from the bottom of my heart to AFSCME, because when the Janus case came down, you didn't fold, you didn't run, you reloaded, you got tougher, you got stronger. And you are just as strong and even stronger today since that decision than you were before. God bless you for that. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Lee Saunders, for your leadership. I'm running for president because America is not working for working people. It's as simple as that. And we all know it. And working people all over America feel it. They understand that the federal government is of and by and for the 1%. It's not acceptable, but we've kind of gotten a little too used to it. And we've got to rattle that situation, shake that situation, change it. And we can. But it's very clear we have to make people believe again that we can put working people first. I'm running for president because I run the nation's largest city. When I ran for mayor, we were dealing with a tale of two cities. A city where working people, middle-class people, poor people were not moving ahead anymore, and all the wealth and power went in the hands of the very few. And I said we could make changes. In the last 6 years, we've given pre-K to every child for free, every single child. And we should do that in this whole country. The last 6 years, we've given working people paid sick days. In the last 6 years, we ended policies like stop and frisk that were dividing police and community. We became safer. The last 6 years, we put the $15 minimum wage in place. And all the business community said, when you go to $15 minimum wage, when you give better benefits to working people, the economy will go to hell, we'll lose jobs. Guess what? We have gained 500,000 jobs while respecting working people. We've proven it can be done. So brothers and sisters, here's my point today. We as Democrats have to be the party of working people again. We as a country have to put working people first. If we expect there to be change, people have to believe it. I'm running because I've seen change. I've made change. I know it can happen. And I know it can happen with you. Because in New York, we partnered with AFSCME. We added 30,000 public sector jobs. and we got stronger. We added jobs. We gave raises to 4,000 early childhood workers who have been waiting for years, and now they're getting the pay they deserve. We've shown that working together, we can do those things. And I believe this is the way of the future. Government working hand in hand with the people who do the work. And that's what's going to excite that energy, that interest, that passion to change this country once again. With your help, we can do it. Thank you.
So we're starting out with the question that we were asking everyone. Do you believe that nationwide there should be a federal law allowing state public employees to collectively bargain as now the workers in Nevada have?
I absolutely believe in that. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, I put out a 21st century Bill of Rights for working people. Because working people's rights are not protected in America today. I said not only should public sector workers have that right to bargain collectively and organize, but let's do something federally should have been done a long time ago. Let's get rid and ban all those state right-to-work laws. They should be made illegal. Let's uplift working people. How about the law in this country that says you can't be fired without just cause? That should be a federal law. There are so many things that we could do at the federal level to rebalance the scales. And we had a priceless moment in 2009. And I'm saying this to you because we need to remember this history and not repeat it. In 2009, it was the Employee Free Choice Act. There are new ideas, even stronger ideas since then, including my Bill of Rights. But when we take back the White House, when we take back the Senate, the labor agenda can't be at the end of the line. The labor agenda needs to be one of the first things we do. Because when we secure the rights of working people, everything else becomes possible. The progress we made in this country on civil rights, the economic progress we made, the building of the middle class, that came from a strong labor movement that actually had the federal government backing it up a lot of the time. And you'll notice that the Republicans and the right wing went to a lot of trouble to tear down those rules and those laws piece by piece. We as Democrats better have the courage of our own convictions. If we take power back, the first thing we do is give power to working people so we can expand justice for everyone. When unions are strong, the progressive movement is strong, the Democratic Party is strong, there's economic justice for all. But that has to be at the top of the agenda. It cannot slip through our hands. All those laws they took away from us, we can put back. But everyday Americans have to feel that's about them. We lost a lot of labor union members, stayed home in 2016. A lot of labor union members drifted and ended up, in some cases, even voting for Donald Trump because they didn't believe Democrats were on their side. You know what will tell labor union members, regardless of their ideology, you know what will tell them we're on their side is passing the strongest pro-labor laws they've ever seen in their lives. That's when they know the Democrats are on their side again.
So, Mayor, not surprisingly, you're talking a good game on unions in front of a union crowd, but there are these three unions from back home that don't think much of you. They've called you a faux-aggressive, they've called you an elitist, no friend of working people. How do you explain that to this crowd?
Very happy to explain it, John. I appreciate the question. Talk to unions that represent hundreds of thousands of New York City workers. I represent about 380,000 workers, unionized workers. When I came into office as mayor, 0 were under contract. We had 20 years of Republican administrations. I came into office, 0 under contract. In my first term, I got every single worker under contract. So John's right. There are some unions that disagree with me politically, and I want to be open about it. We've been dealing with some very intense issues about criminal justice reform, about human rights and civil rights. You've all seen some stuff play out even in recent days in New York. It should not shock you to know that some of the police unions disagree with me philosophically. That is a true statement. There's some other unions have other political differences. But the question is, as a leader, not someone who just gives speeches or issues policy proposals, but someone who runs the nation's largest city, What have I done with and for working people? I've said from the beginning that we need to break down the concept of management and labor being on different sides. In fact, instead of things like outsourcing, which were the norm for 20 years in New York City, I said, let's do insourcing. Let's add public sector workers. Let's prove the public sector can do it better than the private sector. We did that time and time again, and our city got stronger. So talk to the members of AFSCME in New York, and talk to the members of so many other unions who have seen their ranks grow, who have seen more fairness and more respect, who have heard a mayor for the first time in a generation talk about the value of public workers, the way you make life better for everyone else. Not somehow a burden, but a blessing. Public service workers are a blessing to our city and our nation. And I say it all the time. I laud not only our first responders, our teachers, the folks who work in our offices, our sanitation workers. I make it a point to shout them out and thank them. And we've changed the whole reality in our city. But most importantly, working together, we put money back in the hands of working people. When I told you about Pre-K for All, for a typical family, that meant $10,000 or more a year they had to shell out. Working people who didn't have $10,000. Now, for every child, they get pre-K for free. That money stays in their pocket for their family. That's how you honor working people.
You really could have stopped after you said John's right, and it would have been fine. I mean, that was fine.
I'm going to remember that. That's a good tip, John.
So we do want to take some questions from some members. Here's the first one.
Thank you for coming here and being here, giving me an opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Stephanie Doobie, and I'm a custodian here at UNLV. Thank you. The LGBTQIA community has made amazing strides in the recent years, but we aren't done fighting for our rights. What is your top priority when it comes to making sure LGBTQIA Americans, like myself, aren't treated like second-class citizens?
Excellent question. Thank you. There is so much we still have to do. I agree with you. There's been progress, but no one kid yourself. And I want to come back to the point when I talked about the 21st century Workers' Bill of Rights. In America today, in so much of this country, just for being a member of the LGBT community, you can be fired from your job still. That is unfortunately somehow allowable in much of this country. One of the most essential things to do is to protect the employment rights of everyone. To say you cannot be fired, but for just cause. You actually had to have done something wrong to lose your job, and you get due process. Every American worker deserves due process. There are thousands and thousands of folks who, because of who they love, have lost their jobs over the years. And I wish I could tell you that was ancient history, but it could still happen today. So I believe that when we think about this election and the issues of this election, start with working people. There are many other powerful issues to discuss. But I keep coming back to this central notion. If we're talking about working people, and we're recognizing that working people of every background, every ethnicity, every demographic are dealing with the same exact struggles to get by. And so many of them feel powerless, and they've seen their rights taken away. If we as Democrats are the party of working people, if we as Democrats unquestionably are willing to stand up to employers when they rob working people of their rights, we change the entire political dynamic of this country. But we know that for a lot of people, they stop believing that. And it's exactly for the reason we're discussing here, because they saw their brother or sister worker fired and no one was there to stop it. And they think, well, Democrats and Republicans, on both their watches, these things haven't changed. I urge us all to demand more of everyone, including our own Democratic Party. I really think this is a moment, even though we desperately want to win and we must win next year. That does not mean we should leave our demands aside. That does not mean we should accept something other than the best for working people. And it begins with making sure that no one is ever fired wrongly. That's what I would make the priority. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, you see that clock counting down. It's almost at the end. That's your fault. But we do want to take another question from the audience here, and here it is. Answer needs to be brief, though.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hello, my name is Miran Algorri. I'm a family childcare provider. I take care of 14 children, all of whom come from disadvantaged families. I do everything from changing diapers to creating individualized lesson plans. I serve the working poor. I'm also working poor. Between expenses and paying salaries for 2 assistants, I'm left with barely enough income to get by. Many childcare workers face the same challenges that I do, and many are relying on public assistance. What will you do to make sure the childcare workers who are raising these children are valued and respected? And what is your plan so I can support my family?
Amen. Very quick. Very quick. Thank you. First of all, I think every kindergarten student, pre-K student, 3K student in America, there should be universal education on all those 3 levels, all over this country, which would mean hiring 500,000 new public sector workers to provide that early childhood education for kids 3 and up. That's the first thing I do. Second, $15 minimum wage all over this country. Third, the Bill of Rights that I talked about, guaranteeing the right to organize of all workers, childcare workers, every worker. And lastly, what I just said we did in New York, we made sure that childcare workers got a raise. We made it a priority because we said if we're going to be serious in this country about bringing up our kids and making them all they can be, it's between birth and 5. That is when children develop and all their potential gets built. And that means that people like you deserve support in organizing, in bargaining, and getting the salaries that you deserve. We'll be there for you.
Mayor, you get a minute for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, John. You're right, John. See, I learned. Very quickly. Everybody, there's this raging debate out there. Do we need to nominate a moderate to win in 2020? You hear it everywhere. I want to answer the question. I agree with whoever just said that. No, it is a trap. Because when you listen to the moderates, I don't disrespect them. I want to work with them, but I don't find them inspiring. I don't find them uplifting. I don't find them visionary. I don't find them to be the people who are going to move all those Democrats who stayed home or don't feel like things are going to change. But when you listen to the progressives, when you listen to folks like me who believe we need to be the party of working people, you hear something that might actually get people up and willing to vote. We need to be that party again. And I am running for president because I want to make this Democratic Party the party of working people, and I want this to be a country that puts working people first. And we must motivate, before we do anything else, motivate Democrats to come out to vote. Motivate young people to come out to vote. Motivate labor union members to come out to vote. If people hear something that's the truth, that's about change, a lot of moderates will come our way, a lot of independents will come away, but if they don't hear passion and change, you're going to see Donald Trump get 4 more years, and we cannot live with that, can we? So let's be the party of working people again, and that's how we win. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, brother.
See you again.
I'll buy you another beer one day.
There you go. You know, one thing that's really impressive in the afternoon is that I see almost nobody has left. I'm very impressed, and it's a tribute to your dedication and wanting to get to know all these candidates. I think it's really impressive. So, our next candidate is Amy Klobuchar.
Hey, thank you, John. Thanks, Amanda. Well, thank you. I've never been introduced before with the word before, no one has left. So thank you so much for sticking around. I wanted to first thank you and Lee and just all the AFSCME members across the country, starting here with what you've just done with this last election in Nevada and then turning it around to expand collective bargaining rights to 20,000 people, okay? That is an amazing, amazing thing. Or what you have done in Minnesota, where you've worked, where's our Minnesota people? Working side by side with us, with the elected officials. We won that election big, but we've also made the economy good there. It's a good state for workers, and we've done it together. And if you don't believe me, we can win on union issues and strong unions. Look at my neighbor over in Wisconsin. I have 4 words for you. Former Governor Scott Walker, right? All right. And then on the federal level, with Janice and all of the headwinds you ran into, you didn't let it get you down. You got stronger and stronger and stronger. So thank you for that. A minute on me. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for unions. I'm the granddaughter of an iron ore miner who worked 1,500 feet underground his whole life. He stayed alive because unions made those mines safer. I am the daughter of a teacher. My mom was in Wisconsin. She moved to Minnesota because it had a strong teachers union. She was in one of the first strikes in Minneapolis, and she taught 2nd grade until she was 70 years old. My dad was a member of the Newspaper Guild, and I literally stand before you today as the granddaughter of a union iron ore miner, the daughter of a union teacher, the daughter of a union newspaperman, the first woman elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of Minnesota, and a candidate for President of the United States. That is because we live in a country of shared dreams, where no matter where you come from or who you know or what you look like, that you should be able to get ahead in America. And my belief is when unions are strong, America is strong. So thank you, AFSCME.
Senator, we're starting off every interview, as I'm sure you know by now, by asking...
Big surprise!
Yes, here we go. By asking if you'll support the federal legislation to mandate collective bargaining for public workers.
Well, not only do I support it, I'm an original co-sponsor of the bill, which is Senator Hirono is the lead on that bill. And I think it's really important to etch this in law and to make clear that collective bargaining isn't just some privilege that can be doled out. It's a right for the workers of this country.
So, Senator, AFSCME represents about 85,000 correctional officers and employees. You've put out a plan that would phase out the Department of Justice's reliance on private for-profit prisons.
Mm-hmm.
Would you do the same for the Department of Homeland Security, and would you support and push for some sort of ban at the state and local level as well?
Yes, I do support, and I have a 100-day plan actually out there on my website you guys should check out that talks about phasing out the private detention centers that are used by Homeland Security. And this is actually based on my own experience. I was a local DA, and we had some incredible AFSCME. We had 9,000 employees in our county. And I saw firsthand the good work that went on with public employees, including in corrections. And I worked with AFSCME corrections people all the time. And I remember at one point when I came in, I noticed that we were outsourcing, actually, before I got there, a lot of the legal work to law firms and things like that. And so we all met and thought, you know what, we can do just as good a job. And so we brought a bunch of it back in-house. We saved taxpayers' money, and we got better results, okay? So I just think when you look at the value of public employees, you have to see it that way. And so I've had my own experience, and I've also had my own experience working with corrections. And I did want to note, I just was looking at the news on that El Paso shooting, and it is relevant to all of you because as we talk about corrections, I think we know how many public employees are on the front line, whether it's in school, whether it's in correctional settings, whether it's in government centers. My own government center had a shooting where people were killed at one point. And our heart just goes out to these people in El Paso. It's multiple deaths and injuries. And the guy is in custody, but it just makes you think about what people on the front line, those first responders that showed up at those scenes, have to do every single day. So we have to remember that your work is a calling, and that's true, but we have to make sure that we protect you in the work that you do. So I want to thank you for that.
Senator, we've had a conversation with a couple of other candidates about student debt. And correct me if I'm wrong, but While some are suggesting canceling student debt, your plan calls for refinancing of student debt. Why?
Well, it's more than that, actually, and I think it's very relevant to public employees, what I'm looking at doing.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, good. You're a good reporter. So the first thing, just to go back to college, I think I support free community college. It's something both my dad and my sister didn't graduate from high school. She got a GED years later after working in manufacturing, and then she got a 2-year degree and then went on to get a 4-year degree. So I've had my own experience in my life with this, and I think there's many paths to success, so that's one of the cornerstones of this. And then the other one is just expanding Pell Grants, doubling them to $12,000 a year, and expanding the income level that they can be used for up to $100,000. But then the loan repayment that you asked about, John. To me, one, refinancing, yes, important to bring the rate down. You figure if billionaires can refinance their yachts, maybe we can refinance student loans. But the other piece of this is very important to public servants is the payback period, the 10-year payback and how that works for public servants for student loans. It's a mess right now. It is not working well. And looking into it, I realized a president can change that herself. So that would be one of my major goals. It's ridiculous. So you work in different public sector jobs, and then they make it hard to do, and we should make it easier to do because we want people to go into public service. And I think that would make a major difference for a lot of public service employees if we were able to change those provisions and make it easier. And then the other piece of this is just making sure that we change our tax code. And so we are making sure the money goes to the people that need help and not to the wealthiest. So that's
So
what I
why
would
not do a massive debt forgiveness plan? Because the argument is that it would, among other things, help reduce the racial wealth gap.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I think my plan actually would work well in that you can, first of all, to afford college. Some of these plans right now, honestly, the money would go to people no matter how much money they have. And I said that on the debate stage the other day in my 30 seconds, which was that some of the plans, they cover everyone. And I would have the money focus on the people that need it the most, including those that are most vulnerable, including our racial African American, all people of color, their communities. And I would do even more than that. I think you can invest in those communities. Senator Booker and Representative Clyburn have a bill that I support that invests in underserved communities. I think that would make a big difference. But I am concerned that if you give free college to everyone and free refinancing to everyone, that actually would put some of the money in the highest wealth sectors as well, and then you have less money for everyone else.
All right, Senator, I know you want to hear from some of the members, and so we have a couple of questions for you, and here's the first one.
Okay.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for being here,
Thank
too.
you.
My name is Dulcie Pettigera. I work in Contra Costa County, California. I'm very involved in my union because I know how important it is for us to have a voice. As a former teacher, I'm worried young generations don't have the skills needed to get good union jobs that provide benefits and a living wage. Would you facilitate a partnership between labor and the Department of Education to help young people develop skills that lead to careers where they will have a union voice?
Yes, that is a great question. And I've done a lot of work with apprenticeships. We have a pretty low unemployment level in my state, so I've been focusing on those a lot. I don't like, let me just say the first thing I would do as president is get rid of Betsy DeVos. Okay, that would be the first day. Okay. And she has been doing, if you've been following some things with these apprenticeships that I don't like in terms of how she's structuring them, so I wouldn't do that. But I think there's ways we can work with unions and expand apprenticeships to get those skills, if you're talking about that's what you're focused on, those kinds of skills. I think that's really important. And then, of course, K through 12 education as a whole, making sure that works. And I went to public schools. My daughter went to public schools. She was in schools for a number of years that were nearly 90% free and reduced lunch. So I've been able to see firsthand the differences between schools and why we need to invest in our schools. I would increase teacher pay on the federal level. And somewhere my mom is looking down at me, making sure I say that. Because I had, saw my mom going out and buying her own school supplies and things like that. And it's not just teachers, it's all educators. So I think all those things would make a difference. We've got to be able to compete globally, and the best way that we do it is if we're making sure that the people that work with our students are well paid, and then making sure that we have good programs in place so kids are learning the skills that are going to help them get the jobs that are out there today. All right?
Thank you.
All right. We have another question from a member, Senator, and this one's going to be on video.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tony Taloa, and I'm a home care provider with UDW Local 3930. Proudly to say, I am a home care provider, and I have been a home care provider for over 10 years. And I would like to know, what are we going to do to stand against the cuts that are made to the Medicare program, which keeps our clients at home safely, gives them a better quality of life. We need to know what we are going to do to stand against these cuts that have been made to the Medicaid program and the organizations that are privately funded with billions of dollars to stand against the unions and destroy them. We have to stand together and fight, and we would like to know, what are you going to do to protect this?
Okay, that was good. So I think one of those problems, I'm a little focused on these debates because there was so much disagreement on things, and I want to say that there is more that unites my friends that you've seen on the stage when it comes to health care that divides us, okay? That's number one. Number two, one thing that unites us is we're a little different than the Donald Trump administration, that they want something which I call Medicare cuts for all, okay? Because they have put forward budget after budget that does that. And so what I think we need to do is to, first of all, build on the Affordable Care Act. And to me, that means a public option. That's the one that I favor, and you can do it with Medicaid or Medicare. Take on the pharmaceutical companies, something that has not been done for way too long, and the prices are going up, and they're costing Medicare and Medicaid a bunch of money and individual consumers a bunch of money. I actually lead the bill to unleash the power of 43 million seniors to allow Medicare to negotiate prices. We could really bring down prices that way, as well as bringing in less expensive drugs from other countries. And then I think the other thing we need to do is to focus on long-term care. It's like the elephant in the room that no one is dealing with. And we're going to have 14 million people that have Alzheimer's by 2050. 14 million people. And I actually put something out with a focus on seniors, and it is about making it easier to get long-term care, of course keeping Medicaid strong, and then making it easier for people to afford long-term care and looking for a cure for Alzheimer's. It's wonderful that we're seeing an aging of our populations and people are living longer. I used to call it the silver tsunami, but they told me that was too negative. So I call it the silver surge. It is a really good thing, but we have to meet the challenges of our time to deal with it. And I hope we talk more about that, because this administration is not doing that.
Senator, thank you. You're going to have 1 minute for a closing statement.
All right, well, thank you. I just was in kind of a somber mood more than usual when I come out here. I'm usually a happy warrior seeing that shooting and thinking about what they're dealing with right now. I'm someone that believes that we need to take on the NRA. I just cannot believe this. When you guys helped us win that election last time, we changed history. We turned the House of Representatives back into the people's house, right? And that means standing up for workers' rights, and that means worker safety as well. And one of the things that came out of that is the House passed a background check bill for guns, right? Do you know where that bill is right now? It's sitting on Mitch McConnell's doorstep in the graveyard in the Senate. So I just want you to remember, as you read about the story tonight, I want you to remember what we're dealing with. The vast majority of people are with us. They are with us on workers' rights. They're with us on protecting your safety. And they are with us as we sit here in Nevada, that mass shooting that happened in Las Vegas. They are with us on taking on this issue. And that includes hunters, and that includes people all over this country. So I hope that just gives you some added push to not just make sure we have the right person leading the ticket, happen to think it's me, I've won every race, every place, every time, but also that we have a ticket where we can lead the country and win in the US Senate and take back the Senate and make sure we have a strong House. That's how we move this country. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, it's been great today, Amanda, so far. I have to tell you this is every single candidate has practiced how to say Nevada, and not one of them has messed it up. You guys noticed that, right? It's pretty impressive. All right, we're going to keep going. I think we have like 17 candidates left. No, I'm kidding. Well, next candidate up is John Delaney.
Hey, Amanda, nice to see you. Hey, John, nice to see you. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great day. Unfortunately, it's a very sad day in El Paso. And it's such a wonderful day to celebrate workers, but all of our hearts are obviously with the folks in El Paso and the tragedy that they're dealing with, including obviously the families and the first responders who are dealing with it. So thank you for having me. So I grew up in a union family. My dad was an electrician, and he was a proud member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers for 60 years. And that union took really good care of us. He was paid well. He only had to have one job to raise our family. We always had health care even when he didn't work. And when I went to college, that union actually gave me a scholarship that paid for half of my tuition. I would have never been able to have the opportunities I've had but for those union electricians, which has always been a reminder to me that none of us do it alone in this world. But for the fact that those union electricians reached into their pocket and probably literally threw money into a hat, is how they did it back then, I would have never had the opportunities I've had. And growing up, we didn't have a lot of what I would call fancy political lessons around the dinner table. We didn't talk about capitalism versus socialism. We didn't talk about trickle-down economics versus redistribution. But my dad did have one lesson for me, and I bet he told me this 1,000 times. He said, if you care about workers, you vote for the Democrats. That was his message. And you know, it's a pretty darn good message. And it's a simple message, and I think we've lost our way. Because if we get back to that message, if we get back to this notion of putting workers at the center of everything we do, no matter what we want to do, we should ask ourselves, how is this going to affect hardworking men and women in our country? And unless it's good for them, it's probably not good for the country. And at the center of that center are unions. The center of that center are unions, because unions are the only group of people who wake up every single day in the United States of America and fight for workers. Every protection any worker has in this country, I would argue, is because a union fought for it. It's true, you drive down the highway and you see folks on the side of the road doing construction work, wearing a hard hat and a safety vest. Unfortunately, a lot of them aren't in unions. But you know why they're wearing that equipment? Because the union fought for it. And you go down the list. So we got to get back to that. And that's what my campaign is about. Running on the issues that matter to hardworking Americans. Things like building infrastructure, doubling the earned income tax credit, making sure there's opportunities for workers everywhere. Stuff that really matters for workers that I'm sure we'll talk about. But before we begin, I want to thank you for your service to your country and your community. Because it's because of the work you do, communities all over this country are supported. Our kids, in their schools, when we have to go to hospitals, the roads we drive on, every aspect of our society is touched by your union. And I'm grateful for what you do, and I'm happy to be here in front of you and have this opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you. So I think I know the answer to this, but we're asking everyone anyway. Do you support the federal legislation to make it mandatory nationwide that state public employees would have the right to collectively bargain?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's one of the few things that FDR didn't do right. was not allow that to be put in when we created protections for non-public service workers. So yes, I fully support that.
So what's happened since the debate, and it occurred on stage, and there's been some commentary afterwards. So I'm going to put the question to you about this debate a little bit differently, and you've had to answer this in different ways, but aren't you running in the wrong primary?
No. So let's talk about the things I'm running on. I'm running on creating a universal healthcare system where everyone has healthcare as a basic human right for free. I just allow them to have choices. I allow you to have choices. If you want to keep the healthcare that, by the way, you've paid for, both out of your pocket and by sacrificing wages over the years, and in most places is a really good healthcare plan. I think you ought to be able to keep that. But I do believe every American should have healthcare as a basic human right, and my plan, Better Care, provides for that, for free. That'll be the largest expansion of government health care since the creation of Medicare. Now, I also served in the House of Representatives, and I watched the Republicans try to take health care away from 20 million people 60 times. So I'm talking about the greatest expansion of health care since the creation of Medicare. And the other party's talking about taking health care away from people. I think I'm in the right party. I'm talking about a $2 trillion infrastructure program, the greatest infrastructure program this country has ever seen since the creation of the highway system. It'll create millions of jobs all over this country, put a lot of demand in the labor market, which, by the way, translates into higher wages. It'll improve the lives of our citizens, and it'll actually make our businesses more competitive. That's a massive public investment project. I'm calling for the greatest investment in basic research, not only in life sciences, because we have to cure things like Alzheimer's. We have to cure things like cancer, but also in Department of Energy research budgets so we can actually come up with the battery technologies and the transmission technologies and all the things we're doing. I'm calling for the greatest expansion of direct investment in basic research since NASA. I'm calling to double the earned income tax credit, which I think in many ways is the best tax policy or the best tax provision we have in this country. The only problem with it is it's got a terrible name. Who the heck knows what the earned income tax credit means unless you get it? What it really should be called is the workers' tax credit. My plan doubles it. 14 million more Americans will have access to this tax credit, and on average, their tax credit will go up $1,500 a year. I pay for that whole plan by raising taxes on high net worth individuals. I think I'm in the right party.
So, Congressman, I wanted to ask you about health care.
Sure.
In the debate, obviously, you had some spirited exchanges about it. And one of the things that you've brought up is that one of the reasons you don't like Medicare for All is if you are, say, a union member with a very generous plan that you've fought for, you should be able to keep it.
That's right.
But I've also heard union members say that they don't just bargain for their own good health care. They try to bargain so everyone gets good health care.
Mm-hmm.
And so why should it be that they don't get Medicare for All? Why should these employer plans still be on the table so that employers can use it as a bargaining chip against labor unions, and labor unions have to exert energy and political power and have this hanging over their heads instead of focusing their attention on other things?
So, Amanda, if I could just make one point before I answer your question specifically. Part of the problem we're having with healthcare right now is we're getting some terms confused. Universal healthcare, which I've called for, and then something called the single-payer healthcare system, which is the Medicare for All bill, which basically says the only health insurance will come from the government. And then there's this public option, which is basically just another insurance option in many ways. And I'm totally for the public option, but I don't think it goes far enough, because I think every American should have health care as a basic right. But as you said, Amanda, I favor the American people having choices. And there are two reasons I favor that. The first is a practical political reason, which is 150 million Americans have private health insurance. A woman came up to me in my district the other day, and I was at dinner with my wife. And I had met her before at Democratic events in Maryland. And we got some great Marylanders here, by the way. I saw, hey guys. She was wearing a Planned Parenthood t-shirt. And she came up to me and she said, I want to thank you for standing up for my family's ability to keep our private health insurance plan. And I said, well, why did you say that? And she said, well, my husband works for the federal government, and he has health insurance that we really like. And the reason we like it is because we have a disabled child. And the health insurance that my husband has allows for our child to be taken care of at home. And we've been incredibly afraid that he's going to have to go into a facility. And so it's really the most important thing to our family. And I don't think I could vote for a Democrat who is running on taking that insurance away from us. And my point with this is, why do we have to be the party of subtraction? Why can't we be the party of addition? We should be running on giving everyone health care as a basic human right for free. We absolutely should. And I believe we should be unwavering in that commitment. But I also think people should make choices. If over time the basic government health care plan becomes so great, then people will just drop their private insurance and join, and sign up for it. Why do we have to force people out of it? But the other problem I have with it is a matter of healthcare economics. And I used to be in the healthcare business. I ran a company that lent money to small to mid-sized healthcare companies like rural hospitals and those kind of things. And if any of you have any experience with what's going on with rural healthcare in this country, a lot of hospitals are under pressure and a lot of them are closing. And the reason that's happening is because their patient mix of business, which used to be like a third commercial insurance, a third Medicaid, and a third Medicare, is now becoming almost all Medicaid and Medicare. And the problem with Medicaid and Medicare is it doesn't pay enough. And so you can't operate your hospital on just the government payments. And the single-payer Medicare for All bill says in it that Medicare payments will stay the same. So when you go to a lot of hospitals, and some of you may be hospital workers, you should ask the administrators. They get paid twice as much from a commercial insurance company as they do from Medicare for the same procedure. And so if all those commercial insurance bills were paid at Medicare rates, then a lot of these hospitals would close. And I don't think the Democratic Party should be running on that.
Congressman, I hate to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that all these members of the House know about the filibuster, but anyhow.
It's an important issue, though.
I understand, but I do want to get to some of these
Yes,
member
got it.
questions, and we have two, and we only may get to one, depending.
I'll be fast.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Hi, Representative. Thank you for joining us today.
What's your name?
Tracy Sully.
Tracy.
And I'm a clinical professional counselor here in Nevada. And I work with clients from all backgrounds, including undocumented immigrants. For example, a DACA recipient who, on top of the mental health concerns they're battling with, they also have the stress of worrying about their family members being picked up or detained by ICE daily. What's your message to that DACA recipient?
Well, I'm going to pass comprehensive immigration reform, which will make Dreamers, the Dreamer legislation, the law of the land. Right? President Obama had to do DACA. It was the right thing to do because we couldn't get comprehensive immigration reform passed. I am for the Dreamers legislation, which gives the DACA recipients permanent legal status in the United States of America and a pathway to citizenship. And I would pass that as a standalone law, but what I really want to do is pass it with comprehensive immigration reform. Thank you, Tracy. Is that better, John?
Well done. I like it. So the congressman doesn't know it, but he's graciously agreed to give up his closing statement so we can hear
Yes,
from another
absolutely.
member who is on video specifically for you.
My question is for John Delaney. My name is Precious, and I'm a nurse in addiction medicine at Hidden Pin Healthcare. You spent time at the debate the other night talking about what can't be done, particularly when it comes to healthcare. As a nurse, I sadly seen the consequences of putting private insurance companies' profits above a patient's needs. Trust me, it's no fairy tale. Having health care may come easy to multimillionaires, but it doesn't for the rest of us. Do you think that everyone has the right to quality health care? And what is your plan to stop criticizing and actually get it done?
Well, Patience, thank you for that question. I don't know if she's online or not. But I kind of addressed my view on healthcare, which is I think everyone should have healthcare as a basic human right, and that coverage should be for free, but they should maintain options. So that's my view on healthcare. As far as this question about big ideas, I'm running on some of the biggest ideas, but I also think they're smart ideas. So I'm running on creating a form of universal healthcare, which would be the biggest expansion of government healthcare since the creation of Medicare. People can have choices. I'm running on the largest investment in basic research this country has seen since NASA. I'm running on an infrastructure program that will be the largest infrastructure program in the United States of America since the construction of the National Federal Highway System. I'm running on doubling the Earned Income Tax Credit, which, as I said, is the best thing for workers. It puts money right in the pockets of hardworking Americans. And I have a big plan on climate that gets us to net zero by 2050. These are big ideas. These are transformative ideas. All of my ideas are workable. I tell the American people how I'm going to pay for them, and I tell the American people how I'm going to get it done. We have to have a debate. We have to have a debate of ideas in the Democratic primary, because that's what makes us strong. That's what makes us the party that this country needs. I'll close in my question by quoting John F. Kennedy, who famously said, "We should not be seeking the Republican answer. We should not be seeking the Democratic answer. We should seek the right answer." That's what the American people need. They need the Democratic Party to put forth the right answers, because our kids and our grandkids depend upon it. We're not leaving the world better than we found it. That's our most sacred, in my view, moral obligation. But we can do it. This is a magnificent country. We have every advantage any nation could possibly want to have, except for one thing. We've got a broken government. And the salvation is through workers, by making sure we put the needs of workers first. Because if we do that, if we become the party that's talking about those kitchen table kind of pocketbook issues, no one's going to stop us. Thank you, John.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Amanda. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Go the other way.
Thank you very much.
Congressman.
That way?
That way.
I'm learning.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, one great thing about this forum for me, and I'm sure for Amanda too, and we were talking about this beforehand, is just how great the worker questions are, and because they can really see how real people are living, and you can ask them questions based on your own experience. So I really want to thank AFSCME for doing that. I think it's been great. Our next candidate is Jay Inslee. Come on up, sir.
All right. Thank you, Amanda. Jay, how are you?
How are you? Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
So you have 1 minute for an
You can do an opening statement.
Thank you very much.
Talk about climate change if you want.
Thank you.
All right.
My name is Jay Inslee. I am your formerly jackhammering, concrete truck driving, bulldozer operating, house painting, dishwashing governor of the state of Washington. I've come here to say this. It's time to stop trash talking public employees and start paying them a living wage. That's what I believe. And that's fundamentally what I've been working on as governor of the state of Washington. Not just because my daughter-in-law was a brilliant AFSCME member as a forensic scientist at the Washington State Crime Lab, but because I've seen people, when we work in a partnership, we can get great things done. I'm proud of our state for many, many reasons. For Jimi Hendrix, Russell Wilson, and Mount Rainier. But I'm more proud to be the governor who made sure that we had good collective bargaining relationships with AFSCME and all our unions in the state of Washington. I am more proud that we got a decent pay increase for state employees. I am more proud that after the Juneau decision, we put our shoulders to the wheel and our union membership has increased 10% since the Juneau decision. We know how to grow unions in our state. We understand in my state that an economy grows not from the top down, from the middle out. So I'm proud to be a governor who's helped win the highest minimum wage in the United States. I'm glad to be the governor who's got the best paid family medical leave in the United States. I'm glad to be the governor of a radical state. We're really radical in the state of Washington. We think women should get paid the same as men for the same work. So I'm proud to be the governor with the best gender pay equity laws in the United States. And we know that the labor community is a team across multiple unions. So I'm proud as the son of a public school teacher, a biology teacher, to say that I've got the highest educator pay increases in the United States this year to keep those good educators in our classrooms. So I am looking forward to this discussion. And yes, in answer to your question, I am the candidate who has what has been called the gold standard on how to defeat the climate crisis. We know there's been a grasshopper infestation here in Nevada. It's either due to climate change or Republicans, but I repeat myself. Let's go get a good movement here.
All right, Governor, and by the way, I've never had anyone answer a question I didn't ask, so that was good. This is no surprise at this point, but we want to get everyone on the record here at this forum. After Nevada passed this collective bargaining bill, landmark legislation, you think there should be a federal law that mandates collective bargaining for public workers?
Yes.
See how easy that first one was?
Yes.
Okay, now we can move on.
By the way, thank you for getting Steve Sisolak elected. I appreciate it. I helped a little bit too, so thank you very much.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about your climate plan. How do you plan to get some of the unions, especially trade unions, on board with your climate plan, considering that some of them oppose, like the Green New Deal, for example?
Got it. If I may, thank you. Look, Donald Trump is wrong in many, many ways. By the way, I believe that white nationalism does not belong in our White House. I just want to say that. But where perhaps he has his biggest failure when he says that wind turbines cause cancer. We Democrats know they cause jobs. And we know that one of the greatest opportunities for good, clean energy union jobs is in the development of the clean energy economy. We know we have no choice but to develop a clean energy economy. The science is clear in this regard. And when we do that, we've got to make sure that those jobs are here, not just in China. Make sure that they're good-paying union jobs, not low-paying jobs. And make sure that we do it in a timely fashion, not too late. So here's what I see happening in the country today. I've met Dave in Des Moines, Iowa, who's in the wind turbine training program at Des Moines Area Community College. And I asked him, why are you going into the wind industry? And he said, well, duh, it's the future. It's the fact that the governor of the state of Washington is driving a spiffy new General Motors all-electric Bolt, proudly made by UAW members. We want union members making clean energy products and selling them around the world. And in my proposal, in my clean energy program, we have invested a very significant amount of our energy making sure that we have what I call environmental justice. Environmental justice means that everyone profits in this transition to clean energy. Union members and people in poverty, the frontline communities, communities of color who are the first victims of climate change. It is not right that black Americans breathe 56% more pollution than the rest of the population of the United States. And it is time to have a clean energy revolution that focuses on helping all the people of the United States. This is the way we're going to grow jobs. This is the way we're going to be united. And I'm glad we're making good progress in my state, where we had virtual total unanimity passing a 100% clean electrical grid bill. I'm glad to say that we had a partnership with unions in my state that have created the best clean energy laws in the United States. That's the way we're going to do it, just the way we did in Washington State.
So let me ask you a little bit more about climate change. I know you'll be upset about that. But I guess what I wonder is that, okay, there are some climate change deniers. They're the fringe, generally. But you need to get this plan, if you're president, through the Senate. You need to reach out to people who are resistant to this. And it seems to me, Governor, the debate should not be whether climate change is occurring, but how you deal with it. And there are a lot of different opinions on what the right policies are. Where's the plan that can actually be enacted if you're president, not what your wishful thinking might be?
Yeah. Well, you know, when you're governor of a state, you have some advantages because you've actually got things done instead of just talking about it. So I've actually had experience on how to get this done. And what we've done in the state of Washington, because of our good alliance with unions and the environmental community and communities of color, we've been able to pass a bill that requires 100% clean electricity with no fossil fuels. We've been able to pass the best energy efficiency bills where now we're going to have putting carpenters and laborers and IBW members to work retrofitting our buildings so they don't waste energy. We've been able to pass good legislation to help people get access to good electric cars. So I have found a way to do that by getting people to see short-term economic gain as well as long-term survival. Now here's the trick, and you may have heard me having a discussion with the Vice President on this. We have certain timelines we have to meet. And those timelines are set by science, not by politicians. And the timeline said we have to get off coal. We have to get off fossil fuels. And those are set by the laws of thermodynamics. I know this: Donald Trump cannot repeal the law of gravity. He cannot repeal the third law of thermodynamics. And the way we are going to defeat climate change is to make him a blip in history. That's what I intend to do.
All right, Governor, I know you want to hear from some of the members, and so we have our first question coming up for you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Welcome, Governor. My name is Corrine Baker. I'm a former tax auditor supervisor and a very proud AFSCME retiree, along with all the other AFSCME retirees. My question is, sometimes I go to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription and look like the prices keep going up. I don't know why, but I was told that a 90-day one prescription will cost me over $300. And that was for a generic brand. My question is also, how can other countries allow people to get their medication free or cheaper? What is your plan to make sure all Americans can afford medications here in the United States? Thank you.
Thank you, Corrine. By the way, you don't look like you need any medication, but nonetheless, I'll answer that question. In our state, we have been kind of always breaking the mold and showing new ways of doing business. So what we're doing in my state is what I do believe we need to do nationally, and that is being very aggressive to get more reasonable drug prices for Americans in several ways. Number one, we have created a new way to negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals. And since we have basically rolled out our healthcare reform, we have restrained the rate of medical inflation probably as much or more than any other state in the United States. Second, we believe this. We believe two things. Number one, everybody deserves healthcare, period. It's a human right. And we have to have mechanisms to keep down the rate of pharmaceutical inflation. So we've broken the mold yet again, and I'm proud to be the first governor and the only governor in the United States who can say this. We have actually adopted a public health care option in the state of Washington to make sure everyone has access to health care no matter where you are, no matter what your circumstances are. Those are the two biggest things we've done. We'll do a third thing that's a little bit related to your question. I believe it is time that we reform our mental health care system where people get adequate mental health care as well as physical health care. I think this is absolutely fundamental to be able to restrain costs and increase access. And I look forward to doing that on a national level as well as we have, so everyone can get access to Medicare. That's what we ought to have. Thank you.
All right, we have another one here on video for you, Governor.
My name is Joshua Minnick. I live in Western Pennsylvania. I'm a proud member of Council 13, District Council 85, Local 2112, President for Clarion County Maintenance and Trades in PennDOT. My question for the candidate is, what will you do for organized labor? What will you do when cases like the Mark Janus case come up, in which they're trying to strip all of our organized labor from our rights, the rights we fought for? I'd like to know what you'll do to stand up for the men and women of this country that have made this country. We're the backbone of the workforce in this entire nation, and for some reason lately, we're taking a beating and nobody will stand in our corners. What will you do to protect the organized labor and the men and the women that have made this country truly great?
Number one, we're going to make a congressional law to make it illegal to have right to work laws in the United States in any state. Number two, we will finally pass a card check provision So when people want to have an organized unit, they get an organized unit. Number 3, we will have an NLRB that finally doesn't have the fox garden, the chicken house, and actually have laws so management cannot abuse labor. Number 4, we will have a private right of action, so people have a right of action against the employer when in fact they are abused. Number 5, we will prohibit one-on-one meetings where the boss calls people in and browbeats them and silently intimidates them so they can't vote for a union. Now, I want to tell you why I feel so strongly about this. I mentioned I used to drive a concrete truck, and I remember one summer when I was driving at lunch, and we started to talk about forming a union. And there was an old guy in the corner. He was like 50, you know, he's a really old guy. And he said, no, I can't have anything to do with a union. And we said, why not? He says, I'm afraid I'll lose everything I have. I'll lose my job. They'll fire me the moment they hear we're even talking about this. And as a fairly young guy, to see a 50-year-old man have fear on his face, and he did, that has always stuck with me. There is no working person in this country that ought to have to feel anxiety and fear about having this right to be organized. And if I'm President of the United States, people are not going to be in fear. They're going to be standing up on both legs with AFSCME, making sure they have organizational rights. And I'm going to make sure that happens.
All right, Governor, you have 1 minute for a closing statement.
I want to thank you for what you're doing. And there is something I want to say that doesn't get said enough. You are helping the entire movement of economic and cultural justice in the United States. You're helping your members, but you're helping your non-members as well. You're helping the cause of respecting diversity as a virtue rather than a weakness in the United States. We know we have a president who has sought to divide us every single way, to use the power of fear and anxiety and racial animosity every single day. And I feel allied with you of being protective of everyone in the country, even if they're not in your particular bargaining unit. And that's why I'm proud to say I was the first governor to stand up against the Muslim ban in the United States. I'm proud to tell you, as you know, we just had a great loss in El Paso, Texas, and I know our hearts are sick about that. And this is very close to me on the issue of gun safety. When I was a freshman congressman from a Republican district in Eastern Washington, the assault weapon ban came up in 1994. And I knew that if I voted to ban assault weapons, I would lose my seat in Congress. But I want to tell you, I voted to ban assault weapons. I lost my seat in Congress, but I have never regretted that vote for 1 single second. That was the right vote then. It was the right vote now. So I want to thank you for what you're going to do. I want to thank all the AFSCME members who are helping us defeat climate change. I am an optimist. I am confident the United States can defeat climate change because we can still do big things. We invent, we create, we build. This is the nature of this country. And organized labor ought to be at the center of that. So I do want to ask you, if you share my views about these matters, you have the constitutional right to go to jinslee.com. And if you have $1, and I talked to Lee about this, pay your AFSCME dues first, then send $1 to jinslee.com. Thanks a lot. Let's go elect a good president.
Thanks, Governor. Pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Walk the other
Thanks,
way,
guys.
Governor.
We're going this way.
Thanks. Just want to remind everybody that we still have about a half a dozen candidates coming up. We have Senator Harris, and you really want to stick around for the end because Mayor Pete is last, and you want to hear me mangle his last name. I assure you. So definitely stick around for that. Next up, we have Tulsi Gabbard.
Aloha. How you guys doing?
Hi there.
Nice
Thanks
to see
for
you.
coming.
Thank you very much.
1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you. It is a privilege to be here to join all of you today. I want to thank AFSCME and the leaders that you've gathered here from around the country for the work that you do every single day fighting for our working men and women all across this country. I come from the state of Hawaii, where I've grown up. All right, we got some Hawaii in the house. You know, our state has the highest union membership per capita of any state in the country, and we're very proud of that. My father's a public high school teacher in Hawaii, a proud union member, and I've been proud to walk the picket line at different times in our state when we have needed to stand up for better working conditions and a living wage for our working men and women. So we have a strong union state, but it hasn't always been that way. When we look back in the day, what we had was a state that was governed by wealthy plantation owners. And the vast majority of working men and women were working on those plantation fields. Terrible working conditions, really being abused by the rich and powerful, these very few who not only were in control of the economy at that time, but who had all the politicians in their pockets, who were able to get exactly what they wanted, until something changed. The one thing that changed the course of history for our state and our people were labor unions. Leaders who came together, who did what was unpopular with the big bosses at the time and stood up and fought for our working men and women, for better pay, for health care, for better working conditions. That changed everything for our state and our people, but at that time, these labor leaders were labeled as communists, they were labeled as unpatriotic and un-American by these plantation owners, people who were trying to squash this movement and silence the voices of the people. Now, all of you know, I don't have to tell you this, that throughout time, at that time, and as we continue today, it is our working men and women who volunteer to put their lives on the line to serve our country, who are the backbone of our military, who are the backbone of our economy, who are the backbone of our communities. So to call our working men and women unpatriotic and un-American is as offensive back then as it is today. I can tell you what this means to me as a soldier. I've served in the Army National Guard now for over 16 years and deployed twice to the Middle East. And so when we talk about what it means to love our country, what could be more patriotic than standing up and fighting for our fellow American, than standing up and fighting for our brothers and sisters, standing up and making sure that everyone who is sick gets the health care that they need, that none of our brothers and sisters are going without a roof over their head, that we have safe working conditions, and that we are actually able to have that quality of life that leads us towards that bright future, towards that American dream. For me, it's that history of growing up in Hawaii, a place that's rich with this history of standing up for people, that I bring my commitment to serve you as president, to carry through on that promise, to stand shoulder to shoulder with our working men and women all across this country as we stand together with this love and aloha for each other, for our country, and for our future. Look forward to having a conversation with you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. So we are asking every candidate, as you've probably heard, do you believe and support a federal law? Do you support a federal law that would allow state public employees everywhere, no matter what state they're in, to have collective bargaining rights?
Absolutely, unquestionably. I mean, this should not be a question that we have to have in the political conversation today, but the fact that we are, I think, speaks to the relevance and the necessity of labor unions now, dealing with the challenges that we're facing, the threats that we're facing. Yes, I've served in Congress for nearly 7 years, and there are constant threats to our rights, the rights of working people in this country, constant threats to weaken the NLRB, what to speak of the threats that we've seen happening in some states across this country. So unquestionably, at the federal level and to the states, I would stand up for every single individual's right to collective bargaining.
Congresswoman, you mentioned that you were a soldier, and I think people shouldn't forget that you did put your life on your line, and people should thank you for your service. But I do want to just dispense with the elephant in the room, and you've had to talk about it a little bit after the debate. You had a contentious interview with Anderson Cooper. You've seen commentary about your visits to Assad and how you really feel about Syria. And I really want to, if we can, clear it up, because I think you probably want to clear it up. You probably think there are misperceptions out there. I saw one thing that you said, which was Assad is not the enemy of the United States because Syria is not a direct threat to the U.S. I mean, is that all that goes into, is that the Gabbard Doctrine? If someone may be committing atrocities in another country, but they're not a threat, that's okay, we won't do anything? I really want you to explain your position.
Thank you. in order for you to understand where I'm coming from on this, let me give you a little bit about the background. I enlisted after 9/11, like so many Americans across this country, because I wanted to do my small part in going after those terrorists who attacked us on that day, taking thousands of American lives. I wanted to do my part to keep the American people safe. We were lied to. We, the American people, were lied to. Our leaders then sent us to go fight in a war in Iraq to topple a brutal dictator, Saddam Hussein, because they said he was working with Al-Qaeda, they have weapons of mass destruction, they're going to come after us. We were lied to. What was the consequence of that? Thousands, over 4,000 of my brothers and sisters were killed in that war. Countless more were injured, coming home with both visible and invisible wounds. I was deployed to Iraq in 2005 during the height of that war, and I served in a field medical unit where every single day I saw that terrible high human cost of war. The very first thing that I did every day was go through a name-by-name list of every American casualty and injury that had occurred in the previous 24 hours. And it was heart-wrenching every single day, knowing that behind every one of those names were parents, children, brothers and sisters, spouses. These are the people who are paying the prices for these wars. I will apologize to no one for doing everything that I possibly can to stop leaders in our government from continuing to send our men and women, my brothers and sisters in uniform, from fighting in these senseless, wasteful regime change wars. So if that means meeting with a brutal dictator in the pursuit of national security, in the pursuit of preventing more of our brothers and sisters from being sent into harm's way, on missions that make our country less safe, that cause more loss of life, then I will do so. Because here's the bottom line. The only alternative to diplomacy is war. The only alternative to diplomacy is war. And we have had enough.
But Congressman, do you believe that Assad has behaved
So
appropriately?
this is why it is so important to have a leader who has the courage to have those meetings, to have those conversations, to maximize all diplomatic channels in the pursuit of safety and security and peace, because we recognize what that alternative is. So whether it is Iraq or Libya or Syria, we have to stop being the world's police. We have to end these wasteful regime change wars. And instead of spending trillions on these wars and weapons that cause such harm, devastation, and loss of life, we need to take those trillions of dollars and invest them in serving the needs of our people, making it so that every American has health care, making it so every American has clean water to drink, making it so that we're investing in our infrastructure, creating jobs, strengthening our economy. That's the kind of leadership that I seek to bring as your president and commander-in-chief.
Congresswoman, do you believe that Assad and his allies have acted appropriately since protests broke out against his regime since 2011?
I didn't hear your question.
Sure. Do you think that Assad and his allies have behaved appropriately since protests have broken out against his regime?
I do not,
since 2011?
but this is not the point that we're making here. The point that we're making here are the decisions that are being made by leaders in Washington who are deciding the fate of our sons and daughters, people in this country who put their lives on the line. And they make these decisions as they have for so long, whether we're talking about Vietnam or Iraq or Libya or again in Syria or in Afghanistan, where we just saw 2 soldiers killed a few days ago, where we still have thousands of people deployed. Acting as the world's police, saying we're going to go overthrow this dictator and that dictator, without thinking through what the consequences are, without thinking through in Iraq and Libya and Syria how our actions, the actions and decisions that have been made by the leaders in our country, have caused tremendous loss of life for the American people, have taken trillions of taxpayer dollars out of our pocket, and guess what? They have made the lives worse off for the people in the countries where we wage these wars. There are open slave markets in Libya today. ISIS and Al-Qaeda and terrorist groups are stronger in Libya now more than they were before we went in and toppled that brutal dictator. So the leadership that I will bring in the decisions that we make with regards to our foreign policy will answer 3 very important questions. Will the deployment of our military strengthen our national security or weaken it? Are they being deployed to keep the American people safe, or will it have that counterproductive effect and strengthen terrorist groups as we have seen too many times? Secondly, is it in the best interest of our country? And thirdly, will this action actually have the intended result of helping people, or will it make their lives worse? And if you look through the decisions that have been made throughout our country's even recent history and going way back, too often these questions have not been asked. And when you look at history, the answers have been unacceptable in making the lives of people worse off and causing more harm to the American people, both our service members, our veterans, and every single American in this country who's paying the price.
Congresswoman, we want to get a couple questions in from,
That'd be great.
from the members. I thought you might say so. So here's our first live one. We're going to try to get 2, so if you can keep your answers as short as possible.
My name is Charlie Muller. I'm a retired correctional lieutenant from this state. Like a lot of people my age, I rely on Medicare. It covered a recent surgery I had. What is your plan to protect Medicare from cuts, and do you plan to expand?
Thank you. Thank you for your service. You know, as I have the privilege of being able to travel across the country through this campaign, it's these kinds of questions that I get asked most often, because this is the issue that concerns people about themselves, their family, and their loved ones. I think that Medicare for All is the best way to make sure that every American in this country gets quality health care, regardless of how much or how little money that they have. Strengthening Medicare, protecting Medicare, and expanding it so that we don't leave anyone behind. I also think that I know many labor unions fight very hard to negotiate for great health benefits for their members and their retirees. That choice needs to be there for you to be able to stay in your current health care plan or to join a Medicare for All plan. I think our focus has to be on how we can bring down the overall cost of health care in this country, stop big insurance and big pharma from raking all of us over the coals just to pad their pockets and increase their profits, exploiting sick people just to improve their bottom line. If we stay focused on this objective of actually taking care of each other and providing that quality care, then I know we can accomplish that and leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Congresswoman, I'm afraid we're out of time, but you have
That went by quick.
It just went by quick, so you'll have some time, though, for a
Thank you
closing
very
statement.
much.
You
Well,
bet.
we are facing incredibly challenging times. I don't have to tell you that. The rights of working men and women are under attack every single day in this country. At a time when we are so divided, we find the path forward towards these solutions by being reminded about who we are as Americans. What is it that binds us all together, whether you're from Hawaii or from any other state in the country? What is it that we share? It is this love that we have for this country we call home, and this love that we have for each other. Now, too often we see people trying to drive wedges between us, saying, well, we're going to put you in this box and other people in that box, and foment fear and bigotry and racism to keep us from standing together, to keep us from making that kind of progress that we need to make. I spent my first 6 years in Congress serving in the minority with the Republican majority, and trust me, it's tough. It's difficult, but the way that I've been able to serve my constituents in Hawaii and in our country is by building that foundation of understanding, that common human understanding, that when it comes right down to it, we are stronger when we stand together. We are stronger when we recognize that our country is great when every single person is able to earn a living wage, when no one is having to fear for whether or not they'll be able to see a doctor when they need to. That we are stronger when every single American has clean water to drink and clean air to breathe. There are many threats that we face, many challenges we face, but I know that when we stand united in this unifying principle of love, what we in Hawaii call aloha, standing together as people, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Thank you all so much for everything you do every day, for the service you provide to our country. Hope to see you again soon. Aloha. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks. Love you, Abby. Thank you.
Aloha.
Anybody else feel like they want to be in Hawaii right now instead of that whole dry heat thing really isn't true, is it? We're going to go. We're on the home stretch here. 4 more candidates, I believe. And first up is Tim Ryan.
Hello. Hi, nice to see you.
Hi, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
1 minute for an opening statement.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? My mom is AFSCME. My grandmother was AFSCME. So I'm in a family reunion here with you all. Let me just say quickly, America is great. But not everyone can access America's greatness. The systems in the United States are broken. The economic system is broken. The healthcare system is broken. The criminal justice system is broken. The immigration system is broken. The environmental system is broken. We used to have an economy that would crank out $30, $40, $50 an hour jobs, and now people are forced to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And I'm running for president because we are caught in this left-right divide in the United States, and I think we're all exhausted because of it, and I think it's time for new and better. I think it's time for new and better systems, new and better education, new and better healthcare, new and better criminal justice, new and better economy that works for everybody. And we can't do it if we're trapped in the left-right divide. And I look forward to talking with you a little bit more about that. Thank you so much.
So we'll start you off with the surprise question of the day, which is whether or not you would support a federal law mandating collective bargaining for public workers.
I would. Yeah, I most certainly would. We were on the front lines in Ohio. Some of you may remember when it was Ohio and Wisconsin, and Ohio passed a law to basically get rid of the unions, public sector unions, and police and fire as well. And I was one of the top people campaigning against that, and we ended up beating it back. And the example I use all the time is that one. We got 63% of the vote in Ohio. The Republicans put it on, they passed it, and then we did a ballot initiative because working class people came together and we got 63% of the vote. So it's an example of when working class people, white, black, brown, come together, we can make big change in the country.
So I wanted to talk about health care. In the last debate, you were critical of Medicare for All, saying that people who have private plans that they like, maybe union members, for example, shouldn't lose them if they don't want to. But in the House, you are a co-sponsor of the Medicare for All bill. So what's going on? Do you support Medicare for All?
Yeah, I support Medicare for All. I don't support us forcing people to get rid of their private health insurance. I just don't think that's a good idea. And
but the House Medicare for All bill says that private insurers would be prohibited from selling plans. So
yeah, well, the idea is, how do we cover everybody? That, in my estimation, is what I'm for. I'm on a lot of bills that I don't agree with every little aspect of the bill, but the bill is dramatically moving in the direction that we need to move in, and that's how I feel about the Medicare for All bill. But I don't think...
So you don't necessarily agree with it all?
No, I don't agree with all of any
But that's not a little aspect of the bill either.
I'm sorry?
The private insurance part is not a little aspect. And so I guess what we're getting at here is you can't really have it both ways on this, can you? You're either for keeping private insurance or you're not.
I'm not. I mean, I'm for keeping private insurance. I'm not for us forcing someone to get rid of it.
That bill would force people to get rid of it, wouldn't it?
Well, like I said, John, there's a lot of bills that I support in Congress. There's a lot of bills I vote for in Congress where I agree with the vast majority of the bill. The question in the United States is health care a right? Answer is yes. Should everybody have access to affordable, accessible health care? Absolutely. If you can't afford it, should we help you pay for it? The answer is yes. Should it include mental health coverage? Yes. And all of the rest. And so my position, I've been very, very clear in this entire campaign, I want universal coverage, I want it affordable, I want it accessible, but I don't think as Democrats we should be campaigning in this next election saying maybe to union members who have negotiated good contracts that you got to get rid of it when you've sacrificed wages along the way. And I think if we have this conversation, unions need to be at the table. We can't continue to have conversations within the Democratic Party that ignore the unions, both the public sector and the private sector unions. So I've been very clear on this.
So what would you say to unions who don't like being put in the middle of this and say that, you know, they don't want employers, they don't want private plans and they don't want employer-based coverage because it gives employers a leg up in the negotiations, something to hold over the head of unions, and they would like it taken off the table, something like Medicare for All, so that they can focus on other things like, you know, bargaining on other things, basically.
There should be a public option. As long as there's a public option out there, which I supported and voted for when we did the healthcare reform bill, that will be the competition for the private sector. And then over time, it's going to discipline the private sector. I just don't think we should be about taking it away. But if you have the public option, and the program I think is the best next step is for us to bring Medicare down to 50 and allow 60 million Americans to be able to buy into the Medicare program. Kaiser Permanente said that those seniors, those people 50 to 64, would see a 40% reduction in their health care costs. It would drive down costs for private insurance because you're moving the 50 to 64 people into the Medicare program, so the pool, the insurance pool, would be 27-year-olds to 49-year-olds, so that would drive things down. And here's the thing, what can we get done? What can we get done? That is revenue neutral, the plan that I just said. It's revenue neutral. We could have a public option. And we've got to get 50 votes in the Senate. We've got to get 60 votes in the Senate. And I'm getting very concerned on some of the issues that we have taken positions on, some of the leading candidates on some of these issues around decriminalizing the border, around having undocumented workers be able to get free health care. Now, I think they should, of course, should get health care, but they have to pay for it. How are we going to go to workers in Ohio, in Michigan, in Wisconsin and say, you work hard, you bust your rear end every single day, you have to pay for your health care, but it's going to be free for this group of people?
Yeah, you know, thanks for asking the question, by the way, of yourself. That was my next question. You know, these folks out here, a lot of people watching on the live stream, I think healthcare is the most important issue in their lives. They're very afraid of what the future holds. And they hear politician after politician promising to make sure that they get affordable care. You've been in Washington. You know what people think of the dysfunction in Washington, which, by the way, probably it's even worse than what they think.
I know it all too well.
So I guess what I'm asking is present these folks here and watching with a realistic way that it's going to get through. You just mentioned the biggest impediment, even if the Democrats were to take the Senate, it takes 60 votes. Where's the middle ground where President Ryan goes over and talks to Mitch McConnell and you two are at a press conference shaking hands saying, here's our bill?
I don't think that's going to happen with Mitch McConnell. I don't know how you all feel.
You know what I mean, though,
but I do know what you mean. And I think what we do need is we need a majority in the Senate. And I think that means we need a candidate who is going to be at the top of the ticket that can help change the brand of the party. We are perceived, and I get people mad at me all the time when I say this, but we are perceived as a party of being very coastal and very Ivy League. And look, if my son or daughter, if they could go to the Ivy League, I'd paint houses in the summer to send them. But the perception is we have all these really smart people that come into places like Youngstown, Ohio and say, look, we're going to do this trade deal called NAFTA. And all these really smart people at Harvard told us how great it was going to be. And 40 years later, the community's wiped out. Or we're going to do this with student loans, or we're going to do this with health care, even through the Affordable Care Act with some of the issues there. And there's a disconnect with the workers in the country. And if the Democrats don't build this connection, then we can't win national elections. And what I'm saying is if I'm the nominee from Ohio, working class, blue collar, got one of the best labor records in Congress and have for 17 years, we can shift the brand of the party to the center of the country, to blue collar, working class. And a guy like me, I can go to Kentucky and campaign against Mitch McConnell. I can go to South Carolina and campaign with our Senate candidate against Lindsey Graham. I can go to North Carolina and help us win that seat. There's a seat in Iowa. There's an open seat in Kansas. We've got to win. If there's a revolution, it's going to start with getting rid of Donald Trump. That's where it has to start. And I think me as a candidate at the top of the ticket is someone who can go to all these areas so that we at least get 50 votes and then figure out as far as we could take this thing. But what I like about my plan is you bring it to 50, it's revenue neutral. Doesn't cost any money because people are going to be paying out of pocket, and they're going to save 40% from the healthcare costs that they're getting now.
All right, you talk about the disconnect with workers. I'm going to give you a chance to connect with some workers.
Okay.
Right now, we have some questions. Here's the first one.
Good afternoon, Congressman.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jeff Burtman, and I'm a retired eligibility specialist. I spent my career making sure people in Minnesota had access to the help they needed. Now that I'm retired, I'd like to know what your plan is to protect Social Security to make sure that future generations have access to all of the benefits that we've earned. And I want to underline earned.
Absolutely. This is obviously a marquee program in the United States for so many people. So I'm part of a plan that's called Social Security 2100 that lifts, that gets rid of the cap, leaves the cap where it is at 130 whatever thousand, and has a little gap, and then puts the tax back on at $400,000 a year, and extends the life of the Social Security program to the year 2100. It increases benefits for millions of Social Security recipients because it has a bump for the poorest people in the country so that they get a bump in their pay and make sure that they're guaranteed a solid higher cost of living every year. That's the essential components of the plan, and it extends it to 2100. And there is literally a tax cut in there for I think about 12 million people because we move the rates up if people want to work on the side. We move the rate up to $50,000 a year that you could make without having to pay taxes on it, so people could make more money. So I'm very committed to Social Security, and that would be my plan. And again, we have to have somebody who can bring everybody together to make sure that we pass that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I think we have another question right there.
How you doing? My name is Cameron Hopkins.
Are you going to ask me about Social Security too?
I'm not.
Okay. I get the young person and the senior.
Well, I work with foster kids on mental health issues. And union membership has actually been really important to me because I faced wage theft in several jobs before I got into a union. I want to protect unions, but we've seen lots of attacks on them from the courts, like in the Janus case.
Yeah.
What will you do to turn this around and make sure courts protect our right to join unions?
Awesome. Thank you. Well, obviously make it a federal, but I will campaign. I'll tell you this. I spoke about this the other night at the debate. I want to double union membership in the United States of America. I think that's absolutely essential. Absolutely essential. And we've got to get Democratic candidates who talk about it all the time. If we're going to fix the structural problems in the economy, we've got to make sure that we are card check, which I voted for when we were in the House. And we've got to try to take another run at that. We were very, very close to getting it passed in the Senate to make it easier for people to organize. And when these states try to get rid of collective bargaining, when they try to do right to work, as president, I will go into that state with the unions and campaign either for or against the ballot initiative, whatever it is, to help the unions. This is essential. We're not going to be able to compete in the 21st century. I talk about the new economy. I talk about we got to build electric vehicles and solar panels and wind, and we're getting our clock cleaned by China on all of these issues. I want all of those jobs to be union jobs. I voted for the $15 minimum wage the other day. Been on that bill my whole career. But as a party, we've got to stop just talking about 15 bucks an hour. We need $30, $40, $50 an hour jobs again in the United States. People are just getting by. And the entire conversation, even in the Democratic primary, is about the Band-Aids that go on the main problem. And look, I'm for most of the Band-Aids, but they're Band-Aids on the main problem. And the main problem is people are working harder and still not getting ahead. And that's the main problem. And we need an economy that creates those $30, $40, $50 an hour jobs. And the fastest way to get there is if they're union jobs.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Congressman, you have 1 minute for a closing statement.
That was quick.
Went fast, huh?
We're speed dating today. You can go to my website, timryanforamerica.com. We have our plans outlined. And I'm really excited. I want an opportunity to be the President of the United States. I want an opportunity to represent working class people. I want an opportunity to go after Donald Trump. We need new and we need better. He came to my community in Ohio. He said, we're going to bring back the steel mills. We're going to bring back the coal mines, right? And we lost an entire General Motors plant. This has been happening in the United States now for 40 years. 40 years. Working class people in this country have been struggling to get ahead, while the corporations and the top 1% have gotten everything. And I'm telling you, I will rebuild this economy. I will appoint a chief manufacturing officer. We're going to start making things again in the United States. China is cleaning our clock and all of these new technologies. I want us to rebuild the middle class, rebuild the education system, make sure we have a mental health counselor in every single school in the United States so we can take care of our kids. Make sure we have social and emotional learning, new and better, not left and right. Make sure we reduce healthcare costs by using food as medicine and actually incentivizing people to reverse chronic disease in the United States, which is 3/4 of our costs. I've got a really big agenda. Go to timryanforamerica.com, take a look at it. It's bold, it's realistic, and it's a complete break from the past. And I'll just say lastly, this is not going to be easy. I'm ready for the fight. I'm Irish. You know the old Irish saying, right? Is this a private fight or can anyone get into it? I'm ready for it. But it won't be easy. It's going to be all of us. And I believe that I will beat Donald Trump. I will send him packing. But it's going to be all of us. And I will just end with this. Bobby Kennedy used to say this at the end of his brief campaign. I do not promise you ease. I do not promise you comfort. But I will promise you these. I'll promise you weariness. I'll promise you hardship. And I'll promise you sacrifice. And with these, I promise you victory. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
You know, for a second there, Amanda, when he was talking about weariness, hardship, and sacrifice, I thought he was talking about us, but maybe not. All right, we're gonna keep going, folks. Michael Bennet is the next candidate.
Hey, everybody. Hi.
Thanks for coming, Senator. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for
Got
having
1
me.
minute.
1 minute. It's wonderful to see you. Before going to the Senate 10 years ago, I worked for the city and county of Denver, and then I had the job of a lifetime being superintendent of the Denver Public Schools. I've never seen people work so hard in my life, and in those jobs, I never met a person who would shut our local government down over politics. Now that I've been in the Senate, I think about all the times that I've landed at Denver International Airport and wish that I had a paper bag over my head because I was so embarrassed about what had happened the week before. And it was in the midst of a 35-day shutdown led by President Trump, where he's trying to get people to pay for a wall that Mexico is going to pay for, that I said maybe I could make a contribution by running for president. I can tell you this, if I am elected president, I will never shut this government down for politics. I will never allow the politicians in Washington to leave Washington until the government is reopened. If these people behave the way people at the local level behave, there is no problem we could not solve in this country again. I want to thank you for your extraordinary leadership over what's been a very difficult decade at the state and local level in many places, at the federal level as well. And the good news is we're about 18 months from having that all changed. I'm Michael Bennet. I'm from Colorado. Thanks for having me with you today.
So the question of the day, do you support a federal law allowing state public employees, wherever they are, to have collective bargaining rights?
I do. I think that the assault on collective bargaining rights that we've seen in the Midwest in particular over this decade has shown the need for federal legislation, so I would support that.
Senator, you've been talking about an issue. We've been talking about healthcare a lot, and we can talk about it more, but you've been talking about an issue that I think a lot of Democrats haven't talked about, and that's rural healthcare and some of the problems with rural America. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, urban America has a lot of trouble with healthcare, but sometimes we forget about rural America, places relying on the rural hospitals that are going away in many places. There isn't enough of a workforce, primary care nurses, in these rural communities. And the reason I've been talking about it is I don't think we can accept the partisan divide on health care. I don't think we can accept it on a number of issues, but on health care, I really believe that people in rural parts of America and in urban parts of America are facing very similar challenges. And I've seen it as my responsibility to go out there and say, look, I know in these counties in my state, I know I'll never get more than 30% of the vote here. But that's why I've created something called Medicare X, a public option that starts in rural areas and then works its way into the rest of the country. 10 years ago, when I was voting for the Affordable Care Act, if I had been in rural Iowa or Colorado or New Hampshire with a plan like that, they would have said, we're not interested in your socialist plan, your Bolshevik plan. Today, what they're saying to me is, thank you for thinking of us first. And I think that's going to form the basis of trying to construct a new politics out of the broken politics we have.
But it's not just that there's two Americas in the sense of politics, rural America and urban. Life in urban America is much different than life in rural America. So does a one-size-fits-all health care plan work for both rural and urban America?
Well, I actually don't think a one-size-fits-all plan like some that have been proposed works everywhere. I think my plan does, because it is simply an option that anybody in America can buy for their family with subsidies on the exchange. An option if you're in rural America or in urban America. But one of the big differences between our current healthcare system and my proposal is that you would have a nationwide pool. So finally, you'd have enough people in these pools to be able to keep costs low, do the reinsurance that's required to keep prices low. And that's going to be really important to people living in rural America, because there aren't enough people in rural Nevada or rural Colorado or rural Iowa to be able to support a health care plan that doesn't have ridiculous copays or ridiculous inflation as part of it.
So at the debate the other night, you noted that there's been a lot of talk about busing policy from 50 years ago. And you said that it's sort of crazy when our schools are as segregated today as they were 50 years ago. So what is your plan to address school segregation?
Well, I was superintendent in Denver for 5 years. They've continued to work on it for the last decade. And in that urban school district, where we were dead last in terms of student growth of any district of any size when I became superintendent, literally last. We now lead the state in student growth. And there was a study done just by Stanford University 2 or 3 weeks ago that concluded that the kids in Denver are now growing so much faster than the kids in the rest of the state that it's the equivalent of these kids in Denver having 60 additional school days. On a 180-day school calendar, that's a lot of school days. We have doubled the number of African American and Latino kids that are graduating and going on to college, and we've reduced the dropout rate by 75%. And we've desegregated our schools to a great degree compared to where they were before. We still have huge achievement gaps in my city, and I'm not claiming that we don't. But I don't think America will ever be America if we continue to live in a place where if you are born in poverty, your chances of getting a college degree or its equivalent are 9 in 100. And I think we need to think very deeply about what we're doing for the 70% of kids that are graduating from high school and not going to college. They need to be able to earn a living wage, not just the minimum wage when they graduate. And if we change the way high school and community college works in this country, I guarantee you we'll be able to do that. On the segregation question, I don't think there's a big appetite for busing today. We've been through it 50 years ago. But there are ways of driving attendance through different sorts of attendance zones and other kinds of things that creates more diversity, economic diversity, racial diversity. And I think that's profoundly important for our country.
But do you really believe that the schools are just as segregated in 2019 as they were in 1969? Do you really believe that?
I do believe that, yeah.
There's no difference at all.
Well, there's difference in different places, but overall, the segregation is, as it was. It's shameful, but it's true.
And can you do anything about?
And yet, let me tell you something else. It used to be, and there are people here that will remember this, back in the, maybe there's not anybody here who will remember it, but your mom and dad remembers it. There was a time when, after World War II, when education was the wind at our back. The GI Bill was put in place. Women and people of color started to go on to college and other things. And that transformed our economy, transformed it in the 20th century. Today, you've heard a lot on this stage tonight, I know you have today, about the fact that over the last 40 years, there's been no economic mobility for the bottom 90% of Americans. 9 out of 10 Americans. We have the biggest income inequality that we've had since 1928, in a century. And our education system is reinforcing that income inequality, not liberating people from it. Why? Because the best predictor of the quality of the education your kid is going to get is what you make. The best predictor of what your income is going to be is what your parents made. That's not the way America is supposed to work. That's not the way it always has worked. That is the way it's working today.
So I have a quick question before we go to the audience. Many candidates we've heard from today support a $15 minimum wage, but you, I believe, said you don't.
No, I support a $15 minimum wage. I'm prepared to listen to some rural counties in this country where $15 may not be what will work. But overall, I support a $15 minimum.
So if there are areas where they say
I think about my wife is from a town in the Mississippi Delta called Marianna, Arkansas. It's the county seat of a county called Lee County, deep, deep, deep in the heart of the Delta. And I think that it's possible that $15 would put small businesses there out of business and therefore put people out of work.
So you would allow like carve-outs for what would be counties, municipalities, or?
I think I need to work with you and others to figure out the right way to do it, but I want to recognize the fact that there are some places in this country that may not be able to afford to go to, or let me say it this way, that it would be counterproductive for working people to go to something that can't be afforded.
All right, I want to give someone here in the audience a chance to ask you a question, Senator, so let's do that.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alonzo Thornton. I'm a psychiatric registered nurse, a certified dementia practitioner, and a U.S. Army veteran. I work at a facility that houses people with intellectual disabilities. These people are the types that usually don't have health insurance. I've dedicated my education and professional development and a fair amount of student loan debt to public service. As president, what will you do to ensure that the most vulnerable among us live in dignity?
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do. My exposure to the population that you're talking about was in the school district, and we worked very hard to make sure we integrated people as well as we could. I think that in this country, we stand alone in the industrialized world as not providing universal health insurance, not providing universal mental health insurance, and we need to make that commitment, and I will make that commitment. I don't think, there is not a person in this country that couldn't end up living in the place where you work, and we should think about it that way. For too long, we've made it too hard for people to work in the country because we're passing work rules on Medicaid that actually makes it harder for people to work rather than to work. We're making it harder for the least vulnerable people who can't work to be able to live a life in dignity. And while we've done that, we've cut taxes by $5 trillion since 2001, almost all the benefit of which have gone to the wealthiest people in the country. And we spent $5.6 trillion in the Middle East on these wars. That's $11 or $12 trillion that we could have used to invest in exactly what you're talking about, and we should. And so what I would start by doing is stop frickin' doing the stuff we have been doing for the last 20 years and actually invest in America, both our most vulnerable populations, also for universal health care, and in infrastructure and the kinds of things that will drive job growth here in America. So thanks.
So really quickly, I wanted to, during lunch, some of you filled out, and throughout the day, I actually believe, some of you filled out question cards. And so I wanted to read one really quickly. This is from Jorge Escobar. He's a probation officer in San Jose, California. And he asks, has the Democratic Party taken the union endorsement for granted?
Have we taken it for granted?
The union
We
endorsement.
better not take it for granted because we lost.
But do you think it has?
What?
Do you think that over the year the Democratic Party has done so?
Well, what I think we took for granted was the fact that America's workers would vote for Democrats, and I think part of that may have been taking the union endorsement for granted. I mean, the reality is there are a lot of union presidents who endorsed Hillary Clinton last time, but whose membership voted for Donald Trump. And that is a difficult political dynamic that will not repeat itself. In other words, we need the membership of these unions to feel like the Democratic Party and the Democratic candidate, the Democratic nominee, I hope it will be me, is standing with you, so there's no ambivalence about whether to support somebody who's now gone to the White House and day after day after day tries to destroy your right to organize, take away your ability to support each other, and yet still is winning the votes of working people because they're unpersuaded that the Democratic Party is for them. That's a big problem, and it's not the workers' problem, it's the Democratic Party's problem. Can I give you one example? Thank you, I appreciate it. Let me give you an example that drives me completely crazy, over the edge, and that is on climate. We lost an economic argument on climate change, and that's why we have a climate denier in the White House. Trump should never have been able to make the case that fighting climate is bad for our economy and denying climate is good for our economy, but he did. And our nominee needs to be able to go to places like the state that I represent, Colorado or Iowa, these swing states, Arizona, Nevada, and be able to make the case that we are for the economy and that Trump's the one that's destroying it. The fact that we lost that argument last time is not Donald Trump's fault. That's our fault. Not your fault, that's our fault. And I will do everything I can to make sure we don't repeat that mistake again.
All right, Senator, we have 1 minute for a closing statement.
I will just want to say thank you to all of you for what you're doing to make this country a better place. You know, people forget, I think, the sacrifices that our parents and grandparents have made for us. And you will never forget those sacrifices because you remember the origins of this union in Memphis when the garbage workers were going on strike there, and Martin Luther King was there. And the night before he was assassinated, he said, roughly, he said, "I am just here to make you, America, keep the promise you wrote down on paper when you wrote the Constitution." And every generation of Americans has done what they needed to do to make this country more democratic, more fair, and more free. We have never been perfect at it, but we have moved in the right direction. That is what is at stake in this election. We have a president who doesn't believe in you. He doesn't believe in the rule of law. He doesn't believe in the separation of powers. He doesn't believe in the Constitution. He doesn't believe in democracy. We have to pull together as a movement and beat this guy, not just to beat Donald Trump, but so we can govern the country again, so we have our chance as Americans to build on the legacy that these great Americans built for us. And I look forward to doing that work with all of you. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks for coming,
Thanks.
Senator.
Great seeing you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Good to see you.
You know, Amanda, I think it might seem silly by this point of us asking that first question of every candidate, but now you guys figure if one of these 19 folks become president, it's right there on tape, right? Yeah. You're welcome. All right. Next up, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, guys. Hi.
Thanks for coming,
Hi,
Senator.
John. Good to see you.
Too. 1 minute.
Okay, well, I want to just thank everybody here for all the work you do every day and the work so many of us have done together over the years. I had a 1 minute presentation, but you know, I've been listening about what happened in El Paso, and the numbers are going up. It's now 21 fatalities.
Oh my God.
And I think it's really important that, first of all, look, I've worked my entire career in public service. I applaud and I thank and I honor the work that you do every day and the work of the members of AFSCME. It is you who do the kind of work that's going to be the responsive work about that shooting in El Paso. It's about county workers, it's about state workers, it's about public service, it's about first responders. And, you know, we just had this happen in Gilroy last week. And so I think that there is no question that we have to really have a conversation about who is our America and who are we. And we have to agree that we cannot tolerate this kind of gun violence in these tragedies anymore. So I wanted to just say that, but for the occasion, I thank and applaud you. It is organized labor. It is the leaders who are here and are watching who every day fight for working people in America. And whether you who is listening are a member of a union or not, you benefit from the work of these leaders. It is these leaders that brought us the 5-day work week, the 8-hour workday, sick leave, vacation time, weekends. And we must honor the work, understanding also that it has been, especially these last couple of years, full on under attack. And in that way, this is an attack against working people of America. I promise you, when elected, I will put in place a Secretary of Labor who actually understands the dignity of work. I promise you that as president, I will always support the right to strike and the right to organize. I will support a $15 minimum wage, as I have. I will work against those right-to-work laws and also make sure that corporations that violate labor laws are fined and receive the kind of accountability and consequence that they deserve for suppressing workers and their ability to speak on behalf of working people. Collective bargaining, you know, at its very core, we must remember the reason for the word. It's about the collective. It's about understanding that requiring that one employee to work against and have a voice that is going to be as strong as the person they work for is just unreasonable. We need to allow workers to unite and then speak in the collective about all that they deserve in terms of the dignity of labor as it relates to wages, as it relates to workplace safety, as it relates to benefits. And so I stand here in solidarity and in support of all the work that you do every day, and I thank you for welcoming us to have this conversation. Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
So we'll start with the easy one,
Okay.
Senator. I think it's easy. You could be the first person to say no today. Just remember, you could.
Okay.
Should there be a federal law that mandates that there's collective bargaining for public workers?
Yes.
See how simple that one was? Now we can move
Yeah,
on.
well, there should be, and especially because we've seen it under attack in so many states. And you look, there is a reason that many of us have always argued for this kind of thing and against states' rights, because we understand that in the history of America, states have put in place laws that have violated the civil rights, the human rights, and the equal rights of people. And therefore, we need and have to have a federal government that understands that there are certain core values and principles that must be defended and must be held as standards, even when the states fail to do so. And this is one of those issues.
Okay.
So you mentioned what you're looking for in a labor secretary. Would that person be a union leader?
I would actually want that person has an experience being a worker and working in a way that understands that these are not conceptual and theoretical issues. And I will tell you that just as with so many of the issues that I've worked on, I'm going to want labor to be there informing and helping to advise that decision. And if the decision is that that's who that person should be, then I would welcome that. There would be no reason not to.
So I wanted to ask you a little bit about health care. You have offered a version of Medicare for all, but private insurers would still be allowed to offer plans as long as they met certain guidelines.
Correct.
But your plan would have a 10-year timeline for phasing in.
Correct.
Why such a long timeline?
Well, listen, you know, starting from when I announced our campaign in the place of my birth, Oakland, California, up until now, I have said that especially at this phase of the campaign, for me, it is very important that I listen as much as I talk, because I will tell you I fully intend to win this election, but at the end of the process, the measure of success will obviously be that, but for me, the measure of success will also be that we are relevant. And so I've been listening, and I've been listening to a lot of folks, including the brothers and sisters of labor, and who have said to me, look, we negotiated contracts where we've given up wages for these health care benefits. And under the Medicare for All plan, we would lose them, or we would be certainly in fear of losing them. And I heard that, and so I said, okay, let's do, instead of a 4-year transition, let's do a 10-year, because that'll allow for at least 2 cycles of organizing and negotiating contracts, which will give then folks enough time to actually make those decisions about how they'll negotiate under our Medicare for All system. And the other piece of it, in terms of the private plan, is that there are a lot of folks who have negotiated plans that are private plans, and they want to keep them. And I don't want to be in the business of taking that kind of choice away from folks. However, under my plan, the insurance companies are not going to get to play the way they've been playing, because they've been playing folks. They've been jacking up health care costs in terms of premiums, copays, and deductibles. They've had this long-standing marketing plan and lobbyist plan that they've put millions of dollars into, which has been to try and convince American workers that they need to keep their private insurance, when in fact what folks want is to keep their doctor. You know, people have insurance, and every day, there's an example I give of every night, or in the middle of the night, there is some parent whose child has a fever that is out of control, and they call the doctor. What should I do? Go to the emergency room. So that parent packs that child up in the car, drives to the hospital. They're sitting in the car paused, one hand on the forehead of that child, the other, and then looking out the window at those sliding glass doors. Why have they paused? Because they got insurance. But they know if they walk through those sliding glass doors, they will be out of pocket a $5,000 deductible. So the insurance companies need to be brought in to basically get correct. And so under my plan 1, there are going to be no more copays, there are going to be no more deductibles, and they're going to have to bring costs down, and they're going to have to play by our rules. They're going to have to get certified. Private insurers will have to get certified as a Medicare private plan. And if they don't play it by our rules, they don't play.
So a 10-year timeline, though, that means your plan would be implemented after you left office, even if you served 2 terms.
No, that's not correct, with all due respect. What would happen is immediately, for example, children are born into Medicare for All in my plan. So in America, there are approximately 4 million children a year that are born. So immediately, 4 million children are going to be going into the Medicare for All plan. Current Medicare recipients go in immediately. And by the way, current Medicare recipients, now we're going to extend benefits. So it will be the existing benefits plus dental, plus vision, plus hearing aids, which is a very important piece because it's very expensive. Hearing aids are very expensive. So we're going to extend benefits. So that happens immediately. What happens immediately is we start folding in Medicaid recipients. And then those who want to buy in terms of if they're going to get into a private plan, can do that immediately. The experts have said that our plan, that my plan, actually is the most effective at getting the largest number of people into a system as soon as possible. The experts tell us that the majority of Americans will be in our plan by the first 5 years.
But aren't you worried about your opponents chipping away at it after you leave office, as we've seen them do with Obamacare, even after it became law?
Yeah, of course they're going to try and do that, but that's no reason to do nothing.
Or to do it quicker, or to do it faster, though. To do it faster so that everything's implemented in a quicker timeline.
Here's what I'd also say to that. So I arrived at the United States Senate 2 years and some months ago, when obviously this guy came into office. And but remember, so they came in and their first agenda item was to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And they put everything they had into it. And for a good solid 9 months, and they're still trying to do it, by the way, and get rid of things like the ban on pre-existing conditions and 27-year-olds beyond your plan. So for the first 9 months, and I will never forget watching those town halls in so-called Republican states in Republican jurisdictions, where folks would show up and say, yeah, get rid of that Obamacare. But this here health care I got right now, keep that. And then sometimes they refer to it as the Affordable Care Act. And what became clear is that do not take health care away from Americans, and it is a nonpartisan issue. And so we saw that, we've seen that play out.
which is when you give health care to people, they know the difference between when they didn't have it and they do have it, and whatever their party affiliation. They will stand up and say, don't take my health care away. We've seen this playbook. And I am confident that when we put in place my Medicare for All plan, it is going to benefit all Americans. In fact, I know that the experts have said it. And my plan, unlike some of my friends who are on the debate stage, my plan actually will cover everybody. And by the way, in 2019, no Democrat should be on that stage that doesn't have a health care plan that covers everybody.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, Senator. And I think staying on health care is a good idea. I think it's there's this fine line. You talked about how one of the things you want to do is listen to people.
Yeah.
Well, on the other hand, I think you're on your second plan now that you've presented for health care, which may have come from listening to people. On the other hand, when you announced that you're going to run for president of the United States, shouldn't you have known all these issues? Shouldn't you have had a fully formed plan that you were not going to change major aspects of? That's what people expect of you, right? That you have these core beliefs, that you're going to stick to those, and not because, all due respect, someone at a town hall gives you another idea, you're just going to change your plan.
No, I don't. I disagree with you.
You're not going
John.
to accept my premise.
I'm not.
I'm shocked.
Because, and you who are a gigantic brain and a complex thinker, you know this is not that simple. I mean, it really is about, first of all, most of the Democrats who are on the stage are supporting many of the plans. So I think that most of us, I'll speak for myself, say, hey, it's a good idea, I support it. The question becomes, is it the best idea? And for me, that Medicare plan that almost everyone has signed off on, I realized it's just not the best plan. And so I decided to come up with my own. And people like Kathleen Sebelius, who is the architect of the Affordable Care Act, has endorsed it as being the most effective way to get to the goal. And that's what's really most important. The goal is that health care should not be a privilege of just those who can afford it. It should be a right. And what are we going to do beyond saying the kind of the bumper sticker, which is the thing I just said? What are we going to actually do to work out the details with a plan that can work? And work in a way that meets the needs and the desires of the people. And, you know, as somebody who has been in public office my entire career, I really do believe you have to listen to the people and respond and be willing to say, hey, you want better? Okay, I'm gonna do better.
So let's take some time for you to interact with some of the members here.
Good.
They have
That'd be
some
great.
questions for
Thank
you. Here's the first one.
Yes.
My name is Ashley Reyes, and I'm a social worker in Nevada. Research shows us how children of color are often more subject to harsh disciplinary measures like expulsion, and I've seen that in my work. One of the reasons I'm active in my union is because unions are such an important part of fighting for racial justice and equality.
That's right.
What will you do as president to continue this fight and ensure future children of color don't face the same obstacles and dangers?
Thank you. There's so much to talk about and so much work that I know you're doing. So there are a number of things. There's the work that I've done for most of my career that has been focused on the fact of undiagnosed and untreated trauma among children who are growing up in communities where either there is violence or poverty, and let's all be clear, poverty is trauma-inducing. And so I've done work, and I can go on in greater detail about that, but that's one big area of focus for me. I actually have a plan, and we'll be rolling it out, but essentially I believe we need to have a nurse in every school in America, because we are not addressing the public health and the mental health needs of our children. And we are paying a collective price for that, not to mention the moral cost of that, which is letting a child who is clearly in need of help go without the help that they need. In terms of disparities on race, that in addition to that, because that is without any question, right? The children who are growing up in communities that have resources, they have their children getting the kind of therapy and the assistance they need and the diagnosis early on. And so there is that. Racial disparities in terms of education. I have worked on this issue and actually been a part of some legislation in my earlier days, but including what we need to do around tracking and recognizing that in particular, black and brown boys are suspended and expelled at far greater rates than any other children, including children who are in elementary schools. I've heard of kindergartners, right? And what that means. Let's recognize another situation, which is by the time a black child is at the end of 3rd grade, if that child has had a black teacher, they are 13% more likely to go to college. If that child has had 2 black teachers by the end of 3rd grade, they are 32% more likely to go to college. So I have a plan that is about equal pay for teachers. Because right now we are paying teachers 11% less than similarly educated professionals. Okay, let's put that number together with the fact that black college graduates suffer from much greater student loan debt than other students. So if that graduate wants to follow their passion, which is to teach, it is very unlikely they will be able to do that with the low salaries plus the student debt. And what's the benefit going to be, or the residual harm going to be, to those children that otherwise might have had that teacher? So there is that. There is also the issue of the racial wealth gap in America. So I am prepared to, when elected, put $100 billion into families that live in historically redlined communities, including families that are living in federally subsidized housing, to give them the resources to make down payments and cover closing costs to buy a home. Why? Because we have had systemic racism in America on this issue. You look at World War II. All of these wonderful patriotic Americans came home and there was a plan. Let's build a middle class and get them support for housing. Well, guess what? Black folks were denied and excluded for the most part from those benefits. You then fast forward just a little bit. Redlining, institutional racism that precluded black families from home ownership. Then you look at something I worked on as Attorney General, which was taking on the 5 big banks of the United States over the foreclosure crisis when they were robo-signing foreclosures, and you look at the disproportionate impact of the foreclosure crisis on families of color, black families, Latino families, immigrant families.
Senator, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you keep going, we're not going to get to the next worker question.
Okay,
and you could
okay.
really,
We
could talk about this
I would like
subject.
to continue this, but it is obviously an important
I
piece, which
understand.
is about intergenerational wealth
I get
and
it.
what that has in terms of a residual impact on the points you're making.
You're lucky we're running out of time because I have about 500 follow-up questions to what
Okay,
you
well,
said. But
well,
let's go to the next
invite
speaker.
me back. I'll come back.
Hi, Senator Harris. My name is Robin Tomosic. I'm from Northern California, and I do work with families who have young children. A huge problem for those families is finding affordable childcare.
Yeah.
On the other hand, many of the childcare workers are paid ridiculously low wages
agree.
considering the responsibilities they have.
Right.
What is your plan to make sure that families can afford childcare and that those workers get an income they deserve?
Briefly.
Well, I'm supporting those child care workers organizing. In fact, I was even with everybody when we had our labor council meeting in California a few months ago. I'm in full support of those child care workers organizing to receive the benefits and the pay they deserve. And again, because it goes back to just what we know, which is historically, you look at child care workers, you look at home health care workers, these jobs that, the slang or the awful word is, pink collar jobs, right? The jobs that women normally do that's about caring for other human beings and getting paid substandard wages to perform that work that if it's not done, we will actually not function as a society. So I support their ability to organize.
Senator, you have 1 minute for a closing statement if you want it. I can ask you another question instead if you'd like.
Well, I got a lot to say.
No. 1 minute.
Let me just, I do actually, yeah.
Okay.
Another mic. My agenda in this campaign, I call it the 3 a.m. agenda. And so the priorities for me, in large part, have been about the issues that wake people up in the middle of the night. That 3 o'clock in the morning thought. Some people call that the witching hour. And I think about those priorities because, listen, if we don't handle that, all this other stuff that we're doing about grand gestures doesn't matter. And I know that the things that wake people up at 3 in the morning, usually for the vast majority of us, have to do with one of just a very few things. Personal health, the health of our children or our parents. For so many, can I get a job, keep a job, pay the bills by the end of the month, retire with dignity? For our students, can I pay off those student loans? For so many families in America, can I help my family member get off their opioid or drug addiction? So these are my priorities, and I cannot fulfill most of what I have as a plan to address and solve those problems without you. Because it is the members of AFSCME that do so much of the work that actually brings meaning to these ideas. So I've got a plan for how we're going to increase pay. I've got a plan for how we're going to deal with creating the priorities. But you guys are the ones who are out there doing the work every day. You're on the ground actually making this stuff real. And so I just want to leave you with what you already know, which is you're hearing a lot about different people's plans and you'll make your decision. But I'm really clear that in order to make this idea hit the ground and actually impact real people, you guys are the ones that are going to make it work, because you're the ones who are making it work every day right now in America. And so I thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That way?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you guys.
Can you believe it? 18 down, 1 to go? I know I speak for Amanda, and we appreciate how many of you have stuck around for the entire program. And I'll tell you someone who's really going to appreciate it, and that's our final candidate, Pete Buttigieg.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Hi, Mayor.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good.
1 minute for an opening statement.
Thanks. I had a statement ready, and I can't even think about it right now. I don't know if you all are seeing what's coming out of Texas. America is under attack. America is under attack from homegrown white nationalist terrorism. And we have to talk and act about two things in this country. First of all, we are the only country in the world with more guns than people. It has not made us safer. We can respect the Second Amendment and not allow it to be a death sentence for thousands of Americans. And two, white nationalism is evil. And it is inspiring people to commit murder. And it is being condoned at the highest levels of the American government. And that has to end. The first time I became aware that our country was under attack, like most people in my generation, I think, was 9/11. And for a hot minute, we all swore up and down that we were going to be different, that it was going to change us, and that being attacked was going to bring out the best in this country. That's what we said. So how about this time? We've got decisions to make here. Right now, I just saw a picture before I came out here. They are lining up down the block in El Paso to give blood. Just like they did here after October 1. And they're doing that because you feel like at least you can do something. They're close to where it's happening, so at least they can do something. And so can we, if we have the courage. But we've got a decision to make. Are we or are we not prepared to stand up to the corporate gun lobby? And are we or are we not prepared to stand up to the evil of white nationalism in this country? And I'm sorry that's off topic. I'm very proud of my labor plan. I'm sure we'll get a chance to get into it.
Plenty of time to talk about that.
But and it's great, and you'll love it, I hope. But that's the only thing I can think about as I walked onto the stage. But I am obviously very thankful for AFSCME. You have a presence in my community. It is pretty inspiring to see what's happening here in Nevada to advance the well-being of workers, and I'm sure that's what we're going to dig into.
So really quickly, we're asking every candidate. Everyone has said yes so far, so you may say yes. You could be different, say no. Do you support a federal law allowing state public employees to have collective bargaining rights no matter what state they're in?
Yes, of course, yes. And it was really encouraging to see that happen here in Nevada. And what it took was leadership, right? You had the Assembly, the Senate, the governor all aligned, the leadership of David Parks and Maggie Carlton and the governor ready to sign it. And if we had that same aligned leadership in Washington, this would happen.
So we have every candidate on record supporting it now.
Yes, we do. So, Mayor, I wasn't planning on doing this, and Amanda and I have been out here all day, so we know none of the details of what happened in El Paso. You know much more than us, and everyone has mentioned it, of course, and I know it's on your mind, and I take it at face value that it's pretty much all that's on your mind right now. I get it. It sounds horrific. But we hear from you and from others, we can't tolerate this anymore, the corporate gun lobby. It's not realistic, is it, to promise people that these kinds of things are not going to happen no matter what you can do as president or as a member of Congress? You just can't stop it, can you?
That's not the idea, though. We don't, look, in the real world, no problem is eliminated completely. It is wrangled down to size. We don't just not bother dealing with international terrorism because we can't prevent 100% of it. We do everything we can to save every life that we can. And when it comes to gun safety, 90% of Americans think we ought to at least do universal background checks. Most Americans, most gun owners, by the way, most Republicans think we ought to do that. When we think about red flag laws that disarm domestic abusers and catch mental health risks, this is not anything that goes against responsible gun owners. It is a little more difficult when we get into assault weapons politically, but we still have to do it because there are weapons of war that just have no place in American neighborhoods in peacetime. And will it save every single life? Of course not. We still have an obligation to save the lives that we can. And what we're seeing is this toxic brew, where not only do we have the problem that we have failed to act on gun safety, even doing things that most Americans think we ought to do, let alone the more controversial things, but that is now coming into an absolutely lethal combination with domestic terrorism, almost all of which is inspired by white nationalism. And if we don't confront that, and some of it's policy, but a lot of it's culture, a lot of it is how our leaders talk about whether this is one country or whether we will allow people to be pitted against each other by maneuvers like the peak white identity politics being practiced out of this White House. And that lives are on the stake, and whether we deal with, lives are on the line, and whether we deal with that or not.
What laws, without talking in generalities, because I think that's what confuses people too, weapons of war, assault weapons, versus there are people out there, and you would call them law-abiding citizens, responsible citizens who own guns, more guns in this country than people, all of that. What laws can you pass? I understand the bully pulpit of the presidency is important here, right? But what laws can be passed that's going to diminish this? Of course you're not going to eradicate it.
Sure, a law for universal background checks, a law for red flag laws, a ban on the sale of high-capacity magazines and things like the weapons that it appears were used today. And by the way, ending the ban, it is illegal for the Centers for Disease Control to even research gun violence as a public health issue. When they're making it illegal to research something, you got to ask, what is it that they don't want you to find out? So that's a pretty quick legislative or maybe administrative change that we could make on day one. Will it save every life lost to gun violence? Of course not. But how can we not do something that we know would save thousands and thousands and thousands of lives a year?
Beyond guns, is there something that you can do to address policy-wise as president, to address white nationalism, domestic terrorism? Is it confronting the tech companies or something like that?
Well, certainly some of it is a policy question, right? We got a lot of states, a handful of states, sadly I live in one, that still lack hate crime laws. And the federal government should be pushing for that to happen. We know that we need a counterterrorism strategy here that perhaps is a little more willing to look at extremism at home. But the reality is this is not just a policy thing. This is a culture problem. And as long as white nationalism is spoken of as if it's just a kind of, quirky thing versus a virulent ideology that is killing people in this country, then I think we're really going to struggle to get our arms around it.
You believe Donald Trump is a white nationalist?
At best. I mean, at best, he condones and encourages white nationalism. It was flourishing under his watch. This is not an accident. It's not like this just happened. Now, it's also not like it just started with Donald Trump. And part of the conversation that needs to happen, I think largely in white America, frankly, is about these things that a lot of white progressives are shocked that these things could be going on in our country. And I think it comes as no surprise to a lot of activists of color that these things were beneath the surface the whole time. It's just now they've been given permission to come into the daylight.
So I wanted to switch a little bit quickly and ask about healthcare before we get to audience questions. You know, one feature of Medicare for All is that it would have no out-of-pocket costs. You wouldn't have to pay for prescriptions. They'd basically be free, doctor visits and all of that. The public option proposals out there, and I believe you put forward some version of that, would still have some cost sharing. Why impose those costs on the consumer?
Well, I think, first of all, we've got to have an out-of-pocket cap so that it never becomes out of reach. And I think that this is part of a transition, a glide path. I want us to get to that Medicare for All environment. I just think that if you allow words like Medicare for All to escape your lips, you got a responsibility to explain how you get from point A to point B. And the best way I can think of to do it that doesn't involve kicking millions of Americans off healthcare plans they like, or kicking a bunch of people out of jobs that they count on in healthcare in this country, is to start with this Medicare-like option, Medicare for All who want it, we call it, that's available through the exchange, and let people buy into it. Then over time, we can mix the premiums and subsidies based on the right answer for the American people. I do believe it ends with us getting to universal health care, but it's the most responsible way to make it happen.
There's still a lot of people in the industry who are still opposed, even something like what you're proposing. So how do you get them on board?
Well, look, some people whose profits are put at risk by us improving American health care will resist it to the end. And unfortunately, if we cannot persuade them, we are going to have to defeat them.
All right, let's take a break from these questions from Amanda and myself and let you connect with some of the members of the union.
Sounds
We have
good.
some questions for you. Here's the first one.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Ravina, and I work at the Nevada Department of Transportation. We keep hearing over and over again that the roads and schools and bridges are crumbling all across America. What will you do to build an infrastructure of the future that is worthy of the greatest and wealthiest country in the world?
Thanks for raising that issue. It's not being talked about enough in this campaign. And it's funny, it was the one bipartisan promise, and we should have known better, but that even I was kind of thinking this president might deliver on when he talked about an infrastructure plan. Now, it turned out that his infrastructure plan was just for us local governments to do it like we've been doing all along, without a lot of support from the federal government. In our community, we got enough funding to repave every lane mile of road in the city every 50 to 100 years. Problem is I can't find asphalt that lasts more than about 12 in our conditions. And if we want to be a world-class country, certainly if we want to compete with a place like China, we got to have world-class infrastructure, world-class transportation methods, world-class schools. So we're going to have to fund it. Look, way too much of the conversation has been about just cutting and removing regulations and taxes as if that's all it takes to make Americans free. I believe freedom actually involves freedom to live a life of your choosing. And I don't think you're free if there's not a good road to get you to where you're going on your way to work. The way I think of it is, and I think of this as a mayor all the time, right? Because we're in the business of delivering infrastructure. I don't know what the meaning of life is for any individual living in our city. But I know that they will be better able to live a meaningful life around whatever goals matter to them, raising a family, starting a business, getting through school, if they can get clean, safe drinking water and have a good road to get them to where they're going, and know that their kids can be in a good school, and know that they're safe and that the trash gets picked up. Some of the stuff is basic, and we cannot keep falling down on it and call ourselves the greatest country in the world.
Before we go to the next question, Mayor, there is a little point that might be worth talking about. How much is it going to cost? Yeah, how much?
So think of it this way. Most countries in the developed world, about a third of their economy, a third of their GDP goes into government, or goes through the government, I should say. For us, it's about a quarter. And it turns out that has a cost. And the cost is our schools aren't as good, our roads are falling apart, and our public life is diminished. So we are going to have to raise revenue to build up infrastructure, to build up our education system, to deliver health care in the best possible way. That's going to have to be paid for. And so I'd be lying if I didn't say that involves taxes. But when you've got multinational corporations making billions of dollars in profit, paying less in taxes, in income taxes, than anybody in this room, specifically zero. When you have massive tax cuts, blowing giant holes in our budget, given to corporations and the wealthiest, when you have a lot of people in this economy not paying their fair share, I think it's pretty clear where to look in order to begin raising that revenue.
So do you have a specific plan then and a number for how much this is going to cost to fix the infrastructure problem across America?
So we're working on the tab for some of the things that we're still proposing because we haven't rolled out our full infrastructure plan. But we are going to be honest about everything we propose to do and what we think it'll cost. People need to see it. But we got to stop talking about, when we talk about taxes, we talk about them like they're just, it's like going to a restaurant and ignoring the part where the food is and just looking at the prices on the menu. And you don't know, if you just picked a number and circled it, and you don't know whether that goes with the fried pickles or a steak. And we got to talk about both things. We got to talk about what we expect in terms of value from our government, and then what it's going to take to pay for it. And I want to unify that conversation, and you'll see that in the way that our plans continue to emerge as a campaign.
If you had to choose between fried pickles and a steak, what would you eat? You could cost yourself votes. I'm kidding. You don't have to answer. All right, we have another audience question, I think.
I'm Leroy from Local 420, DC 37 in New York City. America seems like it's being torn apart today based on race. What will you do as president to unite all Americans and end the politics of racism?
Good. Feels like we're ending where we began. And it's one of the reasons why we proposed the Douglas Plan to end systemic racism in this country. Sounds like some folks have looked at it, so I appreciate that. I'd invite you to go online if you want to see it in full detail, but in a very quick summary, it's about all the different ways in which systemic racism has diminished American life, from making sure that we make it easier to access capital and credit for minority entrepreneurs, to boosting to 25% the level of business that the federal government will do with those entrepreneurs, to things like criminal justice reform and dealing with redlining and the legacy of redlining and gentrification in our neighborhoods. It's everything from health to home ownership, from education to economic empowerment, criminal justice reform and democratic reform, because all of this has to go together. The bigger idea behind it is that we can't just replace racist policies with neutral ones and expect everything to get better on its own. Because it turns out that harms compound. If you save $1, over a few years, it turns into $2 and then $100 and $1,000. It's the same thing with the dollar stolen. And we have to face that as a country and make policy accordingly. But again, the other thing that has to happen alongside all the policy work is the cultural and political work. And that's what, frankly, that's what unions help represent. It's in unions that we get the answer to this really stupid question over whether we're going to care about racial equity or whether we're going to care about economic kitchen table issues. Because I see a tremendously diverse labor movement here that is a reminder that black and brown people have kitchen tables too, and our interests are actually very well aligned, which is precisely why this White House wants to divide us around race. Because when we're talking about our everyday lives and how we make them better through policy, making sure we defend workers' rights, get you the raise, preserve your health care, get paid family leave, then it turns out that most Americans can be united across those very lines that this president and his allies in Congress are so skillfully dividing us over, to the detriment, in particular, of those who are on the raw end of racial discrimination, but really to the detriment of the entire American experiment.
So I have one quick follow-up before we go to your closing statement. As you've risen in the polls, I've noticed that your polling amongst black voters has been fairly low, around 1%. Why do you think that is, and how are you trying to change that?
Well, I think when you're new on the scene and you're not from a community of color, and as mayor of a city that has a past and a lot of complicated issues in our own community, you have got a lot of extra work to do to make sure that you have shared your vision and brought people into the campaign. Voters of color are, in my experience, pretty tired of politicians coming along talking about how great we're going to be for them and feeling often taken for granted, sadly, by my party. And by politicians in general. So we know we got a lot of work to do, but I think the reason that we're finding that our support among voters of color is growing is that we are presenting the substance of policy ideas like the Douglas Plan, but also running a campaign that reflects our commitment to supporting this country belonging to the most diverse generation in American history. It is very important to me that we reflect and empower the entire range of the American people and American workers in particular.
Mayor, you'll have a 1-minute closing statement if you so desire.
Okay. Well, thanks again for having me. Thanks for what you're doing. Thank you for the leadership that the public service employees here represent. I'm running for president because I think we're running out of time. Everybody running for president in my party has at least loosely similar views. But we were also recycling a lot of the same political arguments, sometimes some of the same faces, that have dominated Washington for as long as I've been alive. And being from the industrial Midwest, a place that was on the raw end of an economy that didn't work for many people, for most people in fact, I know why a so-called great economy isn't great if most people aren't getting ahead. When GDP goes up and life expectancy goes down, we need some deep change. And I am worried that this is our last chance to deal with climate, to deal with gun violence, to deal with systemic racism, to deliver an economy where that famous rising tide actually does lift all boats. But I believe it's not too late. I'm convinced it's not too late if we are willing to undertake the kind of bold action that's actually required to make a difference, having the right policies and having the courage to get it done. We are not going to defeat this president by promising a return to normal. We are only in a situation like this. A president like him only gets near the Oval Office to begin with if normal isn't working for nearly enough Americans. We have a chance to change that, and I'm asking you to join me to help get it done. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Folks, I want to say what an honor it's been to be here with all of you and to be invited by AFSCME and Huffington Post, and what an honor it's been to be here with Amanda. I think I speak for Amanda in saying that this has been a real privilege, and I hope you got something out of it. I think we got a lot out of them, all things considered. And so Amanda and I are going to say so long, and we're going to invite up here your president, Lee Saunders.
Thank you. Did you enjoy yourselves? A lot of information, right? If we could all stand, I'm asking for a moment of silence for the affected families, for those who have lost their lives in El Paso, the El Paso community. I'm also asking for a prayer for our country. We have to be better than this. A moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Let's give it up one more time for all the candidates who were here today. Did a great job, didn't they? Thank you to our hosts at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and a special thanks to Amanda Turkle and John Ralston for such an excellent job as our moderators. Give them a shout out, give them a round of applause. And thanks to the many special guests in attendance, allies, partners, friends who have supported public services, and the people who provide them. And most of all, thank you to the greatest union on the face of this earth, and that is AFSCME. Thank you to the AFSCME members who joined us today, in person and remotely, especially those who asked such great questions. Now, this is just the beginning of AFSCME's participation in the 2020 election cycle. We will be asking questions every day, making sure the candidates understand our values and understand our priorities, insisting that they are responsive to the challenges that we all face. The Iowa caucuses are exactly 6 months from today. The general election is exactly 15 months from today. The stakes are high for us all in our communities. And we will be mobilizing in big numbers, in huge numbers, making our voices heard every single day, being clear about what we want this country to be every single day. So I urge all of you, I urge you to get involved, to invest your time and energy in political action over the next year. Text 2020 to 237263 to get updates and to volunteer in the 2020 election cycle. And to learn more about everything AFSCME is doing, follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to this union and to this country and your communities across the country. Safe travels home. God bless.